The young lady stood in front of the mirror and looked into it desperately. She desperately asked the mirror to tell her who in the world was the cutest, the most ruddy, and the fairest. She sincerely wanted an answer to her question. The mirror answered her that in the whole world, Princess Blanche is the prettiest, most rosy, and whitest of all. Friedkin. The young lady was taken aback and slammed her fist furiously. She did not expect such an answer from the mirror. She looked intently into the mirror and saw a little girl there. The girl shone with beauty. She laughed because of what she heard from the mirror. She knew that, as expected, the young princess would be the most beautiful and sweetest of all. But still she wanted to hear a different answer. Liebeck Hap really liked cute, beautiful, and charming things. Therefore, all her life, she dreamed of living like a princess from a fairy tale. She sincerely wanted to change her life. In reality, she was just a very ordinary, run-of-the-mill person, but she made up for it by becoming a children's clothing designer and was happy. After all, she could turn girls into princesses. She gradually made her dream come true. But at one point, the young designer ceased to exist. At the age of 30, she died from overwork in the office break room. And then, when she opened her eyes, she became the beautiful, stunning, cruel villainess, Abigail Friedkin, Snow White's stepmother. Abigail looked at the princess and said that she was listening to her carefully. The young princess, frightened, looked at her stepmother. Blanche was very afraid of her stepmother. Abigail looked at the princess and did not understand how someone like her could exist. Her face was like a doll's, and her skin was white as snow. The princess had shiny black hair and large deep blue eyes. She was perfect. Abigail thought that she would be very happy if she wore the clothes she made. She knew that the girl would be her new muse, because she simply could not help but pick up the pencil again. The young princess was shocked by Abigail, and in a trembling voice asked her if she had somehow offended the queen. The young lady looked at the princess and said that it was nothing like that. She just wanted to sit and have tea with her, so she called her. The queen sincerely wanted to become friends with the princess. The young queen was a little embarrassed because she realized that when she smiled, she looked very creepy. Although the face is beautiful, this was the essence of the villainess. But she also knew that based on Abigail's vague periodic memories, besides her killer smile, she was the reason for the young princess's fear. It was completely normal for the extreme beauty-obsessed Abigail to chase away or torment all the beautiful women in the area. And the princess was bullied as well. Previously, Abigail screamed that she was disgusted with the child and did not want to deal with him at all. She screamed and threw everything she could. Because of her beauty, the queen rejected all communication with the princess. It's hard to imagine the fear of her stepmother, who tortures her to death and then almost kills her. The young girl trembled and lowered her eyes when she saw the queen. However, the young lady knew that she could not afford to worry about the princess alone now, since at this rate, she herself would meet a bad end. Abigail knew that whether she would die or be saved depended only on the young princess. Therefore, improving their relationship was her initial task. Abigail looked at the princess and said that she was truly sorry for everything that she had done to her. She said she was very sorry for every time she tormented her. The young princess was surprised by her stepmother's words. She never expected the queen to say something like that. Abigail said that when she returned from the other world, she regretted many things. She said that an apology would not erase all that she had done. But still, I wanted to express my regret. The young lady sat and looked at the floor. She couldn't utter a word. Princess Blanche froze in bewilderment. Abigail knew that a cold appearance was definitely very suitable for a villainess. But she did not understand why she would be jealous of a small child who had done nothing wrong. Abigail looked at the princess and asked for forgiveness for frightening her so abruptly. She really wanted to establish a relationship with the young girl. Abigail said that there was no need to overstep herself, and the princess could go and rest for now. Princess Blanche was dumbfounded and did not know what to do in such a situation. She looked at her stepmother and bowed, wishing her a good rest. In a hurry, she ran to the door but accidentally bumped into a man. The young princess hit herself and fell to the ground. Abigail was in shock and only managed to shout the name of the young princess. She looked at her and asked if the princess had hurt herself and if she was okay. The young princess said she was fine. Abigail ran up to the princess and asked if she was in pain or not, and if she was hurt. The princess looked at her timidly and said that everything was fine. The man looked at her and said with contempt that she was inattentive. The man said to call the family doctor as he urgently needed to talk to the queen, ruler of the kingdom of Nurgen's civilian Friedkin, Blanche's father and Abigail's husband. Abigail looked sideways at her husband. She was furious and didn't understand why he was so cold towards his daughter. She knew that in a nutshell he was very handsome but trash. Abigail looked at her husband and said that he was very heartless because his little daughter got hurt and he did nothing. She said he could use a few kind words. The man looked at her and asked since when did she take care of Princess Blanche. Abigail said he had a fair point. However, returning from the other world changed her outlook on life, but she herself knew that she had not just changed. The king looked at his wife with surprise and contempt. Villian is a wise and strong king. Possessing refined facial features, he was very indifferent that it even seemed like there was not blood in his veins, but a frozen river. At the wedding banquet, which was only led to by a political agreement between the countries, he left his wife alone, citing fatigue. And on their wedding night, looking at his wife, he said that he would never touch her body under no circumstances. He said these rude words, after which he humbly fell asleep. Villian simply refused Abigail, whom all men wanted. Her inflated pride turned into a real obsession with her husband. She was in shock and didn't know what to do. She screamed in rage and asked him what she should do to please him. He said in a cold voice that she didn't need to do anything. She was shocked. The queen was confused by everything that was happening. She wanted to establish a relationship with him, but it was all in vain. He looked at her and told her with contempt that she should not say anything and not come close to him and completely act as if she did not exist. On one of these days, Abigail died, and the first word he said to her, lying in the coffin after the exchange of souls, was that he asked her to never meet him in her next life. Although it was a political marriage and a marriage without love, and the young woman was a villain, her husband was still the instigator of all the tragedies. The man looked at her and asked what was bothering her, as she did not have a very good expression on her face. Taking her eyes away from the king, Abigail said that the tea was simply very hot. The young lady looked at him and asked why he was looking for her and what he wanted to talk to her about. The man looked at her and said that he would like to talk about her death, since the cause of death was that she drank poison. The king said that an investigation is now underway, but most likely it was poison, and over time it will leave the body and not a trace will remain. The young lady was surprised and asked if this meant that they were going to kill her. Unfortunately, Abigail did not remember anything about death. The man looked at her and said that he had not performed an autopsy on the body, but most likely it was poison. But unfortunately, they do not have accurate evidence. The young lady was shocked by what he said about the autopsy. The king looked at her and asked if she still did not remember what happened before her death. The young lady said that, unfortunately, she did not remember anything. The king looked at her puzzled and asked if she remembered the incident that happened 6 months ago, that she drank poison and fell and was unconscious. The king said that in the end, after this incident, they exposed her, and she admitted that in this way she simply wanted to attract his attention to herself. The queen was a little puzzled by the king's story. He looked at her and asked if it was the same this time. The queen was puzzled and said that she would never sacrifice her life. But in her heart, the young lady knew that most likely the girl did just that. She was shocked that the old Abigail used to drink poison and fall into the lake in order to attract the king's attention. Abigail said that this time everything is really different. She screamed in rage that no one would die to attract attention. She said that in that case, she would be the first to come under suspicion. She looked at her husband and asked why she would do this. The king did not respond to her words. He just looked intently at his wife. After a short silence, the king said that no matter what she did, she still could not get anything from him that she wanted. He said that he would be more grateful to her if she would now stop trying to take him for a break. She looked puzzled and said that she had not taken him to the extreme at all. The queen was a little puzzled by his behavior and did not understand what he was even saying. Abigail looked at him and said that, of course, she had done a lot of things, so she completely understands why he tells her this. However, she looked at him and said that she really didn't need his attention anymore. The king was puzzled by his wife's words. He looked at her and asked why she suddenly said that. The queen said that this was no longer meaningful. She looked at him and said that no matter how she begged him for love, she received nothing but sympathy, and she didn't need that. She said that she had thought about everything that happened and had one suggestion: The king looked at her puzzled and asked what proposal she had for him. She looked at him and said with a smile that she would like to live in separate rooms with him. She sincerely hoped that he would agree and let her go. The king was taken aback. He never expected his wife to offer such a thing. It was very difficult for the young lady to sleep and wake up every day in the same bed with an unfamiliar man. But it's even harder to be nervous every time and have nightmares at night. She looked at him and asked with a smile what he would say to her proposal. She knew that the only way for them to exist was to leave him. The king looked at her puzzled and said that he understood everything. He also added that he would order a separate sleeping place to be prepared for her. The young lady was very glad that everything worked out for her. She looked at him and asked if she could ask him something. He was angry and glared at her and asked what else she wanted. The young lady looked down, said that she would no longer require him to play the role of husband. She looked at him and said that he could at least approach the role of a father responsibly. This was her request. She sincerely wanted him to improve and behave appropriately towards his daughter. The king, puzzled, asked if she wanted him to play the role of father. He was surprised by his wife's request, since he knew how she used to feel about Princess Blanche. The queen looked at him and said that he no longer wanted to have heirs. Therefore, he should love and protect at least his existing child. She looked at him and said that the little princess was his only daughter, so the king should love her and protect her the most. The king, puzzled, said that this was his child. The queen wanted to say something, but he interrupted her and said that this was not her thing, but his, and therefore he would figure it out himself. The queen was shocked because he called his child a thing. She was furious that he considered the child a thing. She simply had no words. The queen stood up in a rage and hit the table. She said that he apparently forgot her name, since she is considered a member of his family. She looked at him and asked angrily whether her surname did not give her the right to at least take part in family affairs. The king looked intently at the queen and did not answer. He was dumbfounded by his wife's behavior. She looked at him and told him to treat Princess Blanche with love. She screamed that this is all she asks of him. The queen looked at him and said that that was all, and she took her leave. She didn't want to continue the pointless conversation any longer. She left, and the king, in turn, gazed after her. He said nothing. He sat for a moment in bewilderment. Approaching the door, she turned around, looked at him and said that she would prefer to start living separately today. The servants were discussing a hot topic about the fact that the queen lives in separate chambers. One maid said that it was true, and the most interesting thing was that the queen herself suggested separation. Mrs. Norma was puzzled by the queen's behavior. She didn't know what the queen had come up with this time. The young maid was perplexed and asked Mistress Norma if the king and queen stopped living together, not just because of strained relations. Mistress Norma looked at the young maid Clara and said that she was completely new here and therefore did not know anything. Mistress Norma said that one should not think so lightly about the queen. Mistress Norma said that when the queen is in a bad mood, she takes it out on the maids. Therefore, you need to carefully monitor your words. Even a slight deviation is unacceptable, so the young maid should dress modestly. Mistress Norma looked at the maid and said that she had better take off her earrings. Mrs. Norma looked at the young maid and thought that she would not even last a couple of days in the palace, since she knew the true essence of the queen. The lady looked at the young maid and said that the queen was calling them, so we had to hurry. With a quick step they came to the queen and bowed to her. They also asked if she called them. The queen looked at them and said that she wanted to ask them something. Mrs. Norma obediently agreed to answer all her questions, and she also knew that the queen wanted to throw her into hysterics again soon. The queen pointed to 2 pairs of shoes and asked the maids which pair of shoes would best suit the princess. The servants looked at the shoes, puzzled. They thought that most likely the queen was planning to put a button or a needle in them, because they knew who the queen was. Mrs. Norma looked at the shoes, puzzled, and did not know how to answer her. Mistress Norma muttered something in a trembling voice, and the young new maid smiled and said that both couples would be ideal for the princess. Mrs. Norma was shocked by Clara's behavior. She knew that they were finished, and that the queen would definitely flog them. Mistress Norma drooped and trembled with fear. The queen looked at the shoes and said that both pairs would be perfect for the princess, so she couldn't choose one. The maid looked at the queen and said that she could give them both as a gift, since the princess would definitely be happy. The queen thought for a moment and asked if this would not burden the princess. Clara said that nothing like that would happen. Mrs. Norma was shocked and did not understand whether the queen was really choosing a gift for the young princess. The queen and Clara looked at Mistress Norma as they expected her to give them an answer. She looked at them and said something puzzled. She couldn't say a word. Having collected her thoughts a little, Norma said that the princess would definitely be happy with the gift. The young princess sadly looked out the window. Young Clara was having fun and cleaning the library. Another maid looked at her and said that she seemed to be in a very good mood. Clara looked at her and smiled, asking if she didn't look luxurious today. The maid looked at her and said that she is really very beautiful today. Clara smiled and said that the queen allowed the maids to dress as they wished, so she finally immediately bought a new dress and showed off the sapphire earrings. She remembered the queen giving her the jewelry and saying that she was thinking of getting rid of it anyway because she had too much jewelry. So she gave Clara the earrings. Clara looked at her friend puzzled and said that until now she had heard from everyone that the queen was very bad, and that's why she was very nervous. But it turned out that the queen is very good. The young maid said in a trembling voice that, to be honest, she also received a brooch, but she didn't know if she was really allowed to accept it. Clara looked at her friend and said that everything was in order because the queen herself gave the brooch. Mrs. Norma listened to their conversation and was a little puzzled because she understood that the queen was like a different person. She remembered how the queen called her to her and apologized. Abigail said that she felt very guilty towards her and it was very difficult for her. And she also gave her a gift. She didn't know if the queen had really changed. The queen looked at Clara and asked if today was the day for Princess Blanche's new dresses to be fitted. Clara said the queen was right. The queen was very happy and wanted to see the princess's new outfits as soon as possible. The queen was puzzled, since she knew that most likely the young princess would not be very happy about her appearance. Most likely she would be scared. The young maid looked at the queen and asked if this was not wonderful, because she knew that the queen had prepared a gift for the princess. The queen smiled and asked her maid to help her get ready to go out. The king sat puzzled in his office and sorted out documents. A servant came to him and asked if everything was okay with him, as he saw his puzzled look, and he also asked if the king would like him to come in later. The king looked at him and said that he was fine. The king said that for the first time since the wedding ceremony he slept deeply, so now he is in the best condition. The servant looked at him puzzled and asked why bother him in that case. The king said that he was haunted by the behavior that he saw for the first time. The servant was a little puzzled and did not understand what the king was talking about. The king looked at the young man and told him to carefully watch the queen for a while and report everything to him. The princess was brought many beautiful outfits to choose from. The princess sat puzzled and looked at all the outfits. The queen looked through the crack of the door and did not dare to enter. The maid looked at her puzzled. She didn't understand how much longer they had to wait. The man showed different outfits and asked the governess Blanche how she liked the outfits. The governess approached the dress and examined it carefully, and also asked to show other outfits. The queen, looking through the gap, realized that all the outfits were not suitable for the princess. The queen looked at their outfits, and I understood that all the styles were for adults. Clothing for children and adults is radically different. Children have delicate skin, and their bodies are constantly growing, so their clothes should be comfortable and not restrict movement. However, several centuries ago, such features were completely ignored. Children simply wore smaller versions of adult outfits, and were even forced to wear high heels and corsets. She was shocked, because now she saw with her own eyes what she had read in books. The queen realized that she needed to focus only on the design first. And she also knew that this was a great chance to learn about the preferences of the young princess. They showed her another dress and asked her opinion. The princess was very happy as she liked the dress, but the governess said it would not suit and asked to see other designs. The young princess was very upset because she liked the outfit. They were shown another dress and told that it was now in fashion. The young princess was sitting and almost fell out of her chair as she was shocked by the style of the dress. The governess looked at the dress and said that it was just right. The princess looked at her governess and wanted to tell her that she didn't like the dress, but she couldn't. The satisfied governess asked the princess what she wanted to say. The princess said that she liked everything. The man looked at them and said that there is another dress that has been popular among young ladies in neighboring countries lately, and soon it will be fashionable in the kingdom, so he wanted them to look at it. The young princess was delighted with the dress as it was beautiful. The governess looked at the dress and said that she did not think such a dress would suit the princess. The princess was puzzled, but the governess said that they would only order what they had chosen earlier. The man said that they would try to adjust it to the proportions of the princess. We are quickly looking for an image. The queen was shocked by the choice because she thought that a very pink dress suited her. The queen looked at the young princess and knew that she was about to cry. The queen was shocked and could no longer bear such torment of the girl. She quickly burst into the room where they tried on and looked at the dress. The young princess was shocked that the queen flew in like that. Everyone in the room looked at the queen in puzzlement. Everyone took turns greeting the queen. The queen looked at them, puzzled. The queen looked at them and said that she had heard that the tailor had come for Princess Blanche's spring dresses. She looked at him and asked how everything was going. The governess bowed her head and said that they had just finished. The queen looked at her puzzled, because among all the dresses she did not see a dress that the princess liked. The governess and the princess sat silently on the sofa. The queen asked the princess which dress she liked best. The young princess was puzzled and could not really answer and said that she liked everything. The queen understood that the girl could not speak openly. She walked over and opened the box, which contained a pink dress. The governess was shocked by the queen's behavior. The queen smiled and asked her maid to help her get the dress. The queen and Clara took out 2 dresses, the ones that the princess really liked. The queen looked at the princess and asked what she thought of the dresses. The princess was taken aback for a moment, because she was shocked by the queen's behavior, but after looking at the dress, she said she thought they were very beautiful. The queen looked at the young princess and remembered what other dresses she liked. The queen looked at the dress with puzzlement and remembered which other one she liked. The smile of the little princess made the queen feel very ill. Everyone looked warily and did not understand what was happening. The queen looked at them and told them to change all the dresses that were in the room for the princess. She said she would buy them all. Everyone present was shocked by the queen's behavior. The governess looked at the queen, puzzled, and wanted to tell her something. The governess looked at her and said with a serious look that she could not order all the dresses for the budget allocated to the princess. The queen looked at the governess and asked her if she had not heard that she would pay for everything herself. The queen said that she would pay for her own budget, so there would be no shortage. The governess and the task queen looked at each other. The queen disliked her, and the governess in turn was angry with the queen because of her actions. The princess approached the queen and pulled her dress. The princess looked at her with her beautiful blue eyes and asked if she was okay. She said she didn't want the queen to be unable to buy a dress because of her. The queen looked at her and said with a smile that everything was fine and she had nothing to worry about. She said that she had a lot of clothes, and that's why she wasn't going to buy more for herself. The princess was puzzled, and the queen in turn said that the princess could then fulfill one of her requests. The princess looked at her and said that she would do anything. The queen said that when new outfits arrive, the princess should wear the ones she likes the most and come to her. The princess looked at the queen, puzzled, and asked if this was all. The queen said that this would be enough. Mentally, the queen thought that it would be nice to take another photograph of the young princess. The queen looked at them and said that she would take her leave. The queen looked at the princess and said that she had brought her the shoes as a gift, and in fact, she had originally come to give them. Abigail wanted to quickly give the gift to the princess and see her reaction. The princess was shocked because there were too many shoes. The queen looked at her and said that she really wanted to see her in new shoes and asked her to appear in a new pair of shoes next time. Having said goodbye, the queen and her maid left those present. The tailor and governess were shocked by everything they saw. They did not expect such a change in behavior from the queen. The queen was a little puzzled, since she herself did not notice how sorry her heart was. She was a little puzzled because she didn't say anything strange. She didn't know whether she seemed too rude or not. She knew one thing: she shouldn't make more enemies for herself. She was glad because the young princess laughed. She was glad that Princess Blanche was not afraid today and called her very touchingly. The young princess flew down the corridor and shouted to the queen. The queen was puzzled and didn't understand what had happened and why the young princess was flying towards her like that. She looked at her puzzled and asked what happened. Blanche was a little shy and said that the queen wanted to look at the new shoes. The queen looked at the young princess with a puzzled expression. Abigail never expected such behavior from the princess. The princess laughed and said that she was indeed very happy and also thanked the queen. The queen looked fascinated at the child's smile, very warm, and it seemed to tickle her soul a little that spring had come and snow-white flowers bloomed. The governess shouted after the princess, as the princess ran away, and they needed to take measurements. In this strange and turbulent place, the young lady's smile was very warm and gentle. The maid looked at the queen and asked if she should call a doctor. The queen was a little puzzled, as she just felt like everyone was the happiest in the world, but she also thought that she wouldn't smile anymore. The queen could not sleep because she really wanted to make a dress for the young princess. The queen knew that now the princess would definitely wear even that rainbow dress if she gave it to her. The queen was puzzled by the fact that the young princess did not first learn to be capricious, but watched the reaction of adults. Abigail knew that now was the perfect age for pampering. The queen knew that she needed to get closer to the princess so that she could say no if she didn't like something. The queen thought that the princess would certainly look cute if she were angry. The king watched everything closely. One day he saw that the queen was again watching the crown princess. He realized that she was watching her again. The king was puzzled and did not know what plot the queen was preparing this time. The king remembered the queen's words. Last time she told him not to treat the young princess badly. He was wary of the queen's words, but still he could not understand her intentions towards the princess. The king was puzzled. He remembered her words, as well as the surveillance of the princess, as well as strange screams in the compartment with a creepy expression on her face, and behavior. He realized that the queen definitely hated the young princess. The king noticed that Blanche's walk was coming to an end. He looked intently at the queen and did not understand why she was following the princess. He saw that she was carrying a box, and the king also saw her strange expression on the queen's face. He realized that at this moment she had revealed the true face of her essence. Last week the queen listened to many stories about the princess and watched her. She also prepared a gift, and now it was all over. Because it was necessary to find just the right moment. The queen wanted to casually give the young princess a gift, but she was very nervous and did not know what to do or how to present the gift correctly. Standing at the door and thinking for a long time about her behavior, the queen finally decided to simply leave the gift at the door and leave. But suddenly she heard a man's voice. The king looked at her and asked what she was doing. The queen was in shock and did not understand what the king was doing near Princess Blanche's room and why he had come at all. The queen looked at him and asked how he was, and she also said that she had prepared a gift for Princess Blanche and was just about to leave him and go away. He looked at her in surprise. Villian did not expect the queen to prepare a gift, but now he was wary. The king looked at her and told her to give the gift to him. He knew her and thought that this was not just a gift. The king wanted to see for himself that he was right. The queen was upset and would have liked to object to him, but nevertheless she reconciled herself and calmly gave the gift to the king. Opening the box, the king saw a cute toy. The queen looked at him and then looked away and said that it was just a doll. The queen looked at her king and grinned as she realized that he felt guilty for his ridiculous suspicions. But what angered the queen most of all was that the king saw the gift before the young princess. She wanted to think better of the young princess hugging the rabbit. When she rewraps the gift, she decided to forgive the king for his puncture. The king angrily threw the toy on the floor. Looking at the queen, he took his sword out of its sheath. His expression frightened the queen. The king pierced the toy with his sword. The queen was shocked by this man's behavior. She never expected this. She looked at him dumbfounded. Villian looked at it and asked if it was true that it was an ordinary doll, since he thought there would be a needle or something like that inside. The queen was furious and asked what he had done. She couldn't believe her eyes. It hurt her that he had ruined the doll that she had so carefully made for the princess. He looked at her and said that he found all this surprising. The queen looked at him and was very angry, because looking at him she saw that he did not feel the least bit of guilt towards her. She had already come to terms with the fact that nothing could be done about his suspicion towards Abigail, but, however, she wondered whether it was really necessary to bring it to this point. She prepared a gift for the young princess, and she just wanted to make the girl a little happier. Those pathetic remains of the doll reminded her of herself, constantly collecting her broken and torn hearts slowly, carefully, as if it were making it precious. The princess suddenly approached them. The queen quickly hid the remains and dolls, and looking at the princess, asked if everything was fine with her. The princess looked at the queen and said that she was fine, and she also asked what it was, since the princess saw the box and the remains of the doll. The queen hesitated, not knowing what to answer. She knew that she could not tell the princess the truth. The queen glared at the king. He looked at her, puzzled. The queen knew that even though they had a marriage of convenience, parents should not quarrel in front of the child. The queen looked at the princess and said that this was the doll she wanted to give to her. But apparently it was poorly stitched, and the seam came apart and all the cotton wool fell out. The king looked at the queen, puzzled. He was surprised that she said that. The princess looked at the queen and said with a smile that she among her maids sews very well, so everything is in order. The princess said that the maid would definitely sew it up tightly. The queen dutifully gave the doll to the young princess. Princess Blanche hugged the doll tightly and said that she would treasure it very much, and also thanked the queen for the sweet gift. The queen looked at the young princess and did not understand how such a walking garbage bag could give birth to such an angel. The queen lowered her eyes and asked the young princess for forgiveness for making a noise in front of her room. She looked at her and said that she was leaving and wished the young princess a good rest. The young princess agreed with the queen. In a hurry, the queen left everyone present, with tears in her eyes. The king was shocked by his wife's behavior. He didn't expect her to behave this way. The queen ran without stopping. She understood that her behavior was very obscene. Abigail did not want to show her tears in front of a small child, and especially not in front of the king. The queen went outside and consoled herself. She understood that everything was more or less in order, and even a lot of good things had happened. After all, the princess accepted the gift and thanked her, and she also treated him very warmly, but still could not withstand the pressure. Abigail sat down and began to cry. It was hard for her in the new world, and she didn't even have a friend who could understand her experiences and help her cope at all. The king sat and silently looked at the piece of fabric. He was amazed by everything that happened. The servant who approached him looked at the king and asked what he was thinking about. The king hid the piece of cloth and said that he had not thought about anything. He looked at his servant and asked what the latest rumors were about Queen Abigail. The man looked at him and said that, first of all, everyone says that the queen no longer mocks the servants, and on the contrary, she now treats them well, and they also said that she very often brings gifts to Princess Blanche. The king was puzzled by such news. He looked at his subordinate and asked what he thought about everything. The king also asked if it seemed to him that the queen had reformed. The young man looked at the king and said that, given the queen's character, this is all a game. He thought she was simply trying to put pressure on the family to gain favor. The king looked into the distance, puzzled, and said that he, of course, also thought so. But however, in his thoughts he asked himself the question whether it was really a game. He was amazed that the queen began to change. A man came to their office and said that the ministers were asking for an audience with the king. The king looked at him and said that he understood everything, and also asked to call all the ministers to him. The men hurriedly entered the office, asked if the king was in good health, and also apologized for distracting him from his work. The king looked at the ministers with a cold gaze and told them to come closer to the point. The man looked at the king and said that he had come to discuss the king's remarriage. The king was puzzled and cast a cold glance at the minister. He hated the thought of remarriage. The minister looked at him and said that more than a year had passed since his wedding, and the queen had not become pregnant, and moreover, they also lived in different rooms. The minister looked at him and said with a grin that, since something like this happened, it means something is wrong with the queen. The duke wanted to finish and convey his thought to the king, but the king looked at him and, interrupting, did not allow him to finish his speech. He had no intention of listening to them. The king looked at him and said that, as he had said before and is now saying, he is not going to marry again. The duke said that although his eldest daughter, the queen, died in childbirth, his youngest daughter was much more beautiful and younger. The duke looked at the king and said that the king would definitely change his mind when he met her. The king did not listen to the duke and told him to stop talking, as he would not repeat it twice. The king wanted to quickly end the meaningless conversation. The duke was angry and puzzled. The duke looked at the king and asked for forgiveness with a smile, and also said that with age he began to have more and more worries, so he talks about everything because he sincerely worried about the king. He looked at the king and said that in that case he would leave him. The king looked at everyone present and asked if they wanted to add something to this situation. Those present looked at the king and said nothing. They had nothing to add in such a difficult situation. One of the men, nevertheless, decided to talk to the king. He said that he fully understood the king's discomfort that the duke was trying to force his daughter on him again. However, the duke's words were true. The man said that the birth of a successor is one of the responsibilities of the king. He looked at him and said that since he didn't like Stock's family, then maybe the king would think about another girl. The man looked at him and asked if the king wanted to say that there was nothing wrong with not having a direct heir. He also asked what the king would do if Mr. Raven married and had a son. The king was taken aback because he knew that this was possible and even inevitable. The man said, looking at the king, that even though he was an illegitimate child, Mr. Raven also had noble blood, the late king, in his veins. He was raised as the king's brother and shadow, and the master knows very well that aristocrats value blood most of all. After a short pause, the man asked what the king thought between his future husband, the princess, and the son of Mr. Raven, with royal blood in his veins, who the aristocracy would prefer to see as successor to the throne. The king was shocked and furiously said that he understood everything perfectly, and this was quite possible, but still today and tomorrow his only wife is Abigail. The king looked at the man and said that he did not want to hear anything about another marriage. He told them all to get over it and asked them to leave the office as he was very tired. The men looked indignantly at the closed door. They understood that they could not convince the king. The man looked at the young man and asked him if the rumors were true and the king really preferred men. The young man looked at the man puzzled and said that this was not true. The king was puzzled, as he was already tired of everyone continuing to insist on doing his duty. He knew that they were indifferent to his feelings, and everyone was only interested in the receiver. He knew that this was another duty of a king, and he knew that he had to become a good king. He threw back his chair in rage and stood up. He thought that he had imagined it all. He remembered his wife saying that she would no longer require him to play the role of a husband, but she asked that he approach the role of a father responsibly. The king was puzzled by such words from his wife. Again, this was the first time he had heard that he was not obliged to play the role of a husband. And as for the role of the father, the king understood that he could not cope with it either. The king was puzzled by everything and realized that he was unlikely to be able to start work today. He just wanted to go and relax. He was in a very bad mood. He didn't want to see anyone and didn't want to talk to anyone. He looked at the maids and was surprised by the fact that they were also acting very strangely. But as soon as he chalked it all up to a not-so-lucky day, he opened the bedroom door, and his wife appeared before him. She looked at him and greeted him with a smile. He looked at it and realized that this was the strangest picture he had ever seen in his entire life. He looked at her angrily and asked if they had not decided to live separately. The queen knew that the king hated her, but she was still surprised that his hatred became even stronger. But still, she prepared everything in order to seize with despair the man who hated Abigail to death. This romantic setting is the king's hell on earth, and the seductive appearance for him is rather akin to the predecessor of being devoured by a demon. She wanted him to suffer like her rabbit, who did not have time to really enjoy life. The queen looked at the man and asked how long he would stand there. The king looked at her and said that she had not changed at all. For a moment he believed in the sincerity of her desire to live separately, but still he was a fool. She looked at him and said that everything was right, and she at least slightly reduced his suspicion towards her. Therefore, she initiated separation. However, this did not help, and he did not gain even a drop of trust in her. She looked at him and said that all that remained was to constantly be near him to prove her innocence. She approached him and said that if he apologized for his suspicions, then she would go to a separate room as they had agreed. He looked at her and asked what would happen if he didn't apologize. Abigail looked at him with a grin and said that in that case they would move in together and she would take off her robe. She looked at him and said that she was now wearing tea-colored erotic underwear under her robe and asked if he had any readings. He was shocked and shook his head in different directions. The queen stood and smiled because she understood that she herself was in no way going to take off her robe. But nevertheless, after much persuasion from the maids, she put on beautiful lingerie. The king looked at the queen and said that apparently he was mistaken. He wanted it to be over as quickly as possible. The queen was puzzled and asked what he was talking about. The king said that he thought that she would demand shared housing, using the incident of today as an excuse. She looked at him and asked why she would do such a thing. She said that she no longer needed his love. She looked at him and said that she just couldn't see even attempts to apologize. The queen, puzzled, said that if he did not want to apologize, then she would not have to come to him every day until he apologized, when suddenly he asked her for forgiveness. The queen knew that the apology was too quick. She approached him and said that his apology sounded like he spat it out of pure desperation. The queen said that you need to apologize from the bottom of your heart, and sincerely. The king was puzzled by her words. He understood that she would not leave him so easily. He looked at her and with a bow asked for forgiveness for his suspicions, as well as for trying to find out the truth using a rude method, and for basically bringing everything to the point where she was waiting for his apology. She was shocked that he apologized like that. The queen thought that this was most likely the first time he was apologizing to someone. She saw that it cost him to repent, and he immediately became gloomy. The queen was embarrassed, but said that she herself had done a lot of things in the past, which is why the misunderstanding arose. So she wanted to forget everything quickly. The queen walked up to the bed and quickly scattered the petals on the floor, brushing them off and lowering them. Pointing to the bed, the queen said that she would call someone to clean the room. As the queen left, she wished the king a good rest. Before I could reach the door, the queen turned to the king and said that she had already spoken several times, but I would still like to say once again that she no longer intends to seek his love. She said that she did not need either power or the conception of an heir. She said that she just wanted to live quietly, without attracting attention to herself. The king looked at the queen puzzled. He was shocked by her words. She looked at him and said that therefore, if he wants, he can even bring another wife. The queen looked at him and said, before the wedding, among the strong candidates, Lady Karen from the Stoke clan was probably with her. She said he could accept her, and she wouldn't mind. The king was furious and said that he would not marry the daughter of the Stoke family. The queen looked at him and said that it didn't matter to her, and he could marry whoever he wanted from another house. He was furious that she and the ministers were all in this together. He looked at her with fury and shouted that he was not going to marry anyone again. He shouted with rage that now and henceforth she was his only wife. Abigail was shocked and looked at him in surprise. She didn't understand what was happening to him, because she knew that he hated her. The queen was confused, but she knew she couldn't relax. The queen looked at him and said that she understood everything, adding that she received the apology so much that she would like to return to her place. She didn't expect such a conversation. On the way back to her room, despite the fact that her head, full of anxiety, had cooled under the cold spring wind, her heart continued to pound furiously in her chest, as if preparing to explode. The reason for this was the scent of roses that had not yet disappeared from her. The next day, the queen lounged on the sofa and enjoyed being looked after by her maids. She liked the taste of power, but she also didn't understand where her inner modest girl to the core had gone. Gradually, she began to get used to the luxurious life. She thought that money really was the best in the world. The maid looked at her and said that she was bringing her fragrant oil for her hair. The queen obediently agreed. As the maid applied the oil to her hair, the queen realized what the smell was. She remembered the king who told her that she was his only wife. She shuddered. The maid was puzzled by her mistress's reaction. The queen looked at her maid and told her to take some other oil next time, and not rose-scented oil. Abigail did not want to remember her husband and his words every time. The maid looked at the queen, puzzled, and asked for forgiveness, and she also said that she was not sure whether she could talk about this. The queen was puzzled and did not understand what the maid wanted to say. The maid looked at the queen, puzzled, and asked if something had happened in the king's bedroom that day. The queen was puzzled and asked the maid what it was. The maid looked at the queen and said something. She returned very quickly from the king's chamber. She was very upset and asked if she had really picked the wrong fragrant herbs, since she had decorated everything with roses. The maid asked if the queen preferred the scent of roses. The queen knew that the maid was right. After all, she had put a lot of effort into decorating the room. But looking at the maid, she smiled and said that that was not the point. The maid looked at the queen and asked if that underwear was not to His Majesty's taste. The maid leaned over the queen, puzzled, and said that she had been careless. She didn't think there was a man who wouldn't like such underwear. The queen smiled and told her that it was nothing, and there was no need to worry as everything went well. The maid looked at her and said with a smile that this was good, and next time she would prepare the queen better. The maid also said that she had inquired about a very famous lingerie designer, so she asked her to trust her. The queen was puzzled by the maid's persistence and understood that at this rate they would go side by side to the gallows. Their conversation was interrupted by a maid who brought a gift for the queen. The queen was surprised because she did not know who the gift was from. The maid came closer and said that the gift was from the king. The maid looked at her mistress and said that it was the power of underwear, and that was why she received the gift. The queen was puzzled because she knew that everything was wrong. But she was surprised and did not understand why the king sent her a gift. The queen looked at her maid with a puzzled look and asked her to calm down. Because I knew that this was not the case at all. The queen hurried to unwrap the gift because I wanted to see what was there. The queen looked at the maid who brought the gift and asked if it was really the king who sent it. Clara was puzzled and asked what was in the box, as she really wanted to see what the king had sent. Clara was very surprised by such a gift and said that instead of eyes there were precious stones. She asked the lady with a smile if the rabbit didn't look like her. The queen looked at the rabbit and realized that the outfit was exactly the same as what she was wearing that day. Abigail looked confused for a moment. Clara looked at the other rabbit and said that the other rabbit was Princess Blanche. The queen thought for a while and realized that the king, it seems, was not such a bad person. The queen also saw a letter in the box. She was surprised. The queen opened the letter. The king himself wrote to her. The letter said that he was given information about the princess's dresses. He wrote that if another fact of ignoring the agreed budget of the royal palace is discovered, then from now on everything will be deducted from the budget relying on her share. And he also asked the meeting to be more restrained. The queen furiously pressed the letter. She wanted to quickly take back her words, as she realized that the king was a real scoundrel. She was angry with him and wanted to strangle him. The man came closer to the queen and thanked her for giving him time. The queen looked at him and said that she heard that he had one good thing. She looked at him and asked if his product was reliable, because she wanted to buy a gift for her beloved princess. He looked at her with a smile and said that, of course, all his goods are reliable. He pointed her to his goods and said that even the princess could not resist this. The queen looked at the man and said that she knew that this was a foreign and expensive product that was not imported into their country. She said with a smile that he was a professional. The man said that he had successfully secretly bought several jars while visiting Kronberg. The queen looked at him and said that she would thank him generously for the quality product. He thanked her and also said that he had other things that might appeal to her. He looked at her and asked if she would like to look at other products. They slowly brought in a variety of things. There were a lot of them. The queen's eyes widened. The queen looked at all the things and said that merchants used to carry all sorts of rubbish. But these things were quite worthy of attention. She smiled and said that she especially liked his products very much, so he would be on her special account. Abigail was glad that she was able to get such a merchant. The man looked at the queen and said that this product was expensive, worthwhile, and of high quality. So even the sea princess cannot afford it, but he will make an exception only for the queen and get it cheaper. The queen looked at him and asked if he had anything else in his arsenal. The man was puzzled as the queen showed no interest in the jewel. The queen always looked unperturbed when she pretended to really know everything. Apparently in the past she often overpaid traders because of this. He showed her a vase that had arrived from the Far East. He said that it was an heirloom of the Eastern royal family, and it was very difficult for him to obtain it. The queen looked closely at the vase and realized that it was cheap. She looked at the merchant and told him to show further goods. Abigail understood that the merchant just wanted to make money from her. The man was puzzled and did not understand whether the queen noticed that it was a fake. The man grinned and said that he expected that such things would not hook her. He said that in this case, only she would show her another magical artifact created in the kingdom of the elves. The queen was surprised that she would now see a magical artifact. She sincerely wanted to look at the magical artifact. She was driven by an interest in everything magical. The man was glad that the queen fell for his provocation, since now he will be able to leave the palace with a huge pile of money. The man looked at his subordinate and told him to bring the artifact. The young man said with a grin that he understood everything and would now bring everything. He realized that they could now promote the queen for a decent amount of money. The young man brought in a heavy box. The man looked at the queen and said that since the dress was imbued with magic, it was invisible to the eyes of stupid and evil people. He looked at the queen and said that the queen must definitely be able to appreciate the beauty of the lovely dress. Since it is so light that you don't even feel the weight in summer, it is cool in it and warm in winter. It is even more beautiful since no one will be able to find such a precious thing in a lifetime. The maids were shocked and stood looking at each other. They were taken aback because they did not know what was happening now. They looked at the merchant in silence. The man looked at the queen and asked her opinion. He also asked if it was not great. His assistant smiled and said that it was very beautiful. He looked sideways at the maids and asked them if the dress would not look great on the queen. The maids looked at him puzzled and said that it would suit the queen as the design was very sophisticated. They were in shock and did not know what to say or how to behave in such a situation. He looked at the queen and said that the dress was truly magnificent, and therefore he would sell it to her for only half the price. The queen looked at the whole circus and asked if this dress was true. She immediately realized that he was trying to fool her and get a large sum of money. But she still decided to play along with him. The man was puzzled. He asked if she really couldn't see him. He knew that the queen was too city and would not be able to say no. He decided that he could outplay her and get a good amount of money. She looked at him and said with a smile that this could not be, and as he said, the thing was truly beautiful. The queen looked at him and said that the situation was very strange since she had clearly seen a man's formal suit. She decided to beat him. Abigail decided to make sure that he confessed himself and suffered punishment. She looked at him and asked if the suit would suit him better than her woman. She looked and told him to try it on first. Smiling, she said that if the suit fit well, she would recommend it to the king. The man slammed the suitcase with lightning speed as he realized that he was in a hopeless situation and said that it seemed that he had brought the wrong thing and next time he would bring something else to her. The queen looked at him and with a smile told him to put it on as it was an order. The man was taken aback and scared. The queen ordered the guards to take the man into an empty room and as soon as he put on the suit, bring him immediately. The man was shocked. He realized that he had made an irreparable mistake. He was brought to the queen. She rejoiced as he himself fell into his own trap. The queen looked at the man and said that she could see that the suit looked good on him. The queen said with a smile that since he had dressed up, he should go to the most suitable place. The queen shouted with rage that it was sickening to look at him, and she ordered the knights to throw the man into prison. The man, shaking with fear, asked her to have mercy on him. He was very afraid for his life. The queen was furious that all the rabble were making fun of her. She realized that the former queen could easily be circled with her finger. She didn't want something like this to happen again. Abigail knew that the merchant must be punished for his stupid actions. The queen was furious because the merchants were offering her all sorts of rubbish. And the trade guild has fallen on bad times because of the queen. She shouted at them because she wanted to buy something cute or something for the princess. The merchant looked at her and said that there was one magical item in mind. The queen looked at him with contempt and asked if this was not an invisible dress. The merchant said that he would never offer such a product. He asked to bring in the goods, in the hope that everything will suit the queen. The merchant said that this magic mirror was created by the fairies themselves. It is also called the Mirror of Truth. The queen was surprised. She did not expect anything like this and had never seen such a product before. She looked at the mirror and came close. The queen asked the mirror who was the cutest, most rosy, and fairest in the world. She knew what the mirror would answer in advance. Abigail really wanted to hear what she already knew very well. The mirror said in response that she was certainly not the one asking such stupid questions. The queen was shocked by this answer since she knew exactly what the mirror had to say, but to her surprise, she heard a different answer. Everyone in the room was also stunned by the mirror's response. They couldn't believe their own ears, since no one dared to speak like that to the queen. The man sincerely asked the queen for forgiveness. He said that apparently the servant had brought defective goods, which he pulled out and frantically begged for forgiveness. He was scared because he knew that he would soon suffer severe punishment for such insolence towards the queen. The mirror was furious as the man called it a defective product. He did not want to deal with such an insult in his direction. The mirror of rage screamed and asked if they believed that he, like two things, was created to walk through the hands of all sorts of madams. He was furious and could not stop his anger. The man screamed in rage to be taken away immediately. He also shouted that they should first lock him in the carriage and bring other goods. The men shouted that they understood everything and would now do it. He wanted to quickly take the mirror away and correct the situation as soon as possible. The queen went to the mirror and said that this did not need to be done. She came closer to the mirror and asked why he called her stupid. The mirror said she was asking absurd questions. He did not understand her or her strange question at all. The mirror said that no one could answer such a subjective and abstract question. The mirror said that there are a lot of people and many opinions of beauty in the world, and for some, she may be the most beautiful. But for some, the girl who stands behind her will be more beautiful. The maids were shocked, and looking at each other, they said that they were ugly, but the queen was beautiful. They were sincerely afraid of the queen's wrath that might fall on them. They wanted everything to end as quickly as possible. The mirror said that for this reason her question is very stupid. The man merchant fell to the ground and, trembling, asked the queen for forgiveness. He said that he would immediately bring another mirror. He, like all the servants, was afraid of the queen's wrath. The queen looked at him and said that she would tear it off with her hands. The man was shocked because he realized that she wanted to tear off his limbs. The queen looked at the mirror and said that she liked it and was buying it. Everyone was shocked because they did not expect the queen to say this. The queen looked at the mirror and calmly asked if it had a name. She wanted to know what she should call him. The mirror said that his name is simply Mirror. The queen was shocked and did not understand who was giving out names so callously. The mirror told the queen to just call him the Mirror. The mirror was puzzled and did not understand who was giving out names in the first place. The mirror thought this was an absurd question. The queen looked at him and said with a smile that she would call him Vérité. The queen smiled and asked what his new name was. She hoped he would like the name. The mirror looked at the queen and said that she was not at all the woman he had heard about. The queen was a little puzzled by this answer. The mirror said he liked the name. The queen looked at him and asked what else he could do besides slander. Vérité said that he was smarter than the love of a high-ranking official in the palace. The queen was very happy and said that she liked it very much. She knew that this would be useful to her in the future. The queen looked in the mirror and realized that sometimes she was embarrassed to see her reflection, even though it was absolutely beautiful. She was confused. The queen understood that this was now her face, but still she could not get used to it. When the mirror spoke to her, she was overcome by strange sensations. She was very surprised and frightened because she could not understand what she was seeing. A moment later, she saw a man in the mirror. He looked at her and asked if it was better this way. The queen looked at him and said that this was much better. She looked at him and asked if he would help her in the palace from today on. She said that there were 3 conditions that he needed to meet in order for him to work with her. Her new friend looked at her and asked what conditions she wanted to offer him. The queen said that firstly, he should stop speaking to her informally. He was a little surprised, but still said that he would do as she said. It won't be difficult for him. The queen looked at him and said that secondly, she would like him to always tell her the truth. And more specifically, she wanted him not to lie to her and not toady. He was surprised and asked her if she was asking her not to fawn on the mirror, which was created precisely for this purpose. She looked at him and said that he had not done this before. He laughed and said that he would do as she wished, and asked what her last condition was. She came closer to him and said that this was the most important condition, and asked him to listen carefully. The queen said that Princess Blanche was the sweetest, the most rosy, and the fairest in the world. She asked him if he understood. The queen said that when she asked such a question, he should answer that way. He was furious and told her not to make him laugh. He also said that he had recently told her that he could not answer such an abstract question, and plus she had just ordered him to tell only the truth. She looked at him and told him to stop telling her everything because the real truth is that the princess is the best in the world. Therefore, he could calmly answer her that the princess was the most beautiful of all. He was shocked and asked what he would become if he backed down after the recent commotion on this topic. He looked at her and said that he was a principled mirror, so that he will not go back on his words. Vérité was shocked because he understood that the queen believed that since he had no body, he had no pride. The queen was surprised by these words, but she did not intend to give up. She wanted to hear exactly this answer from him, and no other way. She came closer to him and frightened him with her appearance. But the mirror did not intend to give up, and did not want to back down from its words. He had his own principles. The queen looked at him and asked who was the cutest in the world. He looked at her and said that Princess Blanche. The queen asked, "Who is the most beautiful person in the world?" The mirror answered that Princess Blanche. She asked who was the whitest in the world. He replied that Princess Blanche. He shouted at her to stop asking such things. He didn't understand how many more times she would repeat it. The queen looked at him and asked in bewilderment how he managed to be so loud, even if he didn't have a real mouth. She asked him if she hadn't told him to speak to her respectfully. He said that he didn't care, and he didn't know anything else, and it would be better to flatter noble ladies. Verite did not understand how much longer the queen would force him to repeat the same thing. He was shocked by her behavior. She smiled and asked him if she had asked this so many times. She wanted to hear this answer forever. He looked at her, puzzled, and asked if she wasn't going overboard. Verite asked her if she didn't get tired of talking only about the princess all day long. He didn't understand her obsession with the princess. The queen said that it was his direct responsibility to listen to all this as an unemployed mirror. She looked at Verite and said with a smile that he had a prepared answer. Therefore, he only needs to repeat it. He was a little puzzled and said that it was very difficult to live. He understood that she was incorrigible, and he could not do anything about it. She looked at him and said that since he was done with that, she could now move on to the next topic. The queen said that she wanted to choose a gift for the princess: shoes, handbags, jewelry, dresses. Since she has about 20 pieces, Abigail wanted to give the princess all the gifts in the world. He was shocked. The queen smiled and told him to make his face simpler, because it would be fun. He shouted to her that he didn't want to choose anything, and wouldn't. Verite knew that this was very tiring, and did not want to participate in such a thing at all. He said that she already said that she would deliver some violet sweets or something like that. He asked just to give them to the princess and not to bother him. Verite wanted to sort everything out as quickly as possible. The queen knew that the mirror in this world was like a friend, or a younger brother to her. She decided to turn a blind eye to his behavior, because she knew that he wouldn't be able to talk to anyone else. The queen saw her friend slowly walk away. She thought that he was still offended, and she showed it with all her appearance. But she knew that he would freak out a little and would come to her. She looked at Verite and said that she was the queen, and also asked where she would find someone else in the palace with whom she could discuss various topics and have fun. She looked at her friend and said that he was the only one she completely trusted. She said it sincerely because it was the truth. She looked at him and asked if he could talk to her about the princess, and in return she will listen to his discussion on the principles of magic. She knew that he could not resist such a temptation. He looked at her and said with a grin that there was nothing to be done, and he would help her. He himself wanted to talk to someone. The queen was very happy because he was caught in her net. She realized that he was a magic nerd, and her strategy worked on him. Of course, she didn't want to use this method, but she had no choice. She looked at him and asked if he would help her choose a ribbon. She wanted him to help with advice, as she really wanted to please the young princess. He looked at her and told her to bring everything closer to him as well. He called her by his affectionate nickname, Bibi. She smiled because she realized that since he was calling her by her nickname, it seemed like he was no longer offended. He looked and said the purple ribbon looked best. She was happy and had a lot of fun spending time with her new friend. The queen smiled and said that he had good taste. She really hoped that the princess would be happy with such a nice gift from her. He was puzzled because he saw that she looked happy. Verite was puzzled by the fact that he had heard various rumors about the queen, but was quietly convinced that they were not true. He smiled and said that the princess would definitely like everything. He asked who might not like the taste of violet sweets. The queen smiled and said that she would trust the opinion of the smartest mirror in the palace. She told him that she would be back soon and slowly walked towards the princess. The maid looked at the queen and asked what she wanted to give the princess. The queen looked at the maid and told her that she wanted to give the princess violet candies, since they could only be found in Kronberg in her homeland, and they were very tasty. The maid was shocked and said that she had heard about them because they were incredibly delicious. But they are very difficult to get, and they are absolutely not transported abroad." The maid shouted that the princess was very lucky. The queen looked at the maid and told her not to worry, since she had 2 more jars, and she will give one to them and the rest of the maids. The maid was shocked and said that the queen was a real angel, adding that the queen was still the best in the world. Walking to the princess, the queen saw unexpected guests. She didn't understand what they were doing outside the princess's room. She noticed that they were still communicating nicely. Abigail was excited and wary. The maid looked at them and asked who it was. Mrs. Norma said that this was the Duke of Stoke, and apparently he came to the palace to see his younger sister. The queen did not understand that even if he came to his sister, why were they at Princess Blanche's room? The queen thought for a moment that Abigail's death might be their fault, but unfortunately, she could not confirm this with anything. The queen watched them closely until she saw them go in different directions. The queen knew that everything would be fine, and whoever the conspirators were, she would not allow them to realize their plans. She looked at her maids and said it was time for them to go. She wanted to quickly go to the princess. The maid greeted the queen politely. Blanche was currently having an etiquette lesson, and she also asked the queen to go in peace. The queen looked at the maid and asked if she was sure she could come in. The maid, lowering her eyes, said that of course she could come in. The maid knew that she was a queen and could not be contradicted. The queen looked at Norma and Clara and asked them to wait outside the door for a moment. Entering the room, she saw the princess, who was studying etiquette. The queen gazed at the young princess. She noticed that the princess looked elegant and sweet. The queen was very upset because in this era there were no cameras yet. She sincerely wanted to take a photo of her as a souvenir because she understood that the princess was the best, as always. Inadvertently, the princess missed the book, and it fell to the ground. The princess was very scared. Her nanny came closer to her and said that the princess was the daughter of the late Queen Miriam. Therefore, she should have the same ideal manners as her mother. The nanny came closer to her and told her to start all over again. Princess Blanche obediently agreed. The princess worked hard for some time, but still made mistakes. The nanny looked at her and said that she needed to carefully monitor her posture, since beauty came from the ability to hold herself. She said that no matter what luxurious dress the princess wears, as soon as she stumbles, her radiance will fade. The queen watched everything and realized that the woman was too harsh towards the princess. After all, she is just a child. The woman looked at her and said that the most important thing for a woman is her beauty. The nanny said that no matter how powerful or gifted a woman is, her opinion will not be taken into account if she is not attractive. The queen was shocked by the words of the princess's mentor. She didn't understand how anyone could tell such a thing to a small child. She knew it was wrong. Abigail wanted to intervene, but still glared at them. She remembered how in a past life she was told that it was enough for a girl to be cute in order for her life to be arranged. Then she, too, listened to everything attentively, but now she understood that this was complete nonsense. She was told that she needed to lose weight and have surgery to change her appearance. And this was told to her by a friend who believed that she cared about her. Abigail then listened to everything and did everything according to advice, but to the detriment of her health. They told her that they met by their cover. She knew that this was unfair, but that's how society worked. Abigail had learned from her mistakes and knew the princess didn't need that. She wanted to protect the young lady from something like this. The nanny looked at the princess and told her to keep her back straighter and direct her gaze a little lower. She looked at the princess's waist and was puzzled. The woman asked the princess recently if she had eaten anything that was not on the menu she had compiled. The princess said that she had not eaten anything. The woman was puzzled as the princess's waist became wider. She looked at the princess puzzled and said that everything was clear to her, but she would still have to carefully monitor the princess's diet. The queen was furious because she did not understand how one could do this to an 11-year-old growing organism. She noticed that the princess is already much smaller and thinner than her peers. Abigail could not allow the nanny to abuse the girl. The nanny looked at her and told the princess to rest a little, and after 10 minutes of rest, they would continue their classes. The queen coughed a little to make herself known. The nanny was puzzled by the queen's transition, but the young princess was very happy. Nanny looked at her and asked what brought the queen to their classes. The queen looked at her and said that she had brought something for the princess. Blanche smiled. The queen gave the jar of gifts to the princess. The princess was surprised and asked what the queen brought, as she had never seen anything like this before. The queen looked at her and with a smile told the princess to open the jar. The princess opened the jar and heard a very refined and pleasant aroma. She was very surprised. Princess Blanche was shocked as she heard a sweet and unfamiliar aroma. The queen said that these are violet candies, and in her homeland they are very popular and very tasty. The queen invited the princess to try them. The princess thanked the queen. Nanny looked at her and asked the princess if she was actually going to eat the candy. The nanny looked at the queen and said that the princess needed to limit her food intake. She also said that she sincerely apologizes, but she is forced to ask the queen to take her gift. The queen looked at her and said that she was categorically against keeping a still-growing child on a diet. The nanny looked at her and said that this was all for the benefit of the princess. The nanny looked at her and asked if she herself had not clearly indicated that she completely entrusted the princess's training to her. She remembered how she had once said that the princess's training was entrusted to a woman and asked not to bother her again. She also said that she hoped that they would not come to her because of such nonsense. The young princess approached the queen and said that she was fine and didn't really need candy. She asked forgiveness for acting insatiably. The queen was shocked and did not understand how an 11-year-old child could be brought to such a state. The queen looked at the poor princess and said that if she wants to eat so much, then let her eat everything. The woman looked at her and said that she perfectly understood the queen's desire to please the princess with sweets, but she believed that the princess should not gain weight so that a beautiful and ideal figure would be visible in the dress. The queen was furious and asked whether the dress was more important or the health and height of the princess. She did not understand such absurd thoughts and words of the nanny. The nanny said that, however, as soon as the age of wearing a corset comes, for adults, other noble women also watch their figure. The queen was furious, because she understood that such torment was only for the sake of the corset and outfit. The queen looked at the woman and said that she understood everything. She wanted to smash the woman to smithereens. The queen said that in this case she would relieve her of the responsibility for teaching the princess. She said that she would hire someone else to monitor the princess's nutrition and health. The woman was shocked, but the queen firmly said that she was fired. The governess did not understand how the queen could even say such a thing. The queen looked at the woman and said that she needed to talk to the princess. In this alien and mysterious world, there are exactly the same outdated morals. In her world, the girl barely ate and took appetite suppressants to lose weight until her death. Social pressure ruined the young girl. The young princess looked at the queen and said that she was very sorry and she would no longer eat sweets, so she asked the queen not to be angry. The queen was shocked by this. She didn't understand how such absurd thoughts came into the princess's little head. She came closer to the princess and said that she was not angry at all and that she could eat sweets. She wanted to hold and protect the girl from the harmful influence of others. The queen looked at the princess and asked if she would like to enjoy the sweets together. The princess said in a trembling voice that if she replenished, she would not be able to fit into the dress. The queen looked at her and asked what was wrong. She understood that her head was filled with bad thoughts. The queen looked at the princess and said that children have every right to eat lots of goodies and grow up happy and healthy. She wanted the princess to get rid of such thoughts. The queen said no one should have these rights infringed upon as if she were an adult. The queen looked at her and said that the princess should remember these words very well, since there is nothing in the world more important than her happiness. The princess was shocked by these words. The queen pulled out a candy from the jar and offered it to the girl. The princess looked intently at the queen, not daring to take the gifts offered. Princess Blanche took the candy and tried it. The princess was absolutely delighted with the candy, as she had never eaten anything tastier. The queen looked at the princess and asked if it was delicious. She wanted the princess to like the gift. The princess looked at the queen and asked with a smile if she could have some more sweets. The queen said that of course she could, and took more treats from the jar. The princess ate more candy and began to cry. The queen was in shock and did not understand what had happened. Since everything was fine, the princess was happy and suddenly began to cry. The queen ran to the young princess and asked her what had happened. She asked if there was a pebble in the candy. The queen told the girl to spit it out immediately. The princess smiled and said that it was nothing. It was just her first time eating something so sweet. She cried with joy. The queen hugged the girl. She was shocked that the girl burst into tears because of one piece of candy. She did not understand what and how long this little defenseless girl had endured. The queen hugged the girl and said that from now on, whatever she wanted, she would give her all the sweets in the world. She wanted the young princess to grow up with love and care. The young princess hugged the queen tightly and cried quietly. The queen realized that the girl was very small for her height, and her growth slowed down due to the long-term diet. The queen wanted to bring even more sweets the next day, and later bring even more delicious sweets to the little girl. She knew that every day she would bring her sweets from all over the world. She did not want the young beauty to cry at all. Abigail wanted her smile to light up the whole world. After some time, the king and queen were eating together. The situation was tense, and they silently looked at each other. The queen was very embarrassed. She thought that she would soon have indigestion, since she could not even taste the taste. She really wanted to eat in silence, but was puzzled by the king calling her. He looked at her and said that he heard that she had a quarrel with the governess Blanche. The king asked if this was true. The queen was taken aback, and she even managed to choke on her food from the unexpected question. She looked closely at her husband. Abigail understood that an unpleasant conversation was about to follow. She was a little puzzled, as she wanted silence. She didn't want to talk to him at all. The queen said it was true. Abigail understood that now he would bombard her with questions and reproaches. He looked at her and asked what was the reason for their quarrel. Since he knew the queen, he wanted to know more about what happened incident. The queen said that the governess did not let the princess eat properly. Abigail had a hard time talking about this topic. The king was a little taken aback and said that the governess told him that she was doing everything for the benefit of the young Princess Blanche. The queen looked at him and asked if it was normal for a young princess to be forced to starve. She said that it was too harsh for the little princess. She was surprised that the king did not understand this. The queen said that, moreover, Madame had absolutely no respect for Princess Blanche. The king looked at her and asked what evidence she had on this matter. The queen said that the woman did not even ask the princess's opinion when choosing a dress for her. The king was puzzled, and after the queen's words he realized what had happened to Blanche's dresses, but he could not believe that the queen had just spent so much money on the princess. After all, he knew that she loved luxury very much. The king said that the governess claimed that she made such decisions for Blanche because she was too young for them. The queen was furious and said that even dogs and cats have their own will. She looked at the king and asked angrily if the woman was saying that Blanche was a person herself, did not know what she liked and what she did not. The king looked at her and asked what she wanted to do next, since they needed to look for a replacement governess. He was interested to hear her answer. The queen said that she did not care who would play the role of the new governess, but she would like the new person to respect the princess and not harm her both morally and physically. The king remembered how the queen told him that she did not need either power or the conception of an heir, and that she simply wanted to live without attracting attention to herself. The king looked at her and asked if he was again unreasonably suspicious. The queen did not understand what he was talking about. He looked at her and asked if she would mind if he brought someone from the Stoke house to act as a nanny. The queen said she didn't care. She just wants the girl to grow up in good conditions, and so that the new person does not force her to starve. The king was shocked by the queen's words. He did not expect this from such a woman. He stared at her with a shocked look for several minutes. The king could not believe the truth of her words. After a few minutes, the king said that he noticed that the queen was very concerned about food. The queen was a little shocked by his words. She felt that such a remark on his part was tactless. She didn't understand if he had just called her a glutton. Abigail didn't know if he was saying that the way she eats made her fat. The queen was confused and did not understand whether he was provoking her into a conflict, but still she decided not to fall for his manipulations, since she understood that objectively she was thin and thought that, most likely, he did not mean anything like that by his words. He looked at her intently. He was waiting for an answer from his wife. The king said that he understood her and would immediately remove the governess from her position. The king looked at her and said that the place was free now. Looking intently at his wife, he asked if she would like to take the seat herself. The queen was puzzled. She never expected that the king himself would offer something like that. The king said that although she was not blood, she was still the mother of the princess. He looked at her and asked if she happened to like the princess. The queen shouted in rage that there was nothing like that, and she really liked the princess. But this proposal simply took her by surprise. The king looked at her and said that then they decided everything. The king said that since they had already finished their business, he was already leaving. The king hastily decided to leave, and the queen sat dumbfounded at the table. She understood that in this way, she would spend more time with her beloved Princess Blanche. The young man looked at the king and asked if everything was okay with him, since he believed that leaving the queen near Princess Blanche could be dangerous. The young man did not like the whole situation and was very worried about the princess. The king said that he believes that the queen is not so stupid, since they provided guards to the princess, so nothing bad will happen. The king hoped that the princess would begin to slowly change her attitude towards people. The young man was shocked and said that the mere thought that the king had entrusted the queen with the princess was frightening. He was puzzled and asked why the king did this. He could not understand the king's intentions and actions. The king said he just wanted to make sure. The king wanted to make sure that he was right. He wanted to know the queen's true intentions. The young man looked at the king, puzzled. The king sincerely wanted to make sure whether it was true that the queen had changed or whether it was just a game. He knew that soon she would show her true intentions. The young man looked at the king and asked if he really had feelings for the queen. The king said with a grin that royal marriages are just deals. He looked at the young man and asked if something like that was necessary in such a union. The young man was puzzled because he thought differently. The young man looked intently at the king but could not say anything more to him. The queen knew that there were 10 minutes left before the set time. She couldn't even close her eyes at night, since this was her and Blanche's first meal together. Abigail was very nervous because she wanted everything to go well. But during lunch with the king, she almost vomited from discomfort. But this time she was nervous for a different reason. She wanted the princess to like everything, and she only had good thoughts. The queen looked at Clara and asked what her face looked like. She wanted to know if her face looked scary. Clara looked at her and said that her face was creepy as usual, but beautiful. The queen looked at the spoon and smiled. She was a little puzzled, and she understood that it was better for her not to even try to smile. Blanche entered the room, greeted Abigail, and asked if she was late. The queen looked at the young princess and realized that even today she was extremely sweet. The queen said that she was not late at all and asked the girl to sit down quickly. The queen knew that today she would definitely feed Blanche goodies. The queen said that she didn't know exactly what the princess liked, so she told her to cook something simple to start with. The queen looked at the princess and said that she really hoped she would like it. She really wanted the girl to eat well, and most importantly, that she liked everything. The queen looked at the young girl and said that they could start eating. The queen began to eat and was very pleased with the dishes. She also hoped that the princess would like it, but she looked at the princess and saw that she was not eating anything. The queen asked why she was not eating. The princess was a little puzzled. The princess looked at the queen and asked if she could really eat all this. She was afraid to eat, because she knew that she couldn't eat much so as not to spoil her figure. The queen was puzzled by this question. The princess said that she was usually told to eat half a portion of salad. The queen was angry because she was given children's portions and was also forced to eat only half. The maid saw the queen's expression change and hurried to tell her about it. The queen slowly came to her senses. The queen realized her mistake and told the princess that she was free to eat as much as she wanted, and she did not need to restrain herself. And you don't need to force yourself to finish eating. The princess was amazed and happy at the queen's words. The princess slowly began her meal. She really wanted to eat deliciously and was glad that she was allowed. She really liked the dishes. Before their meal together, she had never eaten anything like this. The queen was very happy and satiated with simple contemplation. She realized that grandmothers most likely felt this way during the holidays. She was pleased to see the little girl leisurely eating with a satisfied face. The queen did not understand how people could starve such a sweet child. She realized that the king simply silently watched all the torture of his only daughter. The queen looked at the princess and asked when she had a meal with the king. He did not tell her anything. The girl was puzzled by such a question. She hesitated for a while, not knowing what to answer. The princess said they never ate together, so he didn't say anything. The queen asked in shock. They had never eaten together at all. The princess said that her father always has a lot of government affairs, so they eat separately. Abigail was shocked and angry at the king. The queen did not understand why the king was so cold towards the princess. She knew few rumors about him. The previous queen left the world shortly after the princess gave birth, after which the king kept the queen's place empty for 10 whole years, and it was rumored that all this long time the king was yearning for his late wife. But the queen also heard that the reason the king did not love Blanche was that he blamed her for the death of his beloved queen. But Abigail couldn't understand how anyone could blame such a sweet girl. The queen looked at the princess with a puzzled expression and understood that the girl was not at all to blame. The queen looked at the little girl and asked if she liked the dish. The princess said that she liked everything, and it was very tasty. She was very glad that she could share a meal with the queen. The queen said that since they were almost finished, they could start dessert. She smiled and asked the maid to bring them dessert. Abigail really wanted the princess to eat dessert. Dessert was brought to them, and the young princess gazed at all the treats. The queen started her meal. She tried a piece of dessert and was pleasantly shocked by the taste as the dessert melted in her mouth. She knew that Blanche must also enjoy the delicate taste of the dessert. The queen noticed that the girl did not even touch the dessert. The princess looked at the queen and asked if she could have her portion. The queen looked at her and asked if she liked the eclair. If this is so, then she immediately orders him to bring her something else. The princess hesitated and said that that was not the point, and that it was very tasty. She looked at her and asked if the portion was too big for her. Abigail didn't understand what was going on, and it really upset her. Princess P looked at the queen and said that the dessert was really very tasty, and that's why she really wanted to give it to the queen. The queen was very glad and happy from such words of the young princess. Abigail didn't know why she deserved such kindness from the princess. The queen was shocked and did not understand how the princess could be so kind and sweet. The young princess looked at the queen, puzzled. The queen said that she was very grateful, but her care was enough for her. So she sincerely wanted the princess to enjoy the eclairs. The queen said she could always ask for more, so she needn't have worried. She pushed the eclair towards the girl and said that she could eat as much as she wanted. The princess looked at the queen and thanked her with warmth in her voice. The queen gazed at the young girl and did not understand how the king could hate such a charming little child. She didn't understand how anyone could hate such a cute creature. The queen was sure that this was only because he had never really communicated. She knew that she could show him all her beauty. Abigail knew that she could make him regret completely ignoring such cuteness. The king was in his study, intently reading a book. He thought that he had not had time to rest for a long time. He heard someone's steps and thought that his assistant had come again. The king, puzzled, told him to go out. The queen came to the king's office and saw him standing at the window reading a book. Without looking up from his book, he asked what it was this time. The queen hesitated a little and asked if she had disturbed him. The king was surprised by the queen's arrival, as he did not expect to see her. He hastily closed the book. The king came closer to the queen and invited her to sit down first. She obediently agreed, because she knew that they had to have a serious conversation. The queen looked closely at the king and said that she actually had a request. The king was surprised and looked closely at his wife. He looked at her puzzled and asked what request she had of him. The queen said that from now on, he should have a meal with the princess once a day, as she would really like it. He looked at her and asked if there was a need for shared meals, since he knew that the princess was no longer a child. He looked at the queen and said that he did not want a stream of childish whims, the future heir to the throne. The queen was furious at this answer. She didn't understand how her father could even say that. Abigail was furious and said that these were no whims. She just wants to strengthen their relationship as father and daughter. He was shocked by his wife's behavior and asked what kind of relationship we were talking about. He looked at her and asked why he needed to do this. The queen said angrily, because they are family and they need to behave appropriately. The king was surprised by this statement from his wife. He didn't understand why she needed something like this. The king looked at his wife and said that although he still did not understand how joint meals and family relationships were connected, but he heard that she often eats meals with the princess when she pleases. He was puzzled and asked why he should join the meal. The queen was shocked and said that he was her father. The king sat for several minutes, averting his eyes, and said nothing to the queen. The queen looked at him and said that of course this did not mean that she would eat with them. She said, puzzled, that she had already said that the king does not need to play the role of a husband. He only needs to be a real father, that's all. The king sat and looked intently at his wife. He was horrified by her words. He looked at her and asked what she meant by being a husband. The queen looked at him, puzzled, and said that it was a sign of sympathy. She said, puzzled, that the duties were related to the bed. The king looked at her and asked how she came to the conclusion that she no longer wanted attention. The queen was shocked by this question. She didn't know how to answer such a question. The king looked at her intently, and the queen, in turn, could not answer anything. She shouted with rage that she was not his wife. Of course, she wanted to shout like that, but she didn't shout. The king looked at her and asked if she had taken a lover. The queen was puzzled and asked what he said, as she did not seem to hear. The king said that he would not reproach and would not interfere if she wished to bring a man as a favorite. Kroll said that even if she gets pregnant, he will accept the child as his own. The queen was shocked by her husband's words. He lowered his eyes and said that it seemed to him that this was even a profitable agreement. The queen was shocked. His words made her very angry. She looked at him angrily and asked what he just said. The king was frightened by her expression. The queen said that she goes out of her way to avoid getting into some kind of shameful situation. She did not understand what other favorite was and who the king took her for. The queen shouted that even if their marriage was a cover, she still remained his wife. The queen did not understand how he could insult her so much. She didn't understand how he could say something like that so frivolously. Yes, and also to his own wife, broken by despair that she could only watch him from afar. The king looked down, puzzled, and said that it just came out of his mouth, since lately he has been making mistakes in relation to her too often. The king is puzzled by the whole situation. He asked her for forgiveness. The queen decided not to waste the opportunity and asked what about her request. She said that if he fulfills it, she will forgive him. He looked at her and asked if she was talking about the meal. The queen smiled, and the king said that he would fulfill her request. The king said that every day was too often and would greatly disrupt his schedule. He asked how about once a month. The queen looked at him and said that she agreed to once every 3 days. The king asked maybe once every 2 weeks. The queen said that once every 3 days would be enough. The king said he could only do it once every 10 days, but the queen was determined to do it once every 3 days. He began to object to her, but looking at her, he saw a girl behind whom a gladiator was standing. She was serious. She looked at him and with a menacing expression on her face said that once every 3 days and no more. Looking at her, he couldn't help but laugh. The king was puzzled by her assertiveness. The queen was perplexed and asked what was funny. He smiled at her and said that it was nothing funny, and he also agreed that he would have dinner with Princess Blanche once every 3 days. But he also added that he would like the queen to also be present. The queen was puzzled and asked if he really wanted her to have meals with her every 3 days. He looked at her and said that if she was not happy with this, then they could forget about the idea of eating together. The queen, puzzled, said that she was satisfied with everything and would have a meal with him. No matter how much it suited her, she still could not back down. He looked at her and said that if their negotiations were completed, he later asked her to inform her about a specific date. The queen smiled and said she would inform him. The queen looked at him and said that if it wasn't too arrogant on her part, could she ask him something? He looked at her and asked what she wanted to ask. She said that he avoids intimacy with her and keeps Princess Blanche at a distance. She asked if the queen was treating them this way because of what happened. The king looked at her, puzzled. The queen said that she heard that he loved his late wife very much. The queen said that it was too cruel of him to distance himself from the princess. Because of this, the king was shocked. The queen said it was not the princess's fault. The king was a little puzzled by the queen's words and told her to stop. The king asked what kind of nonsense she was talking about, and who even told her about this. The queen was in shock and did not understand what she was told. The king looked at her and shouted who told her that he loved the previous queen. The queen looked at her friend and said that it seemed the rumors were false. She said that the king's expression spoke for itself. He looked at her and asked what happened next. The queen said that she then asked him what was the real reason for his indifference to the princess. But the king only said that looking at the queen, one can say that she knows absolutely nothing about parental love. The queen was puzzled because he said something like that. She did not understand how he could not love such a cute daughter. She did not understand how his own child could not touch him. She was furious and did not understand anything at all. She did not understand, just as then, instead of the queen, it had been empty for so many years. He looked at her and said that he didn't know the answer to this question, and her friend also asked why she didn't ask about it herself. The queen said that the atmosphere was not the most suitable for such a question. It seemed to the queen that the king at that time looked as if he was ill. He looked at her, and said that he had heard several rumors from the palace, and they could be clues to the reason. He said that this was such an unpleasant story, and also asked if the queen still wanted to hear it. The queen was shocked and said that she definitely wanted to listen to the story. She looked at her friend and said that he was only in her room. She didn't understand how he could have found out all the rumors. He looked at her and said that she could move on her own, anywhere as long as there was a mirror there. The queen was surprised and asked if it really had such a function, as she thought it was very cool. Abigail looked at him and asked if he could record. Because if it could record, then it was a real security camera. He was a little puzzled, but the queen quickly told him to forget everything. She looked at him and said that was not the point, and they were completely off topic. She looked at him and asked him to share the rumors with her. Verite said that, firstly, people call the king extremely cold-blooded and heartless, since he imprisoned his mother with his own hand, after which he himself became extremely indifferent. He believed that it was quite natural that such rumors should arise. The queen was a little puzzled and said that she had indeed heard something like that. She said that he seemed to have thrown her into prison on suspicion of plotting to overthrow him from the throne, and when the queen began to actively interfere in politics and build up military power. The queen said that, however, she still would not call him so without passion. She looked at her friend and asked what other rumors were circulating about the king. The young man said that it was not a pleasant thing to say out loud. He didn't really want to tell her everything. He said that Blanche may not be his daughter. The queen looked at the mirror in shock. She looked at him and asked if the queen was having an affair. She did not expect this from the late queen. She quickly closed her mouth as she realized what she had said. The queen knew that walls also have ears, so I didn't really want to say something like that. The queen went to the mirror and asked if the late queen was really so fearless. She was shocked by the queen's actions. The young man said that there is no evidence of this, and these are just rumors. He said that this could very well be the reason for the king's hatred of the princess, and moreover, they said that after the incident with the queen, the king spent more than 10 years alone due to his distrust of women. The queen said that if this is true, then everything is logical. But no matter how you look at it, Blanche was a copy of the king, and there is no doubt that she is not his daughter. The young man said that she could be with someone who has similar features. The queen was puzzled and did not believe what she had just heard. He looked at her and said that he was talking about Revan. She was shocked and shouted that this was some kind of soap opera because she couldn't believe that her wife was playing tricks with her brother from another mother. She was puzzled and knew that she would never have thought of going to Santa Barbara like this. He told her that they could not say such a thing, but such rumors were true. Verite said that as far as these rumors concern the already deceased queen, there is no way to know the truth, but you can still try to find out from the king whether the rumors are true or not. The queen sighed and said that the king would definitely deny everything, whether the rumors were true or false. She screamed because she didn't know what to do with the relationship between the king and the princess. She knew that if this was all true, then it would be possible to improve their relationship only if the king was a saint. He looked at her and told her to calm down, because these were just rumors, and they knew nothing for sure. Verite looked at her and told her to try to find out everything herself. The queen was puzzled and did not understand how she could find out everything. Verite looked at her and said with a grin that he was repeating to her once again, as he had said earlier, that all the mirrors in this palace were his eyes. He showed her the king and what he was currently doing. The queen was shocked as she saw the king's office. She didn't understand if it was really his reflection. Her friend looked at her and said that if she watched him through the mirror, then perhaps she would gradually be able to find out the truth. She looked at him and asked if he had thought about the feelings of the person being watched. She looked at him and asked if he was following her, as she hoped he wasn't. He looked at her and shouted that he was under no circumstances watching her, as he respected other people's privacy. The young man looked at the queen and said that they still would not use this method of surveillance. He asked her what she intended to do next. He was interested. The queen was puzzled and said that later I would try to ask the king directly. Verite looked at her and asked whether she was stupid or not. The queen was furious, because she knew that he wouldn't tell her anything, but she had no other options. She said that she thought she needed to find out about this from him personally. The queen said that she would first monitor the atmosphere when they spent time together. She said with a smile that she didn't want to eat at the same table with him. But there was no way out, since she needed to take the first step. The next day, everyone worked tirelessly in the kitchen. The cook shouted at everyone because he wanted to know how the preparations were going for His Majesty and the princess. He hoped that everything would go smoothly. All the servants said that everything was fine and he had no need to worry. The cook looked at them and said that they must do everything perfectly, since this was the decree from the queen herself. He wanted everything to happen without incident. He remembered how she came to him and said that the king and the princess would eat together, so they should try especially hard. The cook shouted that it was time to serve the main courses and told his assistant to hurry up, and she didn't forget what he told her. The young girl was very frightened and quickly hurried as fast as she could. As she walked down the corridor, she noticed a woman. The woman looked at the girl and said that she was a little late. She told her to quietly approach her. The maid looked at Madame Jeremy and asked if everything would be fine. Madame looked at the maid and said that of course everything would be fine, and it couldn't be any other way. She said that this incident would definitely not harm her. The woman was very angry with the queen and did not understand how she dared to shame her when she herself did not fulfill the duties of a queen. Madame said that she just wanted to return everything to normal. Lately, everything has been calm, but one tiny mistake and all trust in the king will instantly collapse. The maid asked Madame to quickly finish her business, because if she doesn't serve the dish before it cools down, she will feel very bad. Madame saw the humble dish and thought that this must be a dish for the princess. She opened a jar with unknown contents and poured it onto a dish. Madame pointed to the dish to the maid and told her to serve this particular dish to the princess. The maid was a little puzzled and asked what Madame sprinkled on the dish. Madame told the maid not to worry, as this was just to regulate the princess's appetite. Madame looked at the maid and asked if she would like to try it. The maid tried it and was surprised because she realized what it was. She realized that there was nothing wrong with this. Madame looked at the maid and told her to hurry up, otherwise the dish would really get cold. Madame hid the same bottle in the queen's room, and the first thing they would suspect of the incident, of course, was the queen. She knew it was just a little commotion. Slowly, the maid set the table and served the main dishes. The princess was very happy, and I hoped that everything would go perfectly. The maid looked at the young princess. She thought that the woman had added what was clearly a regular spice, and that everything should have been fine. The queen looked at the dish and asked for attention, because it seemed to her that they had mixed up the plates with the princess. The king looked at her and asked what was wrong. The queen said that it was nothing special. She just didn't like asparagus, so she asked her not to put it in. The maid was taken aback because she remembered that the chef had told her about this. The queen looked at everyone present and said that they could start eating while the food was still hot. The maid exhaled because, thank God, nothing happened. The queen was pleased with the prepared dishes. She was very pleased that the spices were felt stronger this time, and everything was prepared perfectly, as always. The queen knew that she needed to put down her fork as soon as possible, since recently her dress had become too tight for her. Therefore, she will have to go on a diet, although she told Blanche that the figure is not important. But still, she was puzzled. She was still afraid, but she knew that what was most important was the inner world, not the appearance. But she knew that only beautiful people have the right to speak like that. If she had said something like that in a past life, they would have only laughed at her. She knew she was damn lucky to be reborn in such a beautiful body, but still, she knew that if she gained a lot of weight again, they would start looking at her from under their foreheads again. As a result, although her appearance was different, she still couldn't change even a little from the time when she criticized herself because of other people's opinions. The queen knew that she did not need to think about it now, since it was the best time for tea and casual conversation. She noticed that the king was simply silently drinking tea and being silent. Abigail was angry with him. She knew that she would have to diffuse such an atmosphere herself. The queen looked at the princess and said that the dress suited her very well. She looked at the king and asked if he agreed with her opinion, since she claimed that the princess was simply lovely. The king looked at the young princess and said that she was lovely in this dress. The queen said that the princess always looks lovely, but today she is especially charming. The young princess looked a little embarrassed as she looked at the princess. The queen saw wings behind her. The queen was perplexed because she saw the wings. She rubbed her eyes because she thought she was just imagining it. Everyone was perplexed. The king looked at the queen and asked what happened to her. The queen was puzzled because she definitely saw wings. She looked at the young princess and said that nothing had happened and that she was fine. The queen in turn felt a little strange and dizzy. She noticed that she was not in the same mood. As always, she was much more cheerful. The princess looked at the queen and asked if she was okay. The queen looked at the princess and said with a smile that she was beautiful and charming, as always. The queen said with a smile that the princess was cute, as always. She thought their Blanche was just like a fairy. The king and princess looked at the queen with a puzzled look. The queen looked at her and glanced briefly at the king. She asked if his princess wasn't cute. The king was puzzled by his wife's behavior and said that the princess was very sweet. The queen looked at him and asked if he could repeat it again. The king looked at her and said that he thought the princess was very sweet. The queen was very happy and shouted that this is exactly how it is, and their Princess Blanche is the sweetest in the world, and she has a heart of gold. For a moment the queen looked down. She said that the princess had to go through a lot of hardships and had to endure such things at such a young age. She knew it must have been hard for her. The princess looked at the queen with her big blue eyes, puzzled. The queen looked at the king and asked with rage why he did not give such a lovely daughter love. She told him to look at her, since the princess was like a real fairy, and she even had wings. The king and the task looked at his wife and could not understand what was happening to her. He knew that she definitely didn't drink anything alcoholic, but she was acting like she was drunk, and even for a drunk person, her behavior was too strange. The queen looked at her husband and said that if she were him, she would hold Blanche on her lap every day. The queen looked at the princess and shouted for her to come to her. The princess was surprised, but said that she was coming to her. The princess jumped into the queen's arms. The queen, with a smile on her face, took the little princess into her arms. She was very glad that the girl came to her and sat on her lap. With tears in her eyes, the queen asked the young princess why she was so lovely. The king was surprised by his wife's behavior. He looked at her and asked why she was crying. The queen sighed heavily and said that she wanted Blanche to like her back, and she didn't even know what to do. The queen said as she hugged her sweet princess that she was very cute, and rabbits were cute too. The princess looked at the queen and asked if she was okay, because she saw that she was behaving differently than usual. The queen, in turn, screamed and hugged the princess tightly. She screamed with joy that she had a real fairy in her hands. The king was shocked and realized that the queen had clearly reached the stage where she did not even hear what was being said to her. The king looked at the princess and told her to come to him. The king took the young princess to a servant and asked to be shown into the room, and he also asked to bring the court doctor. The servant said that he would do everything immediately. The king approached his wife and asked how she was feeling. He was very worried about his wife. The queen said that, of course, she was perfectly fine, and she also began to mutter something inaudibly. The king was shocked by her behavior. The king noticed her condition and thought that she was not at all okay. The queen came closer to him and looked at him intently. He noticed that her eyes were pure violet. He didn't understand if they had always been like this. He was embarrassed for a moment. Unexpectedly for the king, his queen cupped his face with her hands and looked at him intently. He was shocked by this behavior, and he was frightened by her actions. She pulled him closer to her. He was in shock and frantically prayed that she would not come closer to him. She grabbed his face with her hands and told him to stop living like this. She looked at him and asked if he thought he could do anything since he was so hot. She asked him if he thought he would be forgiven for a rabbit torn to shreds just because of its beautiful face. Abigail was furious and told him that she had put a lot of effort into the toy. She screamed at him. She looked at him and asked if he thought that since he was a king, everything was allowed to him. She looked at him and asked what was so difficult about sharing a meal with her daughter, since they had never eaten together. Abigail didn't understand why he was so opposed to communication. The king began to shout at the queen and said that she had gone too far. The queen did not hear him, and she said that he and his daughter were still family. She lowered her eyes and said that it would be very wonderful if they got along. She sincerely wanted them to get along. Even in this state, she was talking about the princess. A servant entered their room and was stunned by the sight. He couldn't understand what was happening. The young man looked at them dumbfounded. He was speechless and even dropped his documents. After recovering a little from the shock, he came closer to the king and queen and asked if everything was okay with the king. The king, in turn, said that he was fine. He just needed to bring a doctor. A doctor came running to them and asked the king if he was all right. The king looked at the queen and said that first it was necessary to take her to the bedchamber and then figure out what was what. He was puzzled by her behavior and condition. The queen stood up proudly and said that she would get there herself. She didn't want anyone to help her. She stood on her feet for a while. She was in shock and did not understand what was happening to her as her head began to spin and the room began to blur. Abigail realized she was losing consciousness. Abigail didn't know whether she was dying or not. She heard someone's voice and it was very insistent. Abigail didn't understand who needed her at all and why they called her so persistently. She sincerely wanted to see who it was, but her eyelids were very heavy. Her head hurt very much. She didn't understand whether she had a hangover or not. Abigail didn't really remember drinking anything. She remembered how they had dinner with Blanche and Villian, and then everything was in a fog. It was very difficult for her to remember anything. And it was also very bad. The queen gradually remembered how she tormented the king. She was very ashamed of her actions. She did not understand how she could have done such a thing. She thought it was most likely just a dream. The queen thought that she was simply out of her mind. She sat under the blanket in shock, and she cried quietly. It was hard for her to accept reality and her actions. The king came closer to her and asked if she had come to her senses. She lay under the blanket and did not answer him. Abigail understood that at this rate she could be executed or exiled somewhere. She looked at him and began to cry, adding that she had committed a mortal sin in front of him. The king said that everything was fine, so he suggested that she lie down for a while. She said that everything would lie down for a while, and then looked at him and asked what he said, because I expected a completely different reaction and a different attitude from him. He looked at her and said that he knew she wasn't herself then, so she shouldn't worry. He realized that she would not have said such a thing in her right mind. She was shocked because she realized that he dared to insult her. But still, she knew that this reaction was better than what she thought. She knew it was even better this way. The queen looked at her hands and asked his forgiveness. She said that she did not understand what she was doing and did not understand at all what had come over her. The king looked at her and said that it was her food that was the problem. The queen was surprised because she didn't understand what food had to do with it. She was confused by everything. The doctor looked at her and said that during the investigation, they found a lot of nutmeg in her plate. The queen was puzzled and said that nutmeg is the most common spice. She sincerely did not understand what the problem was. The doctor said that this is usually true, but if you eat too much nutmeg, side effects can occur, usually dizziness and overexcitement, feelings of drunkenness, as well as hallucinations and unrelated delusional speech. The queen realized that she had all the symptoms that evening. She was in shock and did not understand how this could happen. She was shocked because she could not think that this could all be because of some unfortunate nutmeg. The king looked at her and said that he had decided to execute the chef in a week. He said it doesn't matter what happened or whose fault it was, but they still dared to harm the royal family. The queen was shocked and asked him if this was too much. After all, it was just someone's mistake. She looked at him and asked if he could laugh a little sentence. The king was at a loss. He couldn't understand why she was acting this way, and most importantly, why she didn't understand that he dared to harm the queen. He looked at her and asked how such a punishment could be too much. The queen said that perhaps he did not do this on purpose, since she thought that everything was fine with her. Abigail looked at him and asked him to have mercy on the chef. She also said that she would be very sad if he executed the chef. The king looked at her and said that he would temporarily postpone his punishment. The queen was very happy because she saved the chef. The king looked at her and said that the princess wanted to see her. He looked at his wife and asked if he should let the princess see her. The queen did not have time to answer him. The princess ran into her chamber and asked if she was okay and if she was in pain. Princess Blanche was very worried about the queen's well-being. The queen said that everything was fine with her, and she also asked for forgiveness for having behaved so indecently with her. She said that she was sincerely sorry because she thought that the princess was scared of her. The princess looked at her and said that she was fine and was not afraid of anything, but she also wanted to know something. The queen was puzzled. Abigail asked what she wanted to know. The princess looked at the queen confusedly and asked if it was true that she liked her. She was glad to hear such words from the queen, but she doubted that it was true. The queen was very pleased with this question and said that it was true and that she really liked the princess very much. For a moment the princess beamed with happiness. She was very pleased and happy at heart. Princess Blanche looked at the queen and said that she had one request then. The queen looked at her and asked with a smile what request she had. Princess Blanche looked at her and shyly asked her, when she recovered, would she agree to take a walk with her. The queen looked at the princess and said that when she gets better, they will definitely take a walk together, adding that she will try to get well soon. Abigail was in seventh heaven. For a moment, the queen was glad that she was ill, because of this they were able to become very close. The doctor came closer to her and said that the queen had just recently woken up. Therefore, it is better for her to remain on bed rest for several days. The queen was upset by this news. The queen looked puzzled at the doctor and said that she was fine, and with the princess next to her, her head was clearing up and didn't hurt at all, when suddenly a burst of pain washed over her. The king looked at her and said that she had better rest, and he also said that Blanche needed to leave the queen's chambers. Blanche sheepishly agreed with her father and said that she would go, and the queen needed a good rest. The queen looked after them and said that she was really fine. She wanted to stay with the young princess as long as possible. For a moment she lay down on the bed, puzzled, and swore at her husband since he was slow-witted. Abigail was happy and wanted to talk to the girl a little more. The queen was puzzled that nutmeg was such a dangerous spice. She actually had a headache and thought for a moment whether she should rest for a while. She heard her friend's voice. He asked if everything was okay with her and if she was alive. Abigail was very scared and yelled at him because she didn't expect him to come to her. He looked at her and asked how she was feeling. The queen was surprised and asked Verite how he got into the small mirror. The queen took the mirror in her hands and said that now she feels quite tolerable. She was surprised because she saw that he really had great capabilities and knew how to transfer to other mirrors. He looked at her and said that there was no use in this, since he could not even help her avoid the attack. The queen looked at him and said that she was very grateful for his concern, but that everything was really fine with her. He screamed in rage because he did not understand in what sense it was good, since he knew that she almost died. The queen was puzzled and did not understand what he meant. Verite said that if you eat too much nutmeg, you can die or go into a coma. You can also go blind. She was shocked by his words. The queen screamed at the mirror in shock. He looked at her and said that everything was limited to what was only because she was an adult. He was glad she was okay. He said that if little Princess Blanche had eaten such a dosage, she really could have died. The queen was shocked because she realized that Princess Blanche had almost eaten that dish. The queen understood that it was impossible to close her eyes to such a mistake. She said out loud that the chef needed to be fired. She was angry that someone had targeted the princess and nearly killed her. He said there was no point in firing the chef as the chef now had nothing to do with the incident. The queen was shocked and asked what he knew about the incident. She asked him to tell him and not to miss the details. The woman was shocked and very angry that it was the queen who ate the meat, as she realized that her plan had failed. She understood that she might pay for her actions. A maid hurriedly came in to see her. The woman rushed at her in rage and asked what she wanted. She didn't want to see anyone right now. The maid was taken aback and said that a woman was calling for Her Majesty. The woman was in shock and understood that the end awaited her. She was scared and did not know what to do or how to behave properly in the presence of the queen. But for a minute she thought that most likely the queen could not know anything, and she was calling her only for some trifle. She sincerely hoped so. She came to the queen and bowed obediently to her, and she also asked what the queen wanted. The queen looked at the woman with a terrifying gaze and greeted Madame Jeremy. The queen looked at her with an angry look and asked if Madame Jeremy knew why she had called her. Madame Jeremy knew that the queen looked rather intimidating, but she knew that she must not lose her composure. She looked at her and said in a calm voice that she did not know why the queen had called her to her. Madame knew that in high society, as in war, and she was already a veteran, and such things could not split her. The queen looked at her and said that she knew that Madame had added nutmeg to Princess Blanche's food. She looked at her and asked if she continued to pretend that she had nothing to do with it. Madame Jeremy was shocked and did not understand how the queen could know this. But for a moment she was taken aback and thought that most likely the queen just wanted to feel her in this way. She knew that in this way she had to protect herself. She said that she did not know that the queen hated her so much and made such strange accusations against her. Madame Jeremy burst into tears and said that, in truth, this was too much. The queen gazed at the entire circus. Abigail wanted to bring Madame to light as soon as possible. The queen looked at her and asked Clara to bring the young maid. Madame Jeremy turned around sharply and saw the young maid who had served the table the last time, serving dishes. Clara looked at the queen and said that she had brought the maid from the palace kitchen she had spoken of. The maid was shocked by everything that was happening. She knew that she too would be overtaken by the queen's wrath. She was very afraid. Madame Jeremy realized that the girl had betrayed her, but she knew that nothing terrible would happen if she continued to stick to her line. Madame Jeremy looked at the young maid and asked the queen who this girl was, since it was the first time she had seen her. She decided that they would believe her first of all, because she had status. The queen looked at us closely, madame, and said that such an amusing spectacle was beyond belief. After all, she added nutmeg to the dish right in front of the young maid. Madame looked at the queen with tears in her eyes and said that she really knew nothing about it. Madame Jeremy tearfully asked the queen if it was really not enough for her to replace her as the princess's governess. Madame knew that if the queen had evidence, she would have already told the king everything. But since there is none, she will continue to deny everything. The queen said that it was a strange situation, and it seems that it was indeed some other person. She held the mirror up to Madame Jeremy's face. Madame Jeremy stared intently at the reflection. She came closer and looked at the mirror in bewilderment, wondering what this thing was. She heard her voice. Madame Jeremy then said that she wanted to return everything to in her own circles, and the maid in turn asked her to hurry up, since she should not serve the dish before it had cooled down. She saw her reflection, and what she did then, she heard her voice, and what she then told the maid to serve the dish to the princess. Madame Jeremy collapsed to the ground in shock. She realized that this was the end for her. The queen looked at her and asked if she had any excuse for the whole situation. Madame Jeremy sat on the floor and begged for mercy from the queen. Madame Jeremy burst into tears and said that she only naively wanted to regain her position as governess, so she decided to cause a little commotion. The queen angrily walked closer to Madame and asked if she really wanted to cause a little commotion. Madame said that she only wanted to achieve an easy environment for the princess. The queen squeezed Madame's face with her hand. Madame cried and said that she was in great pain. The queen was furious and asked if she was hurt. She couldn't understand how such nonsense could hurt her. She screamed in rage that because of her pampering, Princess Blanche almost died. The queen said that even an adult could faint from such an amount of nutmeg, but it would not have ended in a simple faint if a child had eaten such a dosage. She shouted in rage that it was cold-blooded, and an attempt on the life of a member of the royal family was a minor commotion. Madame was shocked, because she understood that this could not happen, since the pharmacist told her something completely different. She was not then told what the dosage should be for the child. The queen looked closely at the woman and said that on the one hand she felt sorry for Madame, since she was completely trusted with raising the princess, and then the queen suddenly appeared and turned everything upside down. She said she was well aware that the queen was an eyesore for her, but if the queen had been the target initially, she would have forgiven her. She did not understand how Madame could do this to a child who had replaced her mother for 10 years. Madame asked for forgiveness and mercy from the queen. The queen pushed her away, and she fell. The queen looked at the woman intently and said that she had 3 options. The queen said that the first option was to voluntarily surrender to the king and tell him everything. Second option, the queen herself will report everything to the king. Madame Jeremy looked at the queen and asked fearfully what the third option was. She feared the wrath of the king and queen. The queen said that here and now she would die by her hand. Clara looked at the queen and asked if she knew the news. Clara said that everyone says that Madame Jeremy was sent to prison. But the queen knew the news, since that day Madame Jeremy decided to voluntarily surrender to the king and apparently thought that this way she could mitigate her sentence. But despite all her senseless suffering, the king decided to execute her. He looked at the woman with fury because he knew that such an offense was unacceptable. But no matter how they hid it from the princess, nothing came of it, and she found out everything. As a result, Blanche sent a letter to the king, a tearful plea for mercy for Madame Jeremy. It was decided to send him to hard labor, but still, just in case, the queen also recorded the scene of how Madame Jeremy's maid hid nutmeg in her room, although she naturally couldn't do anything stupid anymore, since the rumors had already spread, but still she decided to play it safe. The queen looked at her maid and asked if the cook would return safely to her duties. The maid smiled and said that everyone said that he had returned and that everything was fine with him. Clara looked at the queen and asked with a smile if today was the day she was going out with the princess. She knew that the queen was looking forward to their meeting. The queen said that today they will be walking, and she is already preparing to go, since the princess cannot be kept waiting and they need to hurry. The queen was very happy, as she went out for a walk and caught a note of fresh air. The queen arrived half an hour earlier, but was already looking forward to their meeting. She was walking along the path when she suddenly heard an incomprehensible noise. Abigail decided to peek and see what was behind the bushes, because she thought that there was most likely a cat there. The young princess sat and picked flowers. The queen saw the young princess behind the bushes. Princess Blanche was very frightened by the unexpected appearance of the queen. Princess Blanche looked at the queen and said that she had arrived early. The queen said she looked like she had arrived a little early. The queen looked at the puzzled princess and asked what she was doing in the bushes. The princess hurriedly showed the queen the flowers. The queen was taken aback and asked if these flowers were for her. She did not at all expect that the young princess would give her a gift of flowers. The princess was puzzled and said that the flowers were for her. She looked at the queen with a smile and embarrassment and said that the flowers were as beautiful as she was, and that's why she wanted to give them to the queen. The queen did not know what to do because from happiness she wanted to cry right in front of the princess. The queen thanked the young princess and said that the flowers were indeed very beautiful. Princess Blanche pulled the queen's dress, and the queen sat down next to the young princess. She said that when the queen said that she liked the princess, it made her very happy. Since she, too, had long wanted to make friends with the queen, the princess looked at the queen and sheepishly thanked her for the fact that the queen decided to take a walk with her. The queen was shocked that the princess was embarrassed, but she still expressed her feelings very beautifully. It seemed to the queen that the princess was already very mature. The queen knew that after such moments her life became even more meaningful and beautiful. Abigail knew that she could now die with peace of mind right now. The princess was in shock and did not understand why the queen was crying. The queen looked at her and said that her eyes were just sweating. The queen looked at the young princess and realized that she was very happy now. She was very happy that they were able to get so close to her. The queen looked at the princess and asked if she would like to go for a walk then. She also said that she had prepared biscuits for them to snack on. The princess hurried after the queen, with a smile on her face. They slowly walked and walked. Both were glad and happy. Suddenly the queen noticed that the king was watching them. The young princess looked at the queen in confusion as she noticed that she had seen something. The queen looked at the princess and smiled, and also apologized for her inattention and said that they should continue to go for a walk. The queen realized that most likely the king simply decided to take a break from work for a while and look out the window. The queen and Princess Blanche slowly walked and walked near the palace. The queen sat on a beautiful fine day and drew. She carefully and intently looked at the landscape around her in order to accurately convey all the beauty of her surroundings on the canvas. But besides this, I thought about the young girl. The maid came closer to her and said that her tea was ready. Clara looked at the queen and said that lately she has been drawing a lot. The queen smiled and said that this was just a very interesting activity. The queen knew that in fact it was all a hoax, and having made drawing her new hobby, she would slowly move on to designing dresses. She wanted to please the princess. The maid looked at her and saw the queen wearing a pendant. She asked the queen if this was the same pendant that was made from the flowers given by the princess. The queen said that the maid had made a right point. Lately the queen and princess have been together more and more. Their time together brought them closer together. Therefore now the princess is less shy in front of the queen, and sometimes even comes up to hug her. The queen was very happy at this change in the behavior of the young princess. Clara looked at Abigail and said that soon there would be a festival in honor of the founding of the country. Clara asked the queen what dress she would wear. The queen looked at the maid with a puzzled look, as she was not at all ready for the festival in honor of the founding of the country. She knew that, judging by the memories of the real Abigail on the last day of the last festival, she was terribly offended. The queen didn't know if it could happen again this year, but she also knew that she didn't care. The maid approached the queen and said that delegates had arrived from her homeland. The queen looked at them puzzled and asked if the delegates had arrived from Kronberg. The queen looked puzzled and thoughtfully at the canvas on which she was painting, and said that in that case they should quickly go to them. As for the memories of the real Abigail, The girl has almost all the memories, but not the memories from the day of death. She knew that she didn't have anyone particularly supportive of her, or even anyone close to her. The queen was puzzled that she might encounter someone from Abigail's circle who was not in the memories. She did not understand how to communicate then. The man came closer to the queen and bowed. He asked her if everything was fine with her. The queen looked at the man, puzzled, and a moment later she smiled at him and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The queen looked intently at Sir Moise and asked with a smile how father and mother were doing. Sir Moise is close to the ruler of Kronborg, but to some extent he was close to Abigail. But he also preferred to maintain a certain distance in communication. Therefore, it is quite easy to interact with him. Sir Moise said they were both quite well, apart from their lack of sleep, due to their constant worrying about the young queen of late. The queen smiled and said that she was fine, so that he can convey to them that they shouldn't worry too much about her. The man said with a smile on his face that, to be more precise, their worries were related to the birth of the future heir to the throne. The queen understood that she should take back her words of relief. It was a complete disaster. She knew that a not very pleasant conversation would begin now, for which she was not mentally prepared. She knew that when she visited relatives for holidays, people with whom she usually had no contact, a wild interest suddenly appeared in her. They constantly asked a bunch of ridiculous questions, which greatly traumatized the young lady. He looked at her and said that the queen mother was wondering if the queen could not or did not want to become pregnant. They didn't understand the reason. She remembered her past life and understood that then and now everything was repeating itself. Abigail smiled and did not answer anything intelligible. She wanted to quickly end the unpleasant conversation for her. The man looked at her and said that the queen mother was very alarmed by the news of last year's founding festival, namely the case when the king refused to dance with her. The queen was shocked. And now I understood what the problem with the last festival was. She realized that they would have an extremely difficult conversation. Usually a married couple at a ball must dance, no matter how bad the relationship is, but according to etiquette standards, spouses must dance the first dance. However, the king refused Abigail to dance throughout the entire festival, and no matter how much she begged him, he would not dance with her. The queen understood that the real problem was the prejudices that had arisen among the nobles, and Kronborg's side reacted especially violently, and they immediately began to think about the poor queen. And right now, the same thing was happening. The fly in the ointment was that after the death of the previous queen, Villian, in principle, did not dance with anyone else. The queen looked at the man and asked if not everyone already knew that the king did not like to dance. The man looked at her and said with a smile that the queen mother had already learned this too. The man said that the lack of an heir is still a serious problem. He said that the queen would be in danger if she never gave birth to an heir, and this danger would also affect Kronborg. The queen knew that Kronborg was smaller and weaker to the state, but still the queen did not have the slightest desire to do this. The man looked at her and asked with complete seriousness whether it could be that the king still hated her. The queen hesitated and said that this could not be, but she herself knew that this was so. But she doesn't want to show that this is true. The queen said that the man should not worry as they got along well together in their own way. The man was puzzled by this answer and asked if she was confident in her words. The queen said that lately they have been eating together and spending a lot of time together, so they have a pretty good relationship. Well, here the queen did not lie, because it was the truth. The queen knew that she was exaggerating a little, but still she did not lie. The man said that it was a relief to hear such good news. He looked at her and asked if they should wait for them to dance together at the festival. The queen was surprised and did not know what to answer, since their conversation went in a completely different direction. The man looked at her and asked her seriously if she had lied to him about their good relationship. The queen was taken aback and said that she had not lied to him, but dancing was a little different. The man looked at her joyfully and said with a smile that then they would look forward to their dance together. He hoped everything would go smoothly. The queen smiled and did not answer. She didn't understand at all why the conversation had come to this point. The young man looked at the king and asked what happened to him. He saw the king's puzzled face, and he wanted to help him. The king looked at the young man and said that it was nothing. Just suddenly a chill ran down his spine. The king looked at the young man and asked if it was true that the queen and the princess had been spending a lot of time lately. The young man looked at the king, puzzled, and said that the king and the queen had also begun to get along well lately. The king looked at the young man and said that they were just having a meal together. He looked at him and asked if he was the one who so ardently supported the idea of sharing meals with the princess. The young man said that it was certainly good for the king himself to get closer to the princess. However, he added that he still does not trust the queen. The young man said that although the culprit in the recent incident with Nutmeg admitted to what she had done, it still seemed strange to him that some kind of plate with a dish came across to the queen. The king looked at the young man and said that he did not trust her completely. However, since the criminal was found, he thought that blaming the queen for everything in the world was already too much. The young man looked at the king, puzzled, and said that he was right and asked for forgiveness. The king said that he would no longer act in the interests of the queen, so there was nothing to worry about, since he did not have any warm feelings for her. He had only one curiosity. He was wondering why she suddenly warmed up and began to show a lot more feelings. They walked leisurely through the palace when suddenly a servant ran up to them. The servant was a little puzzled and said that the queen was asking for an audience with the king. The king was surprised, as he did not expect the queen to ask for an audience. The queen looked at the men who had arrived and asked the king if everything was all right with him, and also thanked Sir Millard for his good service. The king looked at his wife and asked what brought her to his audience. The queen looked at him and smiled. She said she needed to talk to him alone. She asked with a smile if he had a minute. The king looked at her and said that of course they would talk in private. He asked his subordinate to leave them alone. The servant looked at the queen in disbelief and said that he would leave them. The servant slowly left them and walked closer to the palace. The king looked at her and asked what she wanted to talk to him about. The queen was puzzled and did not know where to start the conversation. The queen looked at her king and asked if he could dance with her at the upcoming ball. The king was surprised by his wife's request. The queen said that she knew that he did not like to dance very much, but there was a small problem, and she needed him to dance with her. The king was puzzled and asked what happened. The queen said that a delegation had arrived from Kronberg. After her words, everything became clear to the king. The queen said that her paternal relatives seemed to think that they were not having a child because they had a rift. The queen said she denied it, but they didn't seem to believe her words. The king looked at her and said that if they didn't dance to her words, there would be even more rumors about their discord. The queen said that she still decided to ask him for a dance. The king was puzzled since she asked him to dance with her several times, but for some reason the feeling of her request was completely different than before. The queen said it was a matter of diplomacy. She sincerely hoped that he would put aside his personal feelings and dance with her. He remembered her the last time she asked him to dance, but her look was completely different. He remembered his dead wife and he felt uneasy. Kroll looked closely at his wife and realized that something had changed, and surprisingly, he did not feel hostility this time. The king hesitated and asked the queen for forgiveness. The king looked at her, and after a moment with 2 eyes from her, he said that he was a bad dancer, so he did not like to dance in front of others. The queen looked at him and asked if they could practice together then. The king was puzzled by this proposal. The queen looked at him and said with a smile that if this is the problem, then they need to train together. Since there was still a lot of time for the festivals, they will have time. The king looked at her, puzzled, and asked if she was really offering him training. The queen said with a smile that she, too, had not trained for a long time, and she needed training in dancing. The king looked at her in surprise, and he thought that now he could simply firmly refuse the offer as she had done before, but for some reason at the moment he could not say anything. The queen looked intently at her husband and expected an answer from him. He looked at her and said that he would think about it. The queen bowed to him and told him not to bother himself and asked for forgiveness for such an excessive request. The king stood dumbfounded for a moment. Sometime later, the queen began holding rehearsals with the young princess. The maid showed the young princess how to dance correctly. Clara was very happy because the princess did everything very well. The queen watched the training and was very glad that the princess was doing well. The queen looked at the young talent and was very glad that the princess was still coming out with tears in her eyes. She clapped for her. The queen said that their Princess Blanche would definitely shine the brightest at this ball. The princess was a little embarrassed and said that she still wasn't very good at dancing. The queen looked at Clara and asked if she was not beautiful and a dancer. Clara praised the princess and said that she was the sweetest in the whole kingdom. The queen knew that it was a natural nudge, but she was still glad that her advertising worked on Clara. She knew that the princess was the cutest not only in their kingdom. Mistress Norma looked at Clara and said that calling gentlemen dear was a violation of decency. Clara smiled and asked the princess for forgiveness since she herself did not notice her mistake. Princess smiled and said that everything was fine because she praised her. The princess became embarrassed and said that she wanted to dance even better because she was sure that in this case her father would praise her. The young ladies froze in bewilderment. They were shocked by the words of the young princess. The queen was surprised since the young princess was noble and mature at only 11 years old. The queen patted the young princess on the head. The queen smiled and said that, of course, His Majesty would definitely be happy with the success of his daughter. The princess looked at the queen and asked if her father could dance with her for the holidays. The queen was puzzled by such questions and did not know what to answer. The queen was puzzled because she understood that, in fact, her father was a log. Although this was unexpected news, she could not imagine someone doing something that he did not know how to do. The queen looked at the young princess and said that when she grows up, they will definitely dance together. The princess looked downcast for a moment. The queen was furious and did not understand why the king was so mischievous and did not want to dance and did not even want to study. The queen decided to immediately correct the current situation. She looked at the young princess and asked if she would like to dance with her. The princess was puzzled by this question but at the same time happy. The queen knew that, of course, it was a little strange for girls to dance together at balls. Blanche looked at the queen and said that she would dance with her, since she really wanted to dance with the queen. The queen was sincerely surprised by this turn of events. She did not expect the princess to agree. Clara looked at them and said that this was a very wonderful idea, and she had no doubt that it would definitely be wonderful. The queen was embarrassed and looked at the princess and asked if they could start training together. The queen told Clara to start the music again, and she and the princess started dancing. The princess was very happy. The queen looked intently at the princess. She was very pleased that the princess was so happy about dancing together. She also knew that she was very lucky that Abigail loved to dance. Abigail was hungry for attention and dancing, but she danced skillfully at the appropriate level. Fortunately, although the queen never danced in her vulgar life, thanks to Abigail's memories, her body moved on its own. She knew that dancing was a lot of fun. Previously, dancing for her felt as if she had a bomb in her hands, with which she needed to escape the enemy camp. She remembered the day when she danced against her will at a talent competition and also received a lot of attention, but of course in a bad way. Above everyone mocked her because they thought that the stage might collapse under her, and they also pointed fingers and asked questions. Does the girl even know how to dance? She knew that since it was a sexy female idol dance, it would probably look ridiculous. The queen knew that nothing could be done. And the most important thing is that now, at that very second, she was simply dancing and enjoying the dance with the princess. She knew everything would be fine. After all, she is really happy. The maids watched the queen and the princess closely. They saw how the queen and little Blanche rejoiced. Clara looked at them and said that they looked simply amazing, and Blanche was the most beautiful of all. She said that everyone on the floor would be delighted with their dance. The queen smiled and thought that they were not so beautiful. She looked at the mirror and mentally asked if he had captured such beautiful moments. Clara looked at the queen and princess and asked, why don't they wear matching dresses since it was such an event? She said she was sure it would be very beautiful. The queen and princess looked at the maid, puzzled. The queen realized that her maid was simply a genius. Abigail looked at the princess and asked what she thought about this. The princess looked at the queen and said that she agreed. But since she was not very knowledgeable about beautiful clothes, she would like the queen to choose the outfit. The queen was shocked. But more than that, she could not believe that the princess would wear the dress she had personally chosen. And she will spin around in it, around the hall with her. The queen looked at the princess and realized that she could personally create the design herself. Looking at the queen, the princess apologized for causing so much inconvenience. The queen was puzzled and said that she was not causing her any inconvenience at all and that everything was fine. The queen looked at the princess and said that it was the other way around and she would be happy to prepare a dress that would suit her perfectly. The queen looked at her and asked if she could tell her what style she liked. The princess smiled shyly and said that she would definitely tell her. The queen knew that nothing could stop her anymore. She wanted to give all of herself to be sure to win such a sacred game. She really wanted to make the dress the most beautiful at the festival. The queen looked at the sketches of dresses. She looked puzzled at all the sketches and asked her friend what would suit the princess better. He was surprised and looked at the queen and asked if his opinion mattered. He knew that the queen would say anyway that Blanche would look great in anything. The queen looked at him and said that of course he would look great in anything. Verite looked at her and said that it was a very difficult case. The queen said that if he argues with her, then it is better for him to leave and play somewhere. The queen had a ton of options in her head, but she knew that a design that was too ahead of the times would certainly be difficult to live with. She stared at the sketches and a wonderful idea came to her mind. She wanted to use a corset to emphasize her narrow waist and full breasts, while the dress adds volume to the skirt. However, she knew that she did not want to actually push little Blanchette into the corset, since the corset causes a lot of pain, even for adults. She wanted to create a beautiful and at the same time comfortable dress. Verite looked at her and said that she had drawn such an unusual design. She showed her sketch closer and asked if it looked strange or too pretentious. He said that not at all. He was just seeing such a design for the first time, and it was unusual for him. The queen looked puzzled at the sketch of the dress and realized that it was quite complex. The queen said that she drew a lot of different things. So first he will try to show sketches of the princess. She was sure that she would definitely like something. She looked at him and asked if he had seen how she and Blanche danced because she thought that the spectacle was quite cute. He looked at her and said that everything looked nice. The queen was puzzled and said that she did not hear a drop of sincerity in his words. A maid came to her and said that it was time for her to go to rehearsal. The queen was puzzled and said that she was already on her way. Verite waved his hand after her and wished her a pleasant time. The queen looked at her friend and told him not to forget to write everything down today. The princess greeted the queen politely. The queen looked at the princess and apologized for her being late, and also said that she wanted to show her something. The young princess looked at the papers and asked what they were. The queen said she wanted to show her sketches of designs for a dress for the founding festival. The princess was amazed by the beauty of the sketches. The queen looked at the princess and said that there are different types of dresses. Therefore, she did not need to rush and needed to take a good look at everything. The queen said that if there is something you like, she needs to say about it. The princess smiled and said that she would choose what would suit the queen well. The queen looked at the princess puzzled and told her not to choose a dress that suits her, but what exactly the princess likes. The princess looked at the sketches in embarrassment. The queen realized that it didn't matter what she liked, because the young princess would look lovely in everything. The princess ran up to the maid and asked her to take care of the sketches so that they would not fly away in the wind or get wet from the water. The queen looked at the princess and said that then they could start rehearsing. The king came up behind the queen and greeted them. The queen was frightened because she did not expect to see him. She turned around and greeted him. She did not understand why he still deigned to come to them. The queen looked at him and asked if he was in good health, and also asked what brought him to them. He looked at her and said that he had come at her request. The queen looked at him, puzzled. The king lowered his eyes and asked her if she didn't offer to train together or if she had already forgotten. The queen was puzzled. She asked him if he had not refused her then. He looked at her and asked if he should leave. Abigail said that under no circumstances should he leave. She looked at him and thanked him for his time, and also added that the princess missed him very much. The young princess timidly greeted her father. A young man came closer to the young princess and asked if everything was fine with her, and he also said that she looked healthy and he was very happy about that. The princess greeted Sir Millard. He looked at the princess in confusion. Abigail saw the young man and realized that in front of her he looked completely different. The queen noticed that Blanche herself did not seem to be very timid in front of Milord. The queen looked at the young man and asked if the princess's outfit was not luxurious today. The young man said that the blue material of the dress goes well with the color of her eyes, and there are not many ribbons, and they do not overload the outfit, but only emphasize her charm. And of course, all this is not so necessary for a princess to remain beautiful. The queen was shocked, and she understood that he fell for her trick. She noticed that he was also in the princess's fan club. The young man said that today, His Majesty came for a joint rehearsal with Her Majesty. He looked at the princess and asked that while they were dancing, he could be the princess's partner. The princess looked at him shyly and said that she would like to dance with Her Majesty. The queen was surprised and at the same time amazed by the words of the young princess. He looked furiously at the queen. Abigail was in shock as he scolded her with his eyes out of hopelessness. She mentally mocked him. Mentally, the queen said that if he was so jealous, then he could dance with Villian. The king stood between them and looked at them. He did not understand what they had done here. The queen looked at the princess and asked why not dance with her, but with his majesty. The princess was shocked by this proposal. The queen said that she thought that all her subjects would be absolutely delighted if they danced together at the festival. The queen looked at the young man and asked if she was wrong. My lord looked at the queen and said that he also thought it was a very great idea. The king looked at them, puzzled and questioning. The king looked away and asked what had even started here. He didn't understand why he should suddenly dance with his daughter. The queen looked at him and said with a smile that there was nothing wrong with him just practicing today. He looked at her, puzzled. The queen said that this is why he came here. The king looked at her, puzzled, but still agreed, and asked the princess to join him. The queen noticed that the young princess was uncomfortable. The queen said that they could then dance a little more again tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. She looked at the young princess and said that they could dance as much as they wanted. The princess timidly agreed to dance with her father. He slowly took her hand and they started dancing. Everyone looked at them, puzzled. The queen noticed that they were as awkward as possible. She did not understand what had happened. She noticed that the princess was more shy in front of her father than in front of her. The musicians started playing music. The queen was puzzled and did not understand what the king was doing. Moments later, she remembered that he had said he couldn't dance. The queen decided to help them a little. She said she would help and set an example. She also asked her maid to be her partner. Clara and the queen slowly began to dance. The queen looked at the king and said that the dance was only simple and repetitive movements, so they should cope. She looked at him and asked if he remembered all the movements, or should she show her again. The king said that this was quite enough. Slowly the king and princess began to dance. The queen was puzzled, because she realized that the king was a surprisingly good dancer. The young princess accidentally stumbled and fell. Everyone was shocked. They quickly ran up to the princess and took turns asking if she was okay. The princess was scared and asked her father for forgiveness as she had made a mistake. The queen looked at the young princess that she had accidentally tripped, and the king looked at the princess and asked if she was okay. The queen and princess stood and looked at the king in bewilderment. The king came closer to her and asked if she had made a mistake. The princess said in a trembling voice that she was fine. He looked at her and said that in that case it was good. The king looked at her and said that if she was okay, then they could continue with the rehearsal. The queen knew that everyone was scared for the young princess, but they were also all surprised that there were no reproaches from the king, and it seemed like everyone had seen something like this for the first time. So we were very surprised. And the king resumed the dance as if nothing had happened. The princess looked at her father and asked forgiveness for being too inept. Kroll looked at her and said that with such a composition it was easy to make a mistake, and this was not skill at all. He looked at her and said that she just needed to practice a little more. The queen looked at the king in shock. She did not understand how he could say such a thing. The queen approached the princess and asked if she could rest a little, since she and the king needed to rehearse a little. The princess slowly retired to rest. The queen knew that now she would have a dance with the king. She saw his expression and realized that he wasn't even thinking about dancing with her. The queen looked at the king and said that if he was tired, they could rehearse another time. He walked closer to her and said he was fine. The queen looked at him and realized that he looked sick. She looked at him and said, puzzled, that if there were too many people watching, she could let them go. The king said that everything was fine and there was no problem. The queen knew that, of course, everything was abnormal, but she didn't want to argue with him. She asked him to play the composition. They inevitably got ready to dance. The queen looked at him and understood that even though he said that he could not dance, but it didn't look like an incompetent dancer at all. The queen slowly extended her hand to him. The king shuddered. He walked away from her and asked her to stop. The queen came closer to the king and tapped him on the shoulder and asked if he was all right. He pushed her away furiously and told her not to touch him. He looked at her furiously. The queen was shocked by this behavior of her husband. Everyone present looked intently at the king. They were shocked by his behavior. The king asked him to excuse him and quickly left. The dumbfounded servant wanted to say something, but could not utter a word. He looked at the queen and hastily said goodbye. The queen was in shock and did not understand what had happened. She stood for a moment and looked after the king. She was dumbfounded by her husband's behavior and understood that now she would have to resolve the whole situation herself. The queen looked puzzled and said that she had lost her partner. She looked at her maid and asked if she could dance with her. The maid was taken aback and said that she would dance with her. While dancing, the queen understood that the king hated her. She also knew that he most likely despised her. She didn't understand why she had so stupidly forgotten such a simple truth. For better or for worse, for a long time now, her best skill was pretending that she knew everything would be okay. The queen knew that she needed to keep her back straight and concentrate on the music and dance restlessly. The young queen smiled, despite the fact that she wanted to pretend that she was not in the least hurt by what had happened. The king gathered everyone for a meeting. They discussed various pressing matters for a long time. After the discussion, the king said that they needed to discuss a festival to celebrate the founding of the country. He looked intently at everyone present, but they irritated him greatly. One of the men said that he had prepared a list of honored guests for the festival. Duke Stoke smiled happily. The king briefly noticed that the Duke of Stoke looked particularly excited at the moment. He didn't know if rumors had already spread throughout the palace. After the meeting, the king hurriedly left the room. The servant looked at the king and said that the time for the meal had already come, and the princess and queen were waiting for him. The king shuddered and was taken aback. He was not ready to have a meal with his family. He didn't understand why he had to go to them today. He briefly remembered his wife, and his heart ached. The servant asked the king if everything was okay with him. The king told the servant to send someone to tell them that he would not eat with them today. The servant said that he would do everything. The king sat puzzled in his office. The young man stood and looked intently out the window when suddenly a man called out to him. He asked Sir Millard what he was doing. The young man said that the king skipped meals, does not say anything, only works continuously, and even he now feels uneasy around the king. The man laughed and said that he was just on his way to the king with the documents he asked for. The man looked at the young man and said that today work ended early. He did not understand that the king needed to finish so urgently. The man said that it seemed like something was bothering the king. The man came to the king and said that he had brought the documents that the king asked for. The man said that someone was asking for an audience with him. The king looked at him and asked if this was the queen by chance. The man said it was not the queen. The king exhaled, puzzled, and said that it was clear. The man said that Princess Blanche wanted to meet him. The king was surprised because he did not expect his daughter to ask for an audience. The young princess came to the king for an audience. The princess greeted him. She looked at her father and asked him if he was in good health. What is needed for a ruler is not kindness, but intelligence and determination. So the king was always worried about the softness and cowardice of his heir. He kept his distance in order to raise his weak-willed child in strictness. But Blanche herself never approached the king and did not make the first contact. However, he was surprised that she arrived first and began to get nervous. The young princess looked at him and greeted him. The king looked at her and told her not to stand on the threshold and come closer. He asked her what brought her to him. Princess Blanche looked at him and said that she heard that he could not come to dinner because he was busy, and therefore he did not have time to eat. The princess said that for this reason she brought him food. The king was completely puzzled because he did not understand why she did not simply ask the servants to bring him food. He didn't understand why she needed to come to him personally. He looked at what was in the basket and saw sweets. The king said that he doesn't like sweets. Princess Blanche looked at him, puzzled, and asked for forgiveness. For a moment he remembered his wife, who asked him to be a little affectionate to his little daughter. The king looked at the puzzled face of the princess and decided to eat the cookies. Blanche was very happy and surprised. He ate the cookies and was very disgusted because they were too sweet. The king thanked the young princess for bringing him food. He wished he could tell her not to do that again. The princess looked at him happily and said with a smile that next time she would bring something different. The king looked at her, puzzled. The princess looked at the king and said that she wanted to tell him something. The king was surprised and told her to speak. The young princess hesitated, not knowing how to tell him. She looked at him and said that during yesterday's rehearsal, after he left, Her Majesty looked very sad. The king was puzzled and surprised by these words of the young princess. He felt some inexplicable pain in his chest. He looked at the princess and asked what she wanted from him. He noticed that his daughter began to ripple in front of him. He was surprised because he himself did not notice how he raised his tone. He looked at her and said that was not what he wanted to say. Blanche looked at him and asked if he could apologize to the queen. The king was stunned by such a question from the young princess. He noticed that although his daughter was shaking with fear, she still did not run away and did not look away. He didn't understand if she had always been like this. The princess looked at the king and asked if he did this because Her Majesty had done something wrong. The king said that there was nothing of the kind. The princess looked at him and asked why he treated the queen like that. The young princess became upset and began to cry. She said that the queen had done nothing wrong at lunch today. She just pretended like nothing had happened. But she was definitely sad. The king looked at the young princess and asked her why she cared so much about the queen. The young princess looked away from the king and said it was because she was her mother. The princess looked at her father and said that she would really like her mother and father to get along. The king was surprised by such words from the young princess. He did not expect that she would call her mother. The king said that he understood everything and would certainly apologize to her. The young princess was very happy and asked if he could come to dinner next time. The king looked at her and said that he would definitely come. The young princess was very pleased with her father's answer. The king looked at her and said that if she no longer had questions and requests for him, then she could go and rest. The princess obediently agreed, bowed to him, and wished him a good evening. The king was puzzled and did not know how best to apologize to the queen. The young man was very angry with the king and shouted at the queen to get a divorce. He didn't understand why the king came to the rehearsal and then suddenly became furious. Verite was furious and did not understand why he would beat others. The queen laughed sweetly. Her friend was puzzled and did not understand why she was laughing. The queen said she just liked that he was angry with her. He shouted that of course he was angry because it was very creepy and unfair to her. The queen said that she completely agreed with him, and she needed to scold him well. The young man looked at her and said that the king was simply very bad. He looked at her puzzled and said that he was serious about the divorce. And she needed to think about it. The queen looked at him and said that it was a political marriage. She didn't know if it was possible to get a divorce so easily. The young man said that if she wanted, he would find a way, since he had studied human history, and there were already precedents for the dissolution of political marriages. Because if a child cannot be born in a union, and if one of the parties had a dark past, then you can get a divorce. He looked at her and said that if she still wants to get a divorce, then she should tell him and he will definitely arrange everything. The young queen thought for a moment about divorce. The queen knew that, in all honesty, she would have agreed to the divorce if she had said it was not tempting. But she didn't know if she could leave the young princess. She didn't know if she would be okay. The queen knew that at first she loved her with a fanatical love, but at some point she began to worry about her, and they began to get closer. And now the young princess seemed to really become family to her. She couldn't go and leave the young princess. She knew that another meal together was coming soon. The queen did not want to see the king at all. She did not know what to do. The queen heard some strange sound. She heard footsteps and thought that, most likely, another Abigail killer had come. But suddenly the footsteps outside the door died down. She waved the candlestick but suddenly heard a man's voice. It was the king, and he asked if she was sleeping. Hearing his voice, she was taken aback but also calmed down. She was surprised that he asked if she was sleeping with her. Abigail thought it was a line from some ex. She didn't know if he had come to quarrel again. The queen wanted to pretend that she was sleeping. The queen decided that since she had the chance, she had to say that they would no longer be together and invite him not to interact in any way. She said she wasn't sleeping. The king stood outside the door. He asked her if he could come to her for a while because he wanted to talk to her. The queen opened the door a little and asked why he had come to her. The queen heard the smell of alcohol. She looked at him and realized that he looked fine, but still he was a little drunk. The king looked at her and said that he came because he needed to tell her something about what happened yesterday. The queen allowed him into her chambers. The king looked at her and said that he sincerely regretted his actions yesterday. The king said that for some reason he felt like he often pushed her to the point where he had to apologize to her later. The queen said that indeed he often apologizes to her, and he should not do so often. She said that if he didn't want to dance, he didn't have to. The queen said that she understood well that he despised her, so that she would no longer bother him. She said that she would no longer catch his eye as he wished. She looked at him and said that he could go back to his room and rest. The king was shocked and did not understand why she decided that he despised her. He said he didn't despise her at all. The queen said that he was unbearably disgusted even to touch her. She looked at him and asked, "If this is not contempt, then what is it?" The king would like to say something, but could not say a word. He said that just because he pushed her away didn't mean he hated her. The king said that he was simply physically unable to withstand contact with women. He said that aside from that, she seemed to have misunderstood a lot of things, so that he would like to tell her everything. The queen thought that he had something like a phobia of women. She looked at her and asked what he wanted to tell her. The king said that this concerned his previous relationship with the queen, and if it weren't for her, he would have been able to dance with her. The queen looked at him and asked if the rumors were true that Blanche was not his daughter. The king looked at his wife in surprise and puzzlement. The king said that Princess Blanche was indeed his child, since it was not in the nature of that woman to sleep with other men. The queen looked and asked why he then avoided even talking about his previous wife. The king looked at her and asked if she knew how old he and Blanche were. The queen thought for a moment. She knew that he was older than Abigail by about 3 years, making him 26 and Blanche 11. The queen was taken aback. The king said that he was 15 when the midwife gave Blanche into his hands, and he declared her his child. The queen was shocked by what she heard. The king said that when his father died, he was only 14 years old, and priority to the throne was his, but he was too young to take the throne. The king said that everything is fine now, but as a child he was very sickly, and a couple of times he even found himself on the verge of death, and therefore his mother was always afraid that he, being so frail, would die and his birth would be interrupted. She always told him that he needed to have a child, as it was his royal duty. The king said that perhaps his mother did not expect him to grow up healthy, and his wife probably thought so too, because she was not aware of the vanity of anyone in the world. By giving birth to an heir, the young queen was able to strengthen her own position. So when even the king was suffering from a fever, conceiving a child was more important to her. The king felt very bad, but still the young queen asked him to be patient a little, as he had to do his duty. The king said that since then, physical contact with women has been unbearable for him, and therefore the blame for his inability to dance with the queen lies entirely with him. The king looked at her and asked for forgiveness for not being able to tell this earlier. The king said that this was all ridiculous since he was a king, but he was afraid of completely natural things. He said that if she was disappointed in his inadequacy to the status of a king, then he would understand. The queen said she was not at all disappointed. The king was surprised. The queen said angrily that this was not funny at all. The queen shouted to him that what happened was absolutely not his fault. A small and weak child from illness was shoved into the newlyweds' bedroom like some kind of thoroughbred stallion. No one cared about the child's feelings. The queen was very angry with herself for making him feel guilty, which made her feel guilty for doing wrong in the past. The king looked at his wife, puzzled, and asked why she was crying. The king looked at her and said that he did not understand at all why she and Blanche shed tears so easily over completely insignificant things. The king spoke calmly about his wounds. The queen took her breath away, and while he did not shed a single tear, the queen, on the contrary, could not shed tears. The king approached the queen and asked her to calm down and not cry. He said he wasn't talking about this to make her cry. The queen noticed that he himself was making friends. The queen asked His Majesty for forgiveness. The king was puzzled, did not understand why she was asking for his forgiveness. The queen said that she really insisted on the dance, but it would no longer force him. The queen cried and said that she would never enter his chamber again. The king looked at his wife puzzled and said that everything would be all right if he told her about his situation right away, and it was natural for his wife to ask her husband to dance with her. He looked at her and said that conceiving an heir would be difficult, but there was no dancing, and if he practiced, he would at least be able to hold her hand. He looked at her and asked if she could hold his hand. The queen noticed that his large and strong hand looked fragile and boyish. Abigail said that if it was difficult for him, he could let her go at any time. The queen silently held his hand. The king was embarrassed and found it very difficult to restrain himself. The queen released her hand and said that he did not need to force himself. The king released her and asked for forgiveness. The king said that they would not be able to live like normal spouses. She exhaled and said that she knew it. The king looked at her and asked if she was reproaching him. The queen said that she did not reproach him in any way, and even if they lived differently, that would be enough. She said that even if they stood like this, side by side, even if they could not become spouses, they could become a real family. The king was shocked and did not answer her. The king looked at her and asked if he could come tomorrow and hold her hand. The queen smiled and said that it was possible. He looked at her and asked if she would allow him to come the day after tomorrow. The queen smiled and said that he could come to her. The king came closer to her and asked if he could come to her every evening and hold her hand. The queen smiled and said that he could come to her every day. The king said that he had already caused her enough trouble at such a late hour. So he will leave immediately. He told her to rest well. As he left, the king thanked his wife. Abigail stood and silently watched him leave. Clara showed Abigail a new product from the boutique. She was very happy and asked if the queen liked it. The queen was very angry and told the maid that she had already said many times that she did not need underwear. Clara looked at the queen and said that recently the king came to her every evening, so she thought that she needed to prepare something new. Abigail knew they were just holding hands. However, even if she says this, no one will believe it. The king actually came and trained every day holding hands. The queen herself was sometimes nervous, from the way she felt a slight trembling. But as a result of such special training, they can now hold hands for as long as 5 minutes. Clara shouted that if the queen wore such underwear, the king would stay with her for a long time, right up until the morning. The queen looked at the maid with a puzzled look and said that His Majesty valued more not what was on the outside, but what was on the inside, so you couldn't charm him like that. Thanks to everything that happened, the king and queen looked like a happy married couple. They ate meals together regularly. The king spoke more and more with the princess and queen, and their relationship actually became a little better. The queen thought that if things continued like this, then at the festival in a week, they would actually be able to dance. The maid approached the queen and said that Princess Blanche had come to see her. The young princess approached the queen, greeted her, and asked if she was okay. The queen smiled and said that of course she was doing well, and thanks to the young princess she was doing just fine. The queen smiled and asked what brought the princess to her today. The princess looked at the queen shyly and said that she had chosen the dress from the design she had drawn. The task queen didn't look at the design the princess had chosen. She thought the princess would choose a more conventional design. The queen looked at the princess shyly and asked if this dress would really suit her. The young princess said that she saw such a dress, and it was very beautiful and cute. She said she definitely wanted to wear it. The queen smiled and said that she would try to complete it as quickly as possible. The princess thanked the queen and said that her lesson would begin soon. So she had to go. The princess looked at the queen and asked if it would be okay if she came to see her next time. The queen said that she could come whenever she wanted and wished a good journey to the princess. The young princess thanked the queen and hurried off to her classes. The queen called her maids and told them to call the most skilled cutters and tailors in the kingdom. Along with summer, the expected festival in honor of the founding of the country began. The young ladies were looking forward to the festival, but unfortunately, the day turned out to be particularly hot. And they said that this day was the hottest in the last few decades. Everyone was surprised when they saw the beautiful Mrs. Karen. Everyone said that she was beautiful, as always. The young ladies greeted Mrs. Karen and asked if she would like to try canapés or tartare. Miss Karen said with a smile that she would try the snacks. The young ladies praised the young miss very much, and they said that the chosen dress suits her very well. The young lady accepted all the compliments because she knew that the dress was really beautiful, since it was very expensive. The young lady saw her father and asked the lovely ladies for forgiveness, because she needed to leave. The man looked at his dear daughter Karen and asked if she was having fun. The young girl said that, of course, she was having a lot of fun. The father looked at her and said that he was very happy. He came closer to her and asked if she had forgotten her role while chatting with the young girls. Karen smiled and said that this was simply impossible. The man came closer to his daughter and was surprised at her beauty. He said that the king would definitely like this. The man looked at the young ladies and said that the queen should have died then. He regretted that she suddenly survived, and he also added that they needed to make sure that the king's heir was from his family. The young lady looked at her father and told him not to worry too much as everything would be fine. The man said that everything would be fine, since a woman who looks like a witch cannot be compared with Karen. He left. He told her not to forget her role under any circumstances. The young lady said that she would try her best. One of the young ladies approached Lady Karen and asked if she would like to dance, since her brother really wanted to be her partner. Lady Karen laughed and said that it would be very difficult. She knew that she could not waste her time on some son from the Count's family. She knew that this year she had to do everything so that the king would dance with her. The sound of music pulled her out of her thoughts. The queen and the princess slowly arrived at the ball. Everyone looked closely at the queen and princess, as they were in very elegant outfits. The gentlemen whispered to each other, and they said that they had never seen such dress designs in their lives. The queen was taken aback, as she realized that no one else had a dress like theirs. She saw how closely they were examined and began to talk about them. The queen thought they should quickly change their clothes. The young princess looked at the queen and said that she really liked the dress. Princess Blanche thanked the queen and said that she really liked her beautiful gift. The queen was in shock because she did not expect such a blow. It was critical for a minute, and she forgot that the princess was next to her. The queen thought that she should still trust Princess Blanche and leave her elegant dress. After all, no one in the world will criticize Blanche for such a beautiful image. The chemise dress they wore to the ball was designed and popularized by Marie Antoinette. It had no corset, and the material evolved naturally, demonstrating both comfort and grace. Chemise, widely used as an underdress nightgown. Having a bottom shape similar to a chemise, the chemise dress is tied at the waist with a ribbon, which creates natural movement of the fabric. The queen decorated their dress with a slightly more elegant ribbon, due to the festival as the founding of the country, since the fabric is thin and the lack of discomfort from the heat is the advantage of such a dress. The queen looked at all the guests present and thanked them for taking part in the festival. The queen said that as the sun illuminates the future kingdom, may all those present be blessed as well. She raised her glass and invited them to drink to the prosperity of Nurgan. Everyone supported the queen. The queen and princess looked at each other intently. The queen sincerely wanted to quickly get closer to other noble ladies. She was wondering if she should try. The queen looked closely at one of the ladies, as she could not exactly remember her name. She came closer to the beautiful lady and thanked her for coming to the ball. The young lady was taken aback, as she did not expect the queen to approach her. The young lady was also shocked that the queen knew her name. The queen smiled shyly and said that the young lady came to the ball last year. And of course she remembered it. The young lady thanked the queen in a trembling voice. The queen noticed that they would not be able to have a friendly conversation. The queen said that in that case she would take her leave and wished the young lady a pleasant time at the festival. The queen was shocked. She was very upset. She did not know when she would make a new friend. She really wanted to talk to young ladies about fashion and share makeup secrets. The queen was walking in a hurry and saw the young ladies. They looked closely at the princess and admired her outfit. The embarrassed princess sincerely thanked them for their kind words. The queen looked at them intently. She liked that the young princess was the center of attention. The queen looked intently and for a moment even envied the princess. For a moment the queen thought that she should go and chat with Verite. The young lady approached the princess because she wanted to ask her something. The young lady said that it was her first time seeing such an exquisite dress, and she really wanted to know who the designer was. Everyone said that such a dress was probably invented by the most outstanding master. They told her that she seemed to be very perceptive for choosing such a dress. The young princess was surprised and embarrassed. She asked if it was really so beautiful. The queen listened warily to their conversation. The princess said with a smile that the dress was designed by Her Majesty the Queen. She was very happy that the queen was praised. The young ladies were very surprised and asked if this was really the queen's idea. The princess was puzzled. She said that this was only her idea and her merits. The princess heard a noise and turned around to see the queen. She was glad that the queen was nearby. Blanche ran headlong to the queen and hugged her. The princess said that all the ladies praised the dress she designed. The queen was puzzled and asked if what she was saying was true. She, of course, expected a reaction, but did not think it would be like this. The young ladies approached the queen and said that she was such an amazing person, since she was able to create a dress for the princess with her own hands. They were delighted and said that the outfit suited them both very well. The young princess looked at them and said that with such a dress, she did not need to wear a corset and panier, so it was very light and not hot in it. The young ladies were shocked as they were forced to wear corsets and the dress was very hot. The queen looked intently at the young ladies and understood their facial expressions very well. The queen looked at them and said that if they did not mind, then she could send them the chemise dress as a gift. The young ladies were shocked and asked if they could really accept such a favor from her. The young ladies were very glad that Her Majesty would give them beautiful and comfortable dresses, And the queen, in turn, wanted to make their life easier with a small gift. The queen smiled for a moment as it seemed that the intense heat had had such an effect on the girls that they even lost their fear of the queen. The queen smiled and said that of course she would give it to them. The young ladies were very grateful and said it was very nice of the queen. The queen knew that there was nothing wrong with this because the tailor would do all the work, but she wanted to please the lovely young ladies. The queen said that she would send all the gifts to them, and she also asked for forgiveness since they needed to leave with the princess. She wanted to dance with Princess Blanche. The queen looked at the young princess and asked if they should go and dance. A cheerful and soft melody, an exciting and cheerful atmosphere. The queen's heart beat joyfully to the beat of the music. She looked at the beautiful Princess Blanche, who resembled an angel. She knew that this combination was the best. Everyone present clapped and looked at the princess and queen with warmth. They danced beautifully and had fun together. They said that the queen and princess danced beautifully and also looked beautiful in their clothes. The queen knew that Blanche was irresistible and sweet. She noticed that when the princess was next to her, people stopped being afraid of her and were even the first to talk to her. Lady Karen approached the queen. She smiled and asked if the queen was in good health. The queen was surprised that Karen Stock approached her. The queen looked intently at the young lady, as it seemed to her that she had seen her somewhere. She looked at her intently and realized that most likely the young lady was from the Stoke family, since the young lady was very similar to her father. The queen looked at young Lady Karen and asked if she was enjoying the holiday. The queen would like everyone to have a fun time. Young Lady Karen smiled and said that she was enjoying the holiday thanks to her. Karen said that her dance with the princess left a deep impression. The queen was surprised. But Lady Karen knew that the queen was a real demon and she could not deceive her. She sincerely wanted to reveal her essence to everyone. She wanted to show everyone the true inside of the queen. Lady Karen Stock looked at Queen Abigail and asked where His Majesty was now and whether they had come to the celebration together. She knew that the king was not at the festival, but nevertheless she wanted to prick the queen. The queen said that it seemed that the king was delayed because he was busy with the delegation. Lady Karen smiled and said that she was truly sorry, as the king should have seen their performance. The young lady looked at the queen and asked when the king would arrive. She also wondered if they would perform the same amazing dance together. She wanted to prick the queen more painfully. The queen was puzzled and said that she did not even know the answer to her question, and if His Majesty wished, they would dance. But Abigail herself knew that this would not happen. Lady Karen smiled and said that she would very much like to see them both dance. Lady Karen knew the relationship between the queen and the king, so she knew that they would not dance. Looking at the queen, young Lady Karen said that she was very sorry that they didn't get to see this last year. Everyone was shocked by the young lady's words. They didn't understand why she was saying something like that to the queen. Abigail wanted to be angry. She knew that everything would be fine if she even slapped the young lady. The queen looked at Lady Stoke, puzzled. She hesitated and did not know whether she should say what she intended. The queen walked closer to young Lady Stoke and said that she had something to tell her in person and that they had better move away. Lady Karen looked puzzled at the queen and asked in a trembling voice if she could not say it here. The queen looked at her and said that if she said this here, she would be very embarrassed. Lady Stoke looked at the queen in puzzlement and fear. Lady Stoke and the queen successfully retreated to an inconspicuous place. The young lady noticed that they were approaching a place where no one was there. She thought that most likely the queen wanted to get rid of her so that no one would notice. After some words, she said towards the royal family. The young lady smiled and asked what Her Majesty wanted to tell her. The queen turned around and called the young lady by name. Lady Karen shuddered for a moment. She was scared and did not know what to expect from the queen, since she knew about her difficult disposition. The queen looked at young Lady Karen and said that she was debating whether she should speak or not. She asked to be understood correctly. The young lady was very frightened and did not know what to expect from the queen. The queen quietly told young Lady Karen that she had some calf stuck in her front teeth. Lady Karen was shocked by the queen's words. The queen smiled and said that she was telling her that her calf was stuck, and there were so many to her will. The queen said that she didn't mean to say something that would embarrass her in front of everyone, and so she thought it would be more awkward if she left it that way. The queen showed the young lady a mirror and told her to look for herself if she didn't believe her. Lady Karen gazed at her reflection. She felt very awkward. A few minutes after she saw her reflection, she became embarrassed and covered her mouth. She asked the queen's forgiveness since she needed to leave slowly. She ran away in a hurry. The queen was shocked and screamed after the young lady Karen. She thought that there was no need to tell her anything after all, but still she could not remain silent. Verite looked at the queen and said that she should not have said anything and should have left the young lady Karen to disgrace herself. He was saddened by Lady Karen's attitude towards Abigail. The queen said that of course it could be done, but still she's still very Yuna. The queen said that she should have shown leniency towards young Lady Karen. Verite looked at her and asked how she was going to live in such a cruel world. The queen smiled back at her friend and asked what she should worry about when she had such a wise mirror at her side. She was grateful for all his help. Her friend was taken aback and said that it looked like someone was hiding behind her. Verite was afraid that they might be exposed. The queen turned around, puzzled. She was scared and didn't know if he heard what they were talking about. She saw the silhouette of a man behind the wall. She gazed into the distance. The queen asked who was there and asked the man to come forward. The young man looked out from behind the wall and greeted the queen. He told her that he didn't think they would meet in a place like this. The queen was very surprised by Raven's appearance. The young man said that he had no idea of sneaking up on her unnoticed. He looked at her intently and asked for forgiveness for his rudeness. The queen looked at him and greeted him. She said that she did not know that anyone besides her was present in the room. The young man said with a smile on his face that he also did not notice that someone had come. The queen was at a loss and did not know whether he heard her conversation. She was very worried about this. The young man looked at her intently and said that he did not know that she would be in such a luxurious dress. He looked at her and said that it suits her very well. The queen looked at him and thanked him. The queen looked at the young man and asked why he was alone in such a place. Raven said that he was hiding in order to avoid other people's gazes, and he also added that he did not really like to be in the public eye and especially to be present at such a banquet. The queen was confused because she did not know what to answer him. She knew that he was not legitimate, and she also knew that people were whispering in front of him. The young man looked at her and asked if she needed a dance partner this year. The queen was confused and did not know what to answer him. In their country, there are several rules when dancing together. The partner offering the dance must be a family member, or a spouse, or a lover. The king refused Abigail to dance at the last festival. Angry, she forcibly pulled out his half-brother and danced with him. Raven's point of view, this dance demand was extremely rude and ill-mannered, but still, he humbly followed the queen. The queen knew that this time the young man would have no reason to dance. The queen looked at him and said that she was fine and didn't really want to dance this year. The young man said that he was very sorry, since he was really looking forward to their dance together. The queen was at a loss and did not understand at all what this strange situation was. She looked at him intently and said that he still did not like dancing, and she would not insist on dancing. The young man looked at her intently and said that he still liked to dance with her. In a trembling voice, the queen thanked him. She looked at him and realized that his smiling face reminded her of a princess. Perhaps that is why it was difficult for her to decisively refuse him. She thought that nothing bad would happen if they danced together, because she knew that the king was not particularly worried about this. Suddenly, the king came to them. He looked closely at his brother and asked what they were talking about. The queen was shocked as she did not expect the king to suddenly appear in front of them. The queen was in shock and did not understand what kind of oppressive atmosphere it was. She noticed that there was a lot of hostility between them, and she couldn't even believe that they grew up together, and especially since they are brothers. The young man looked closely at the king and asked if he was in good health. The young man said that the queen needed a dance partner, and he just offered his candidacy. The queen looked at the king and said that everything was true and Sir Raven only offered to dance. The king looked closely at his brother and said that everything was clear to him, and also thanked him, adding that he did not need to worry. The king said that this year, however, the queen would dance with him, so that Sir Raven need not worry about such things. The queen was shocked and did not understand why the king suddenly decided to dance with her. She knew that last year he didn't care, and now he decided to dance with her. The young man bowed to the king and said that in that case he would not worry about this, and also asked for his forgiveness and wished him a pleasant evening. The king looked closely at his wife and asked if anything had happened between them. The queen looked at him and said, puzzled, that they were just talking and nothing more, and she also asked how he knew where they were. The king said that she was nowhere to be seen, so he asked for services. The queen gazed at her husband. She was shocked because she didn't know why he was personally looking for her. Taking his eyes away from the queen, the king invited her to go back. He said that after all, this is a festival in honor of the founding of the country, and there will be a commotion if the queen's place is empty for a long time. The king told his wife that he thought it would be better for her if she did not get close to Duke Raven. The queen was puzzled and did not understand why the king disliked his half-brother so much. The young princess looked at the king and queen and said that she was very worried because they were so late. The queen looked closely at the little princess and asked her how she spent her time and if she was tired. The princess looked at the queen and said that she was not tired at all, since the dress was very light. Therefore, she is comfortable and not hot. The king looked closely at the princess and queen and said that it was the first time he had seen such an outfit. Looking at the queen, he asked if the dress was designed by a famous designer. The queen looked at the king shyly and said that she was the one who came up with the design of the dress. The king was shocked. He said he didn't know she had such talent. The queen looked at him, puzzled, and asked if he was accidentally being sarcastic to her now. The king said that he was perfect, but he was not sarcastic and told the truth. The servant approached the king and said that he had an urgent conversation with him. After listening to the servant, the king looked at his daughter and told her to come to him. The queen was at a loss. The young princess shuddered because she did not understand why her father was calling her. The king looked closely at the princess and asked her if they had not agreed to dance. The princess was very surprised as she did not expect this from the king. The king looked closely at his daughter and asked if she had really changed her mind and didn't want to dance with him. The young princess said in a trembling voice that she really wanted to dance with him. They danced merrily to the beat of the music. The young man looked at the queen and thanked her. The queen, puzzled, asked why he was thanking her since she had done nothing. The young man said that he was grateful to her because, thanks to her, the relationship between the king and the princess had improved. The queen said that such behavior from the young man was unexpected for her, because she thought he hated her. Mayor Millard looked closely at the queen, but did not answer. The queen was surprised and understood that he did not even deny his hatred of her. She smiled and said that she didn't really hate him. Having finished the dance, the young princess ran to the queen. She smiled happily and asked if she'd seen the dance. The princess said that until the very end, she danced without a single mistake. The queen looked intently at the young princess and could not take her eyes off the cutie. The queen said that she really did well and thought that the king would agree with her. The queen looked at the king and said that it was a magnificent dance. The king, without expressing any emotion, said that it was nothing special. The king looked intently at the queen. Abigail, in turn, was puzzled and did not understand what he wanted from her. The king looked at his wife and said that now he wants to dance with her. Sir Mellard was surprised, because he did not expect that the king would want to dance with the queen. The king gave his subordinate a cold look. Abigail looked at the king and said that he should not force himself, since she knew that it was very difficult for him to contact anyone. The king looked closely at his wife and said that he was not forcing himself at all, but on the contrary, he would like to dance with her. Abigail was shocked and perplexed. She said that since he insisted, she would dance with him. This hand, which was holding her hand with difficulty, trembled as always, but until the very end he did not let go of it. Everyone was shocked that the king deigned to dance with the queen. They did not understand how a man who had never danced with a woman could dance. Abigail understood that the extra glances were directed in their direction, and they were very burdensome. The queen passed by the guests and noticed that Sir Moiset's grumbling would subside after dancing with the king. Abigail was a little puzzled because she never thought in her life that the day would come when she would be envied. She understood that this was very unpleasant. They walked to the center of the hall and prepared to dance, but she was very stressed by the fact that no one else was dancing. It was her first time dancing in front of so many people. Abigail was a little scared because she was afraid that she would make a mistake and all eyes would be on her. She felt very uncomfortable. The king looked at her and said that she should not be nervous. The queen was surprised by his words, but she was also very pleased. She knew that he was saying such words to her and that he, in turn, was trembling furiously. The queen smiled and thanked him for his kind words. She said that after his words she felt much better. Slowly they began to dance. Abigail saw her husband's frightened face. She was puzzled and asked why he suddenly stopped. The king asked the queen in a trembling voice. He asked for forgiveness for a little more time. Abigail knew that this was very difficult for him. She looked at the musicians and asked them to start playing again. Abigail smiled and said that the hall was too spacious for them. She looked at the people who surrounded them and asked, why don't they all dance with them? Although she said very confidently, she was actually very worried that she was pushing herself too hard. She saw that so far the king was holding up quite well, but still the queen noticed that he had turned pale. She thought it was better to keep a distance between them so as not to come into contact with him again. They were dancing and someone accidentally stepped on her dress. Abigail began to fall when suddenly the king caught her. He hugged her, puzzled and scared, and pulled her closer to him. Abigail was shocked because she knew that it was hard for him to be so close to her. The queen became nervous and asked for forgiveness for her mistake. She didn't know what to do, because she knew that she was in the arms of someone who trembles even from simple touches. He looked at her and said that she said to just follow her, but she didn't inspire much trust. Abigail was shocked by his words and said that it wasn't that simple. Someone stepped on her dress. The king looked at her and said with a smile that this expression on her face was much better. The king said that the music was almost over. He looked at her and extended his hand, asking if they would dance to the end. The queen was shocked and did not know what to answer him, but a moment later she said that, of course, they would dance to the end. She thought that perhaps the king had relaxed, and therefore moved more smoothly. They followed each other as if they had become one. Abigail was very happy. She looked intently at her husband and could not take her eyes off him. The unusual feeling of leaving the dance with an ideal partner did not disappear for a long time after the end of the evening. After the banquet, Abigail re-watched the princess's dance. She asked her friend to turn it on again. The young man laughed and asked if she was tired, and he also asked her if she was going to sleep. Abigail shouted that the princess was very cute and she would like to see more. The young man was puzzled and said that she just had an illness. He looked at her and said that he would show her one more time, and then she would immediately go to rest. The queen agreed and began to review their dance together. She was fascinated by the young princess and could not stop. She knew the princess was perfect, and the dress was perfect too. After a long review of the dance, the queen noticed one detail. She asked me to install the video for a second. She stared at the video and asked to see another scene. She said that he could show the moment without dancing with her, but closer to the princess. The queen looked closely at the recording and was a little puzzled. She saw a man looking intently at the princess. She didn't understand why he was behind the princess every time. The queen realized that the whole situation was strange. She did not understand why the man was pursuing the princess. The queen heard a knock on the door. She was puzzled and did not understand who could come to her at such a time. Opening the door, she saw the king. The queen was surprised and asked why he came at such a late time and on what business. The king looked at his wife in confusion and asked if she didn't say that he could come to her every night. The queen was puzzled as she did not expect him to come to her after the festival ended. In a trembling voice, she said that she had said such things. She looked at him puzzled and told him to come into the room. The queen said that it was very good that the festival in honor of the founding of the country had ended successfully, and she also said that she really enjoyed dancing with him. The king was surprised because he did not expect that she would enjoy dancing with him. The queen was a little puzzled and asked his forgiveness as she knew he had a hard time during the dance. He looked at her intently and smiled. The king said that everything was fine, and she had no need to apologize, since he also liked dancing with her, and today he also came for the same reason. The king said that if she didn't mind, he would still like to hold her hand. The queen was puzzled and embarrassed. She didn't understand why he kept coming to her and asking her to hold her hand. She said that the ball was already over and there was no need for it. The king looked at her intently and said that, of course, this was not necessary. He looked at her and asked if she didn't want to. Abigail was surprised and confused by the question. She said, puzzled, that there was nothing like that and agreed. They sat and held hands for some time. Abigail felt a little uncomfortable. The king looked at his wife and said in a soft voice that she was truly an amazing person. A moment later, he saw that she had fallen asleep holding his hand. The king smiled and took his wife in his arms and carried her to the bed. He laid his wife on the bed. He looked at her intently for some time. The king kissed his wife's hand with warmth and tenderness and wished good night to his queen. The next day, the young ladies discussed the banquet. One young lady looked at them and said with a smile that it looked like they had bought a new dress and shirt. The young lady smiled and said that she had already bought a third dress of this style, and now she probably wouldn't be able to wear anything else. She said that not only is it very beautiful and simple, it is also light and comfortable. However, the dress that the queen created is the most beautiful. The young lady said that she was even jealous. Another lady said that, contrary to rumors, Her Majesty's reality is very kind. They discussed the topic of the queen and princess a little more, when suddenly other ladies approached them. The young lady looked at the group of young ladies with contempt. Noticing Mrs. Karen, the girls hesitated and asked if she would like some treats. They said they had caviar as an appetizer. Lady Karen was taken aback and said that she hated caviar more than anything else in the world. Everyone was puzzled by this reaction. They didn't expect anything like this. Lady Karen looked at the girls and asked how they could have a picnic outside in such heat. She asked them if they would like to go inside. One of the ladies looked at Miss Karen and said that it was actually very hot. She asked if Lady Karen would like to wear a cool and comfortable chemise. Lady Karen looked at them and smiled. She said that no matter how hot it was, she would not wear a dress that looked like pajamas. The young ladies were taken aback by this answer. Lady Karen looked at them and said that they, too, do not strive for only comfort, and they need to maintain dignity, since such unkempt behavior shows a lack of proper education. One of the young ladies ran to the picnic in a hurry. She apologized for being late. One of the ladies looked at Lady Clara and said that they thought she would be in the palace. Clara said that the queen allowed her to take a day off and also showed her a handbag that the queen made and said that it was called a reticule. Everyone looked closely at the handbag and praised it. One of the ladies said that the queen is very kind even to the maids. Lady Clara smiled and said that the queen allowed her to meet the young ladies and also gave her dessert prepared in the palace. Karen was very angry. She looked at them and asked for forgiveness and left the young ladies in a hurry. The young ladies were puzzled by Lady Karen's behavior. Lady Karen looked into the distance, puzzled. She hoped that one day she would definitely rip off Abigail's mask. She knew that then everything that belonged to the queen would be hers. As she left, she looked again at the young ladies, and the young ladies in turn chatted cheerfully and looked at the desserts and reticule. Lady Karen was very angry and walked faster. The queen enjoyed dessert in hot weather. The queen looked at the princess and said that lemon sorbet was very tasty. She looked at the young Princess Blanche and asked if she liked the dessert. The young princess smiled and said that she really liked everything and everything was very tasty. A moment later, she became a little sad and said that she wanted her father to try with them too. The queen hesitated a little and said that he seemed to be busy with state affairs, but she also knew that he had not come to her chambers last night either. Abigail was a little puzzled, since he said that he would come to her every day. Taken aback, she realized that she shouldn't think about such things. The queen said that the king would surely come to the next meal. The queen looked at the princess and asked if anything strange had happened to her lately. The young princess was surprised by the queen's question. She smiled and said that nothing strange had happened to her. The queen calmed down for a moment and said that she was very glad. She knew that the strange man who was at the festival in honor of the founding of the country was very suspicious. She asked a little about him, but didn't really find out anything. She knew that it would be very good if this was just her concern and nothing more. The princess looked at the queen and asked her if perhaps she was also sad that the king did not come. The princess noticed the puzzled and gloomy expression on the queen's face after the words of the princess. The queen was taken aback and did not know what to say. A moment later, the queen came to her senses and said that she was not sad at all, and that the princess should not worry about such things. The king rushed into the room and asked for forgiveness for being late, since the meeting ended late. Abigail was surprised because she thought that he would not come to them at all. She looked at him intently and did not understand why he was running towards them like that. The queen said that she heard that he was busy, so he shouldn't bother coming to them. The king looked at her puzzled and said that he had promised her. The queen looked at him and said with a smile that it was unexpected to hear such a thing from a person who did not consider eating together a necessity. She said that there was nothing wrong with it although he was late, but nothing could be done if he was busy. The king looked at her and said that that was not what he was talking about. Abigail was puzzled and did not understand what was going on. The king looked at her and said that he promised her to come to her every night. Abigail was shocked by such words. Abigail looked at the king in shock and asked what he was talking about. She said he was really crazy. She looked at him and asked why he said that. All the servants were taken aback by such a conversation. The princess looked intently and in surprise at her father and the queen. She was shocked and understood that their story was not for all ages, since small children had no need to know everything, and in general, everything was wrong. The queen said that such a conversation cannot be had in front of a child. The queen, puzzled, said that they would need to talk later, and he did not have to come to her every night. The king looked at her in surprise and puzzled. He asked her if his visit was hateful. The queen looked at the king and realized that the princess was very similar to the king. The queen, puzzled, said that she did not at all hate his visits. The king said that in that case he would come to her every day as he had promised. The queen was shocked and did not understand how he could be so stubborn. Even without looking, she already knew what kind of face Clara had now. She smiled and said that he could come to her. The king said that today it would be difficult to come to her, but tomorrow he would definitely go to her chambers. The queen kicked him and told him to stop talking. The king was in shock and in great pain. The queen, furious, said that if he had already finished talking about this, then he should now keep another promise. She looked at him and asked if he remembered him. The king was taken aback and looked away. He said that, of course he remembered. He looked puzzled at his daughter and asked how she was doing and what she did today. The princess was surprised and said that she had an etiquette lesson this morning. The king asked what she would do tomorrow. The princess said that Lady Karen should come tomorrow. The king looked at his wife, smiling. She knew that she would not praise him, so much so that she hoped that he would pack up and leave. She knew that she was the only one who interacted with the princess every day, so she asked him to spend at least 5 minutes with the princess. The princess looked at her father and asked if the king and queen were living in separate rooms, and she also asked if things were going well between them now. The king looked closely at his wife and said that the princess should better ask the queen. The king looked at Abigail and asked what she thought about their relationship. Abigail hesitated and smilingly said that they were very close and had a good relationship. The king liked this answer and smiled, because he did not even expect that she would say such a thing. The princess was very glad that the king and queen had improved their relationship. Abigail was shocked and could not tolerate such an atmosphere. Abigail looked at the king and asked with a smile what he was so busy doing today. The king looked at his wife puzzled and said that in reality the queen should know too. He said that she had probably already heard about fairies, creatures with golden hands, skilled in magic. They suddenly increased the fees for the magical devices they produced. The king said that the price of the items was always quite high. Among them are essential items for the royal palace, so the situation is difficult. And there have also been proposals to take advantage of this opportunity to begin providing for ourselves. The king looked at his daughter and said that he was curious about her opinion. The princess was taken aback, since her father had never asked her opinion on such matters before. She looked at him and asked if it would be difficult to make all the magical devices ourselves, and also said that there were few people who were capable of producing them. The king said that she was right and people born with magical powers were rare, so few of them that the idea of production was useless. The king also said that if some of the court magicians made the device, they will only be able to satisfy the minimal demand of the royal palace and the high nobility, so the most famous proposal is to limit the use of magical devices. The princess asked if this meant that the deal with the fairies would fall apart. She said that in this case their relationship would worsen. The king said that this is all true, so they cannot immediately break off the relationship for the current people. Fairies are the friendliest non-human creatures, but you can't hesitate either. The king looked at his wife and said that 5 minutes had already passed, and he had fulfilled his promise. He asked for forgiveness because his work was not finished yet. The queen was puzzled and thanked him for coming. The king said that he was looking forward to their meeting tomorrow. In her chambers, the queen was in shock. Clara looked intently and joyfully at the queen. Abigail knew Clara was up to something. Sometime later, the princess and Lady Karen were sipping tea. Lady Karen looked at the princess and said that every time she sees the princess, she wears the same clothes. The princess looked at the lady in surprise and asked with a smile if she really liked it. She said that she could ask the queen, and she would also make such a dress for Lady Karen. The young lady was taken aback. Lady Karina said there was no need to ask the queen, because if she puts on such clothes, her father will immediately get angry, and in general she is not particularly interested in such a dress. The princess was surprised and said that Lady Karen would be very suitable for this style of dress. The young lady looked at the princess and said that she would probably also have problems if she only wore such clothes. Lady Karen said that loose clothing gradually increases the waist circumference. She looked at the princess and asked what she should do if the corset did not fit her. Karen looked at the princess and asked if she had been watching her diet lately. Lady Karen said that she was very worried about her because the princess might become fat. The young princess was shocked by Lady Karen's words. Lady Karen came closer to the princess and asked if the queen had really changed much, since the queen had been jealous of the princess's beauty from the very beginning. The princess was surprised by such words. The young lady said that the queen must have made such comfortable clothes on purpose, and she planned to make the princess eat a lot. The princess interrupted Lady Karen and said that everything was not like that and the queen was not that kind of person. The young lady was surprised that the princess came to the queen's defense. The lady said that the princess was too naive. The princess said that previously the queen had been very strict and misunderstandings were inevitable. However, now she has become kinder to the princess and the others, and it was not a lie. The princess smiled looking at Lady Karen and said that she would really like Lady Karen to trust the queen at least a little. The princess said that Lady Karen would also certainly like the queen. Karen remembered the queen for a moment and her actions. She was actually curious. Why did the queen call her personally? Because she knew that it was much easier for her to disgrace her in front of everyone. But still, Lady Karen thought that perhaps the queen still wanted to help her. But a moment later, the young lady still realized that the queen was a witch and a villain, and as her father said, she was her rival, and in fact, even then she mocked her in her heart. The princess looked at the lady, puzzled. The young lady smiled and said that it seemed that she had misunderstood everything, and after listening to the princess, she also wanted to talk to the queen. She said that she would really like to have a tea party with her, and also asked the princess if she could help her with this. The young princess was very happy and said that she would definitely ask the queen. Lady Karen thanked the princess and said that she was looking forward to their tea party. The queen asked Verite if he had heard the latest news. The young man asked her if she was talking about the fact that the princess suggested having a tea party and inviting Lady Karen. He said he heard them discussing it, so he knows. The queen was shocked by the young man's behavior. He infuriated her that she even wanted to hit him. The young man looked at the queen and said that Karen would come too. The queen said that the young lady was very eager to have tea, but she was a little puzzled by the sudden change in the young lady's behavior, because she knew that she definitely hated her. The young man said that there was something suspicious about this case, but he still advised him to call her. The queen was puzzled and did not understand why she should call the young lady. Verite said he thought she would arrange something. Verite said that since the young lady didn't care, she would do something. It would be better if it was in the palace in front of his eyes. The queen smiled because she realized that she had a very reliable friend. She said that in this case, just relax and get ready for tea. The queen was very glad that she finally had friends. She was very glad that she could have picnics and go shopping with the lady. Verite looked at her and asked if she had enough. She looked at him, puzzled. Verite looked at the queen and asked if it was not enough for her that he was her friend. He said that she treated him like a true friend. The queen was embarrassed and said that of course he was her closest and best friend, and she also added that it was important to build connections with others. Verite was a little offended by her and said that she was his only friend. She really wanted to touch him and calm him down. She said that he is the one who is locked inside, and he is very lonely. She stared at his back and asked if maybe she shouldn't attend the tea party. After all, he is her friend, and she should appreciate him. He looked sideways at her and asked if it was true that he was more valuable than everyone else. And he also asked her, even if she gets a friend, she really won't forget him. The queen said that she truly would not forget. Smiling, she promised him that she would never forget. He looked at her embarrassedly and smiled, because he knew that she would never have such a capable friend. Smiling, he said that he still needed to go to the tea party, adding that it would be very bad if secular circles rejected her. Abigail said it would be nice if he had someone else to talk to when he was lonely. The young man said that it was better to hide his abilities, otherwise she and he could be in danger. She looked at him and said that he was really strong and helpful in everything. She said that the king could take him away from her and force him to work. She also said that he is still a person who can be trusted. She looked at him and asked if she could tell Blanche about him. Verite was surprised. He said that there was no need for this, since she had shown him a lot before her will, and he did not want to see her. The queen was furious because she did not understand how anyone could not love the young princess. While she was screaming, he said that the king had come to her. The queen was surprised, as she did not expect to see him at such a late hour. The young man was very happy to see the king. He told the queen to come to him as soon as possible, and he also said that she had become very close to the king. The queen looked at him and asked why she couldn't hit him. The king looked at her and said that he hoped he had not disturbed her rest. The queen said that everything was in order, and he could come in and sit down. The queen hoped that he would quickly hold her hand for 30 minutes and she would go to bed. She looked at him and did not understand why he did not take her hand. The queen looked at him and asked what was the matter. The king looked at her intently and asked whether the outfit she was wearing was created by her, and he also said that Princess Blanche always wears this too. The queen looked at him embarrassedly and said that she had come up with it, and also asked if it was true that the princess in the dress was very beautiful. The king said that without having a blood relative, you can be more loving and caring than your own person. The queen was at a loss. She realized that the relationship between the former king and queen was indeed so-so. The king said that he heard that she and the princess were having a tea party this time. He said that she still had no such experience and asked if everything was okay. The queen was puzzled and asked how he knew about this. She realized that it meant that he still had an interest in her. The king said that she had no friends, that's why he did it, and thought it was a blow for her. The queen was furious and said that everything was wrong. Moreover, she has one very close friend. The king was puzzled and said that he had never heard of it, and also inquired who this man was. The queen said it was a secret, but it exists. The king said that he would definitely like to meet him one day, and he also said that if she had any difficulties in preparing, she could safely tell him. The king also said that he heard that Lady Stoke was coming, so he asked the queen to be more careful with her. The king also said that he would increase security just in case and hurried away. The queen was puzzled as he was just about to leave. The queen rushed into the race. She shyly asked him if he would take her hand. The king looked at her in bewilderment. The king said that she stepped on his foot in the dining room, so he thought that she did not want to hold hands with him. The queen said frantically that it was not that she did not want to hold hands. Abigail said she just didn't want to have a conversation in front of a lot of people that they might misunderstand. The king said that he said that on purpose, but that he would be careful in future. She looked at him and asked if he was teasing her. The king said that he thought that this would be enough to quell rumors of discord between them. Looking at her, he also said that it was very interesting to watch her facial expression. After these words, the king looked intently at his wife and smiled. A moment later, he invited her to take his hand. The queen looked at her husband and asked if it was a problem for him to hold hands with her now. The king said that holding hands with her said that it was normal now, but with other women it was impossible, and even imagining it was unpleasant. The queen was surprised and asked how about practicing with another woman besides her. She also said that he would probably have to dance with other women. The king looked at her with a fierce look and said that this would not happen. The queen said that he was busy with state affairs and also asked if it would be easy to come to her chambers every night. He looked at her and asked if she offered to share a room. The queen was surprised and taken aback. She hastily moved away from him and said that he had misunderstood her and that everything was wrong. She said that, as she had said before, she had no feelings for him. Therefore, he need not worry about such things. The king was shocked. He was puzzled by her words. She realized that he did not buy her words and considers her some kind of depraved girl. In a hurry, she said that he himself had said before that she should not approach him and live as if she were not there. The queen said that she had not thought one bit about living together and that she was comfortable and happy sleeping alone. So he doesn't have to worry. She said that's why he should trust her, and she really doesn't love him. The queen finished off the king verbally. He was shocked because he had not expected such words. She knew that she wouldn't lay a finger on him, so he didn't need to be afraid of her and didn't need to avoid her. The upset king said that it was almost midnight, so he asked her to forgive him as he was leaving and wished her a good rest. She looked after him and realized that he was very ashamed. The queen knew that thanks to such words addressed to her husband, her harmlessness was now obvious. She wondered for a moment what she should really do about the tea party. She looked at the sketches and realized that instead of agonizing over something she knew nothing about, it's better for her to do what she's good at. The king looked thoughtfully out the window. A servant entered his office. The king looked at him and asked if there was any news from the queen, and he also said that they should strengthen the security. The young man looked at him and said that it was just a tea party and he was greatly exaggerating. And besides, he comes to her every night and cannot even concentrate on work during the day, as he is very worried. The young man asked if it would be better if he moved in with her. The king was at a loss. He did not understand why he was so angry. He thought that if he had been softer, then everything would have been different. He thought what would happen if he moved into her room. The king decided to banish his thoughts and hit his head on the table. His servant was shocked and confused by the king's behavior. The king said that he was fine. He just needed to take a breath. The young man looked at the king and said that, to tell the truth, the king had been surprising him a lot lately, since he had changed noticeably. The king was surprised. He did not notice any changes in his behavior. A man entered their office and brought a gift from the queen. The king was surprised because he did not expect the queen to send him something. The queen and princess were having tea. The queen was a little puzzled as everyone was effusively complimenting their outfits. The young ladies said that princess and queen outfits were the most discussed topic. Suddenly, they heard that a young lady had arrived. She looked at everyone present and asked if she was late by any chance. One of the ladies was surprised because she had never seen such a dress before. Lady Karen showed her new outfit and said that it can be worn without a pannier or corset, and it does not look like a nightgown. Also, the dress is very beautiful and elegant. She looked at all the ladies present and asked with a grin if they liked her outfit. The queen knew that the young lady simply wanted to draw attention to herself, but still the queen was delighted with the young lady's outfit. She said that the dress is called miparthi. Lady Karen was shocked, as she did not expect the queen to know about this. The queen said that she knew, but unfortunately, this was the first time she had seen the dress, and she came closer and asked Lady Karen if she could see the dress up close. With a trembling voice and looking at the queen in surprise, Lady Karen agreed. The queen frantically enjoyed the exquisite look of the dress. The queen looked at the dress and asked Lady Karen to twirl a little and raise her hands. She suggested where else different accessories could be added. The queen said that she would like to see how the dress was made. Lady Karen became very upset and asked her to stop the examination. The queen asked the young lady for forgiveness for creating a small booth. Everyone looked at the queen and Lady Karen in bewilderment. One of the ladies present asked the queen what style of dress this was. The queen was eager to tell them about the delightful style of the dress. Mipantan is a dress that was in fashion several hundred years ago. Elegant and classic, the queen lowered her voice and asked Lady Karen to pose for a bit, and she also said it was perfect for Miss Stock. The young ladies looked at Karen in bewilderment. One of the ladies laughed and asked for forgiveness for her behavior. She said that the queen looked so sweetly at the dress that she couldn't help herself, but she didn't mean anything like that. The queen was at a loss and did not know what to do, since she was already tired of the booth. The young lady trembled looking at the queen. The queen said that she could not help herself, as she was extremely excited when she saw a beautiful dress. The young ladies were shocked and delighted by the queen's behavior. They frantically asked her to tell them more about the dresses and their types. The queen looked at them and said that all the ladies seemed to really like the interesting dress. She said it was very good and she would tell you everything. Enthusiastic, Abigail told everyone story after story. Curiosity, surprise, and fascination never ceased to emanate from the young ladies. Everyone was completely immersed in the stories, and the atmosphere in the room became friendly. At the same time, Lady Karen was again ignored. She said that she remembered that she had several things to do, so she ran away in a hurry. The young lady realized that she had lost to the queen again. She knew that she had the perfect dress, and she expected that the day would go perfectly. The young ladies and men who were present as guards fixed their gazes on her. She did not understand what it was and what was the reason for such views. She thought she must look funny because of everything. She knew that everyone was probably discussing her now, since she didn't run away out of nowhere. As she passed the mirror, she noticed something. The young lady was surprised because she noticed blood on her dress. She knew it wasn't time for that yet. She was very uncomfortable and ashamed. She didn't know what to do or why things turned out this way. She was in shock and crying while sitting on the ground. She didn't know what to do, because if she hadn't had a tea party, everything would have been fine. When suddenly the queen approached her. The queen noticed that the young lady was sitting on the floor, confused. She called Miss Karen several times, but she didn't answer. Karen looked at the queen in tears. The young lady burst into tears and asked the queen why she followed her. The queen said that Lady Karen ran very hard, and besides, she saw blood on her dress. Lady Karen was furious and asked the queen if she had come to insult her. Lady Karen was ready to be insulted by the queen, but the queen slowly approached her and brought the cape to her. The queen slowly wrapped the cape around the young lady. Abigail looked at Lady Karen and said that first they needed to go to her room, adding that she would provide the necessary clothes so that Lady could change. They came into the room, and the queen said that she had prepared a change of clothes for the lady. Abigail said that the size may not fit, but it's still temporary. She also said that she would wait for her outside the door, and if she needed anything, she needed to tell her right away. Lady Karen looked intently at the queen but did not answer. Entering the bathroom, she saw a warm towel. She was very pleased. She saw the dress that the queen had prepared for her. Smiling, she thought that she had put it on after all. Lady Karen left the room and said that she had dressed everything. The queen looked at her and smiled and said that fortunately the size suited her. The queen said that she would wash her dress and send it to her later. Abigail looked closely at Lady Karen and said that the dress suits her very well and looks great. A woman whom everyone considered a villain, a woman who lived in luxury, condemned others for carelessness and suppressed a daughter who was not even her own. Karen looked closely at the queen and asked why she was helping her. The queen said that she was helping her because she felt her pain. Abigail said that she was also a woman and understood how awkward she was, so she helped her. The young lady shouted that she was, after all, Stokes' daughter, and she would be of no use, even if the queen helped her. The queen came closer to her and said that it did not matter. Abigail looked at the young lady and said that no matter whose daughter she was, she would still help her. The young lady asked for forgiveness and said that she needed to return. Lady Karen was surprised because the queen said such things seriously, and she seemed to trust her. Lady Karen looked closely in the mirror and was surprised at the beauty of the dress. It was light and comfortable. She was surprised at the queen's concern, but she was very pleased. The young ladies sat and discussed the situation that happened at the tea party. They thought the queen was angry with Lady Karen. The young princess looked at the young ladies and said that they should not worry, since Abigail was not angry with Lady Karen. One of the young ladies was a little puzzled, since the atmosphere at the tea party at that moment was not very good. The princess said that Her Majesty was a little scared and nothing more. The princess said that the queen is very kind and full of love. The princess did not know how to convey to them that she was happy when Her Majesty Abigail became her mother. Abigail rushed into the room and looked at the lady, puzzled. She apologized for her delay and said that she was only seeing Lady Stock off. She noticed that the atmosphere at the tea party had not changed. The queen said that she would like to give them something, as she had prepared a little surprise. The queen said that unfortunately she could not give Lady Stock now, but she would give it to her later, and asked the young ladies to open the boxes opposite them. The young ladies were surprised and puzzled, as they did not understand what was in front of them. One of the ladies took out a jacket, looked at it closely, and asked the queen if this was not a man's riding uniform. The queen said that she had improved the coat to create a new masterpiece. The young ladies were shocked and delighted. They said that the queen is very original, but in turn they were a little confused because they didn't know if they could wear men's clothes. The queen was a little puzzled, but she also knew that Clara and Norma reacted the same way. In order to set an example for everyone, the queen slowly put on her jacket. She looked charming. The queen looked closely at the young ladies and asked how she looked, as she wanted to hear their feedback. One of the young ladies said that the chemise dress gives the look sophistication and innocence, and they also said that this look looks very mature. The princess was shocked and delighted. She said she looked quite nice and asked the queen if she could make her a jacket like that when she grew up. The princess looked at the ladies present and told them to quickly put on their jackets, as everything looked very beautiful. The young ladies were delighted, as the jackets looked very beautiful and were also very warm. One of the ladies noticed that the color and style were different for everyone. The queen said that she chose an individually suitable color and style for each lady. She smiled and asked if they liked it. The young ladies were delighted and frantically thanked the queen for such a gift. The young princess was very happy for the queen. The tea party came to an end, and the young ladies frantically thanked the queen for the gifts and said goodbye to her. One of the young ladies said that the tea party was a lot of fun. They wanted to repeat it again. The queen and princess joyfully saw off the guests. The duke saw the young ladies and noticed that the atmosphere was friendly. Looking around at the young ladies, he did not notice his daughter. The queen was surprised that he approached her. The Duke bowed to the queen and greeted her. He said that it looked like their tea party was over. He also said that his daughter was also supposed to come, but unfortunately he doesn't see her. He asked the queen where his daughter was. The queen was a little puzzled and said that the young lady was not well, so she left early. The Duke looked at the princess and asked if she really felt bad. The princess was puzzled because she did not understand why the Duke was addressing her and asking such questions. Confused, she looked at the Duke and said that the young lady did not look very good. The Duke looked at the young princess with a puzzled expression. He realized that his daughter had caused a stir, even by trying to attract attention with her outfit. The Duke looked closely at the young ladies and said that they were dressed, happy, and strangely as if they were wearing men's clothes. The Duke said with a grin that they have such unusual fashion among young ladies, because first it was a nightgown, and now it's men's clothing. He looked at the queen and asked her if he understood correctly that women should wear women's clothing. Smiling and laughing, he said that at this rate, women would soon begin to grow mustaches. The queen was furious and asked him what he meant by those words. The king approached them and asked them what was happening, as he noticed that the Duke was laughing very loudly. Seeing the king, everyone greeted him by bowing. The king looked at the queen and asked how the tea party went. The queen said that everything was fine, thanks to him. She noticed that he was wearing a new jacket. The king said that she herself sent it. The queen was embarrassed and puzzled as she did not think he would wear it. The king looked closely at the Duke and asked him what was wrong with the outfit. The Duke hesitated a little and said that he was simply asking the queen why girls wear men's clothes. The king looked at him and asked what was the matter since he also wore what the queen wore. The Duke was puzzled because he did not understand why girls should wear the same clothes as men. Looking at the king, he asked for forgiveness for his rudeness. The queen said that she accepted his apology, and the queen also told him to come back, since the girls were already waiting for him. The queen looked intently at her husband and asked why he had come. The king was embarrassed and said that he just wanted to ask how the tea party went, and he was very pleased to hear that nothing special happened. The king said that he had a lot to do, so it was time for him to go. The queen became embarrassed and thanked him for coming. Abigail was shocked and could not believe that the king was wearing the jacket that she had made for him in his hours of boredom. It seemed to her that he did not care about clothes. The young ladies were delighted and said that their clothes matched with the king, and they looked so romantic, and they were also surprised that he just walked up to her, despite the fact that he was busy. The young ladies said that the king was certainly in love with the queen. Abigail told the young ladies that she had previously told the king not to come, but still he came. The young ladies were very excited and said that the queen seemed very happy. Abigail understood that she would ruin everything if she was very serious, and she forced herself to smile. The king gazed at the gift the queen sent. Abigail walked around the room and could not warm up, since autumn had come unexpectedly and it was very cold. Verite looked at the queen and said that lately everyone has been dressing like her, and what's more, the king and queen are very popular. Abigail was puzzled, because I knew that after the tea party, paired clothes became a trend. Along with rumors that the king and queen wear matching clothes, the number of couples wearing frock coats has increased. She understood that people were simply crazy and wondered if it was not her fault that everything was happening like this now. She felt guilty. The queen said she hoped Moise satisfied. Verite smiled and said that it was very good that Lady Karen's strange outfits were not in fashion. The queen was a little puzzled, because I knew that Lady Karen's dress did not become a trend. There may be disagreements about the design, but that dress bearing the family sign will be the time for girls from simple families. Abigail said that she really hopes that the next clothes will be comfortable and without corsets. Verite said new clothes are great and people can change their clothes in winter. Verite looked at Abigail and said that the jacket she made for the king was very beautiful. Verite said that the king seemed very happy, and even the shape of the jacket is correct. He was puzzled and did not understand what he was feeling now. He said that he seemed to be lost in the autumn, and his heart sank. Abigail decided to leave for a moment. She went into the next room. Entering the room where Verite was, she called him, showing the box. She asked if he was interested in what was in the box. The queen showed her friend a lovely jacket. He was surprised and asked why she needed a man's outfit. He was wondering what she was going to do with it. The queen said it was a gift to her friend, to whom she was very grateful. Verite was a little confused, but he also said that he could not put it on. The queen asked if he could recreate it inside his mirror. The queen said it took longer than the king's outfit because it involved a shirt and a jacket. She asked him to put it on quickly. The young man was puzzled. A moment later, he recreated her outfit. The young man said that he really liked it and thanked him for such a lovely gift. The queen smiled and said that she was very glad that her gift suited him. The queen put the gift back into the box and began to close it. Verite shouted that she should not close the box since she said that it was his. He was surprised and asked if she really wanted to give it to someone else. Looking at the queen, he asked if she could just hang it in the room. The queen smiled and said that she would go and get a hanger. Looking at her friend, she said that she would be back soon, since they were having a family dinner today. He smiled and wished her luck. The queen looked sideways at her friend and was touched, because sometimes he behaved like a child. Entering the room, the queen greeted the king and princess. She liked the scene she saw. The queen smiled and said that she was a little late and asked what they were talking about. The princess smiled joyfully and said that Dad told her very amazing things. The king said that they talked about the current situation in the world and measures to counteract the bitter cold. The king looked at his wife and, smiling, said that she was late by a couple of minutes. The queen smiled and said that she was very pleased that they communicated, and she hoped that they could communicate more like this. The young princess looked at the queen and said that her birthday was coming soon, and she was looking forward to the party. The king looked at his wife puzzled and asked how many days she wanted the party to last. The queen was surprised and did not understand why there was a party on her birthday. She thought for a moment and remembered that the real Abigail's birthday was coming up. She remembered that Abigail's birthday was in the fall, but her true birthday was in the summer, and she completely forgot about the holiday. The queen said that she was thinking about doing something modest this year and inviting the princess and a couple of maids. Unlike a simple young lady, Abigail was born a princess and was accustomed to celebrate her birthday for several days, magnificently and widely. And the king never came to her for her birthday. She remembered that the birthday party last year lasted 4 days. She saw that the king turned a little pale, but she did not understand what had happened to him. The young princess said that the king should also be present and they should spend a wonderful day together. The queen looked at him and asked if he wanted to come to his birthday party. The king looked at her and said with a smile that he really wanted to. The young princess smiled because she was glad that everything was fine between her parents. The king said that he felt that 1 day would not be enough to celebrate. It's better to let it be 4 days, otherwise there may be rumors that he is limiting her financially. The king also said that he was sure that she did not want them to gossip. The queen looked at him and said that he was right, but still she would like it to be 2 days. The king said that he still insisted on 4. The queen said with a smile that it seemed to her that 2 days would be enough, but the king did not want to back down and said 4 days. He looked at her with a fierce look and said that he wanted her birthday to be spread out over 4 days. The queen was puzzled and didn't know what was happening, but she had déjà vu. The queen agreed, and the princess in turn was very happy, and because she wanted this day to come as soon as possible. The king looked at his servant and said that an unknown disease was spreading in the south. The young man was taken aback. The young man looked at the king and asked if this would be a problem. The king said that fortunately there are no deaths at the moment, but the disease is still serious. The main symptoms are vomiting, nausea, and diarrhea. The young man looked at the king and asked if he thought it was just poisoning. The king said that he was not sure, but it was still strange that the situation had not improved even after 2 months. The king looked at the secretary and asked him to send someone to find out more about the disease, and he also told him to increase the amount of funds allocated for help and workers. The king hastily signed the documents, and he also asked to send them to the Minister of Finance. The young man looked at the king, puzzled, and asked what he gave for the documents. The king looked at the young man and said that he had given a document informing about the introduction of an additional budget for organizing the queen's birthday. The king said that he did not want to give rise to rumors that his relationship with the queen had deteriorated. The young man looked at the king, puzzled, and asked whether rumors would not continue until they had a common heir. The king said that it did not matter at all, because the next ruler would be the princess. Since Raven apparently has no intention of getting married, the king thought that this would not be a problem. The young man said that everything was so, but he also asked the king if he thought that the duke would always be lonely. The young man said that it is not so easy to meet him in Soviet circles, but still he is handsome and charming. He is also popular among ladies. The king was a little confused by such words. Raven really is so loving to his heart's content, and that's probably why they had no political differences. But when the king thought about him, it became difficult for him. The king was furious. He hoped that the queen would not succumb to his charms. Sir Millard looked at the king, puzzled. He did not understand what had happened. The king understood that he still needed to recover from the past. The king looked at the young man and told him to urgently call the merchants from whom the queen often shopped, and he also told him to make sure that everyone would come. The princess sat and enjoyed the music. The queen said she had everything ready and asked if the princess would like to take a look. The young princess was delighted and asked the queen how she managed to make such flowers from her hair. The queen asked if she liked it. The princess smiled and said it was very beautiful. The princess was delighted and said that the queen was simply a sorceress, as she could create beautiful clothes and wonderful hairstyles. The queen said it was a secret and asked how she knew it. The queen also said that she was very glad that she was able to please the princess. The young princess looked in the mirror for a few more minutes. She asked why the queen didn't braid her hair like that and wear almost no jewelry. The queen said that she did not know and was perfectly content to make beautiful clothes for the princess. The queen realized that habits are a terrible thing. Even when she personally sewed according to fashion, she used a mannequin to get the size and was sure that she had nothing in common with such clothes. Besides, no one would ever be interested in a girl who was not attractive, no matter whether she tried to embellish herself. The young princess looked at the queen and asked if it was because she had difficulties with money. The queen was at a loss and did not understand why the princess was saying this. The princess asked her if this was all because she was saving her money to buy her clothes and shoes. The princess said that she would give her all the money and after that she could buy herself whatever she wanted. The queen said that everything is not so, and she has enough funds, and even the king increased her budget before the birthday party. The queen knew that the real problem was that there was always too much left over. The queen said that she was simply very bored buying clothes and shoes for herself. The young princess looked at the queen, puzzled, and asked what she should do then to thank her. The queen was at a loss and did not understand why to thank her. The princess said that she would like to prepare some delightful gift for the queen's birthday. The queen realized that most likely the heavens were sounding the alarm. After all, they had the most beautiful angel. The queen looked at the princess and said that she did not need to prepare any gift at all, since the best thing she could do for the queen was to spend a wonderful time with her. The young princess was at a loss because she wanted to give her something. A maid approached the queen and said that His Majesty had come to visit. The queen was shocked because she did not expect the king to come to her. The queen smiled and said that the maid could invite him. The queen did not understand why the king came to her so suddenly, since they had dinner together yesterday, and later he came in the evening. The king saw the princess and was surprised, because he did not think that she would be with Abigail. The princess smiled and asked her father if he was okay. The king looked closely at her hair and asked what was wrong with it, since the hairstyle belittled her dignity. The princess said that the queen did her hair. The king said that it doesn't show her title, but it looks cute, which means the hairstyle is very beautiful and suits her very well. The king also said that a member of the royal family does not have to show his dignity. The queen sincerely wanted the king to leave, and this time she decided to remain silent. The queen looked at the king and asked what he had to do with her. The king said that her birthday was coming soon, so he brought her gifts. The queen was surprised because she did not expect him to give her a birthday present. In the blink of an eye, servants entered her room and brought a large number of gifts. The queen was at a loss as she did not expect such a huge number of gifts. The king said that he had prepared several gifts for her, and he also asked if she liked them. The queen was puzzled and said that they were beautiful as hell. She was frightened by the number of gifts, and she thought it was too much. The queen looked at the king, puzzled. The king said that he would like to talk a little, alone with the queen, so he asked everyone to leave. The queen was puzzled and did not understand why he chose the princess. She looked at him puzzled, waiting for a conversation. He looked at her and asked if she liked the gifts or not. Abigail was puzzled by the situation. She said that she just likes there are so many of them. The king said that he thought the opposite and that the gifts were just enough. He pulled out earrings from the box and began trying them on, placing them on his wife's face. The queen was puzzled and a little embarrassed. The king said that they suit her very well. After his words, the queen became embarrassed. She looked at him and asked if it was difficult to indulge society's expectations. The king said it was not so. The king looked at her and said that he gave all the gifts because he wanted to. The queen was puzzled and did not know how to respond to his words. A moment later, she said she didn't deserve all the gifts he gave her. The king was taken aback. He never expected to hear such words from her. The queen, with a trembling voice, asked the king's forgiveness and said that she could not accept such gifts. The king was taken aback and hesitated. He did not expect this. The king looked at the gift and said that he understood everything and would order the servants to take them away. In a trembling voice, he said that he had to go. The queen thanked him in a hurry for coming to her. The young princess was shocked that all the gifts were taken away. The princess came closer to the queen and asked her if something had happened to her father. The queen said that nothing had happened. She just thought there were too many gifts. The young princess was taken aback. The queen remembered that she had completely forgotten to thank her husband. She was shocked at what she had done, because she knew that she should have thanked him even if she did not accept the gifts. The young princess came closer to the queen and took her hand. Abigail was surprised and asked the princess what happened. The young princess hesitated and said that everything was fine. Nothing had happened. In the king's office, it was very cold and the atmosphere was gloomy. The young man looked at him and was confused. He did not understand what had happened, since it seemed to him that spring had just come and everything was fine with the king's mood. But something changed dramatically. The king was puzzled and asked his subordinate what gifts women loved most. The young man hesitated and said that most of all women love flowers and precious stones and various jewelry. The king was confused because he knew that the queen had received the necklace last year. This year, he thought that what she would be most happy about was that he gave her a huge number of gifts. He thought that if she liked flowers, he could build a flower garden for her, and if he likes precious stones, then he could fill the room with different nuggets to the ceiling. But he noticed that there was extreme discomfort on her face. The king was confused and did not understand what to give her to make her happy. There are many things in the world that the king was curious about. He was interested in what colors and scents the queen liked, what she was interested in, and what made her smile. Regardless of what he gives her, she will not be happy until he gets to know her. The young man looked outside and realized that nothing was happening outside. He did not understand what the king was looking at, as he began to notice that he began to do this more and more often. He thought that most likely the king was sick with something. The young man was a little taken aback and said that perhaps he would say it out of place. But did he understand correctly that the king was thinking about a gift for the queen? The young man said that it would be better if the king asked the maid what the queen liked. The king froze for a moment. The young man disturbed him again. The king turned around in a hurry and asked him if he had ever told him that among all his subordinates, he was the smartest. The young man looked intently at the king as he was perplexed. He wanted to tell him that serving him was becoming more difficult. The young maid stood and trembled. She was confused and very scared. She asked if she understood correctly that the king was asking what the queen had been interested in lately. The king looked at her with a cold gaze. The young maid asked the king's forgiveness in a trembling voice and asked him if it would be rude of her to ask why he was asking such questions of her. The king said that he wanted to give a gift to the queen. Clara changed instantly. She said that in this case there is a gift that a husband can give to his beloved wife. Clara said she was sure Her Majesty would like it very much. A messenger came to the queen and announced a list of people who congratulated the queen, and the maids also arranged gifts from different families who congratulated the queen. The queen was shocked by the influx of gifts, and the maids no longer knew where to put the gifts. The queen was surprised and did not understand why there were so many gifts this year. She looked at the maids and asked if this was all because of rumors that she and the king had some kind of disagreement. The queen was shocked as she was given porcelain as a gift. She was pleasantly surprised when she saw the oriental thing after a long time. Clara looked at the queen and asked if they needed to sort the clothes so she could take a look. The queen smiled and thanked Clara. The queen smiled looking at all the clothes and said that it looked like she wouldn't need to buy clothes for another 5 years. The queen was surprised because she saw different versions of the chemise dress. She felt as if she had lived in the Empire of Rocco's time before the French Revolution. The queen was surprised and asked the maids if green was really in fashion now, since there were many green dresses. The maid Norma said that apparently yes, since a new dye has appeared, so green is now the most chic. The queen really likes green. The maid looked at the queen and said that she thought she should open the gift herself. The maid said it was a gift from His Majesty. The queen was surprised because she did not expect him to send her anything. Abigail was a little confused because she didn't even thank him last time. She felt terrible. Even despite such a cold attitude towards him, he nevertheless prepared a gift and sent it to her. The queen asked the maid to remove the clothes from the table. The queen hoped that this time the gift would not be very expensive, but still, whatever it was, she had to thank her husband. Before she could open the box, she immediately closed it. She was in shock and thought that most likely it was her imagination. The queen looked at the maid and asked if she was sure it was a gift from the king. But Norma said that she was completely sure, since the royal servant brought the box in the morning. The queen was at a loss and thought that this was probably some kind of mistake. But she also knew that Norma could not be wrong. The queen thought that most likely it was her imagination. The queen was taken aback after taking a closer look at the contents. She realized that she absolutely did not like the gift. The queen was shocked and did not know what the king wanted to say with this gift. She thought it was most likely revenge or a threat. Puzzled, she told Clara to burn the gift. Taken aback, she said that it would be better if Clara took him to the dressing room. Clara looked at the queen, puzzled, and asked if she was pleased with the gift. The queen said it's just not her style. Clara quietly walked into the dressing room. The queen looked at her intently. Norma approached the queen and said that Duke Raven had asked to see her. She asked what to answer him. The queen was surprised, as she did not at all expect that he would come to her. Abigail didn't understand why he suddenly wanted to meet her. She looked at the maid and told her to tell her that she would now come to the guest room. The Duke looked at the queen and said that he actually heard that today was her birthday. Therefore, I decided to drop by to her with gifts. The Duke said that he was, of course, embarrassed when he saw the nobles with mountains of gifts. But he brought little, but from the bottom of his heart, he said he hoped she would accept the gift. The Duke said that he would like to give her a magical item called a purifier. He asked if she had a similar product. The queen was puzzled. She said she had never had this happen before, and this is the first time they have heard about this. The queen said that she had heard that it had become much more expensive lately, but she also knew that it was better than underwear, but she was told not to accept other gifts. The Duke said that this was an inexpensive gift, but a very ordinary thing. He said that she can use it as a perfume. Just spray it on any place where there is powder or any liquid and it will disappear. The queen asked what the purifier was used for. The Duke said people often use it to correct mistakes in letters, but he thought women could find other uses. The queen gazed at the bottle with its contents. The Duke said that she could use it because it helps remove makeup. The queen was shocked. She didn't expect the gift to be so useful. Abigail said that she was buying and, taken aback and puzzled, said that she would gladly accept it. And she also said that she would like to purchase such an item and asked who the supplier was. The Duke said that even if he told her, she would still not need to buy the goods. Therefore, if she refills the vial with magical liquid, she will be able to use the funds almost indefinitely. The queen was amazed by what she heard. She couldn't be happier. The Duke said that she could go and find the magicians in the palace, but everyone was very busy, so if possible, she could contact him. The Duke said that if she needed magic for such things, then he had one. The queen did not understand what she was seeing and thought that it was most likely an illusion. She knew it was very generous of him. After a while, Abigail realized that he was most likely a sorcerer. The Duke said that he was not quite a sorcerer. The Duke said that he was embarrassed to even talk about it, but he was born with little ability for magic, but there was nothing to be surprised about. The queen looked at him and said that he did not need to be shy since he was gifted. She also said that she thinks that many dukes are very modest. She looked at him and said with a smile that if she were in his place, she would have boasted to everyone long ago. The Duke was a little embarrassed. The queen said that he had come in person to present her with a gift, so he should at least get an invitation. The Duke was puzzled and asked if he understood correctly that she wanted to invite him to the party. The Duke said that this would be difficult as he did not want to draw attention to himself, and he also said that he did not think His Majesty would appreciate it. The queen was puzzled because she understood where the legs were coming from. She thought that the Duke could still be a good brother in his own way. She hesitated a little because she thought that, most likely, she had become too sensitive. The queen looked at him and said that it was a pity, but nothing could be done. She also thanked the Duke for the gift. The Duke said that he was very glad that she liked it. He also added that he would not take up her time anymore. The Duke shook hands with the Queen. She was surprised because she did not understand what he wanted from her. She placed her hand in his and looked at him intently. She thought that most likely he wanted to help her get up. Unexpectedly for her, the Duke kissed her hand with tenderness and warmth. The Queen was shocked by this behavior. The Duke looked at her intently and congratulated her on her birthday with a smile on his face. The Queen looked at her gift and asked Clara to place the gift on the table. Clara agreed with a smile and asked what to do with the laundry. The Queen looked at it and puzzledly told it to put it further in the wardrobe. The Queen did not understand the maid's reaction. She looked as if she was completely exhausted. The Queen thought she could give her some purifier. The King sat puzzled in his room. He was shocked by everything that was happening. He didn't understand why he still listened to the maid and why he managed to give such an intimate gift. He remembered that at this time the Queen usually went to bed. He didn't know if she had received his gift or if she liked it. He wondered for a moment what would happen if she put it on. He thought that he still needed to talk to her, since he expected absolutely nothing, and knew that he could at least take her hand. He was sure that he wouldn't faint if he saw her in her underwear. He knocked on the Queen's door. She said he could come in. The King was puzzled and frightened and also embarrassed. He told himself that he wouldn't be surprised by her appearance no matter what she wore. The King saw her in his usual form. She looked at him closely. The Queen looked at her husband and greeted him. The King froze in place. He knew that he had a serious conversation with his wife. He greeted her timidly. She looked at the King and told him to prepare herbal tea, as it is good for good sleep. She was a little puzzled by the upcoming conversation with the King. The King thanked his wife, and he also asked in a trembling voice if she had received the gift. He was incredibly nervous. The Queen looked at it and said that she had it. He turned pale because he knew what was coming. The King realized that this time he screwed up. The Queen said that since she received a gift, she would like to ask why exactly he sent her underwear. The King hesitated and lowered his eyes. He didn't know what he would answer. The Queen said it didn't matter what she thought about it, but it was really strange. She asked him why underwear, because she knew that this was definitely not something that could please him, and most likely the maid would have sent it. Abigail glared at the King, waiting for an answer. She was confident in her theory. The King turned pale. He did not know what to answer her. She asked him if he had spoken to Clara by chance. The Queen asked if he had asked Clara for an hour to please her. He couldn't look her in the eye. The King said that he did not know what to give her, since all the gifts were too luxurious, and he asked the maid for advice. Because I thought this would be the best option. The Queen laughed and said that she did not think that he would go so far as to ask Clara. She looked at him and asked if he had any idea how surprised she was. The King was confused and puzzled. He didn't know what to answer her. He felt uneasy. She looked at him and said with a smile that she was almost mistaken and didn't think that he wanted her to wait for him in her underwear. The King was embarrassed and turned pale. He said, of course not. It was difficult for him to continue such a conversation, and the King was very ashamed. The Queen looked at him and said with a smile that she understood and knew everything, since he himself told her that he would cut her budget if she did that again, and, of course, she didn't think that he would think about that. So she asked him not to worry. The King did not know what he should tell her, since it was his own fault. The King said that from now on, such a thing could not become a reason for cutting her budget. The Queen was shocked. She didn't know what to answer to his words, because I was very surprised and taken aback. The King looked at her and with a smile asked for forgiveness for being late with her. He wished her good night and hurried out of her room. The Queen was perplexed and looked after him. He hoped she didn't realize that he felt guilty about her. He was ashamed of his actions. Abigail nevertheless decided to try on the gift that the King gave her. The Queen looked at herself in the mirror and realized that it was not very sexy like the one Clara had given her earlier. She thought it was still beautiful. She wondered if the King might like this. She saw that it was pure and innocent. Verite asked if she had put it on because she wanted to show it to the King. The Queen was shocked. She said she just put it on so as not to throw it away. She screamed at him because she didn't tell him to peek at her. She realized that, in fact, it would not be visible what she had under her clothes, and decided that she would wear underwear. Still, she liked the gift. The Queen knew that she was much more comfortable with clothes. She told her friend that she was ready, and he could come back. The young man looked at her, puzzled and upset. The Queen did not understand why he was looking at her so strangely. His behavior was incomprehensible to her. Verite looked at her and asked if she liked the King. If not, then why did she wear his gift? He was embarrassed by her behavior. The queen shouted that everything was not true, and she could not understand whether the young man wanted to say that they were dating. After he sent her 2 gifts, Verite said that they were still married. He looked at her and asked if she hated him. The queen said that she was not a child, and asked him why she should love someone and hate someone. She said that she was much more comfortable with the king now than she was before, and it wasn't that she liked him. She remembered his puzzled and embarrassed look. The queen realized that the king looked like a huge whining dog. She thought he was cute. She realized that he was very similar to his daughter. The young man was furious and did not understand how she could not understand that appearance was not the main thing, since he had already told her this 1,000 times. The queen was at a loss as they were married after all, and she thought she needed to get along a little better. The young man looked at her and said that she was very cruel. He also told her not to dare to come to him and cry, as he would not tolerate this. The queen said that he did not need to worry, since this could not happen, that she felt sympathy for the king. After all, she knew how many problems love could cause. There was still a heart that could be broken at any moment. In her past life, she actually liked one young man. She came closer to him and told him that after graduation they would never meet again, but she hoped that he would have good memories. She gave him flowers. The young man, in shock, thanked the girl for the gift. He didn't expect this from her. Then he told his friends that this was the worst confession that could ever be. She heard all his words, and she was in great pain. She knew that if she eventually fell in love with the king, she would simply seem to be in the same situation as she had been in the past. Abigail knew from the past that she should not destroy her relationship that was now formed between them, so as not to hurt herself. She knew that before it grew into something more, she could change everything. She knew that she needed to drown out her feelings and not give in to emotions. The queen was frantically wondering why she was so tired lately. She thought it was most likely due to the weather. The young man said that this is because she does a lot of processing while sewing dresses for the princess. The queen had a different opinion, as she believed that everything was different. She said that she didn't want to do anything today because she had no strength at all. There is a week left until the party. The queen has finished sewing, and today the princess must try on the dress for the last time. She hoped that she would like it since she worked long and hard on it. The queen said that Norma's cookies were great, and she knew she had to let the princess try them. Verite looked at the queen, puzzled. He didn't understand why her, but he knew that he needed to remain silent. The queen enjoyed her cookies in silence. Someone knocked on her door. The queen was at a loss because she was not expecting anyone. Norma approached the queen. The queen was in shock and did not understand what had happened. She thought that most likely something had happened to the princess. The young maid looked at the queen in tears. She said that Princess Blanche was not feeling well, and therefore it will be problematic to try on the dress. The queen dropped the cookies she was holding. She was shocked because she did not understand why the princess suddenly felt bad. She didn't know what was going on. The queen ran to her young princess. The maid hurriedly said that the princess had no strength at all and had been vomiting all day today, and also had a fever and headache. The queen ran to the princess's chambers with the speed of lightning. Everyone was in shock, as they were frightened by the sudden arrival of the queen. Abigail looked intently at the princess. She was nervous and very worried about the young Princess Blanche. The princess was lying on the bed. She was very ill, as she was tormented by a fever. The queen looked at the maid and asked what condition the princess was in, and she also asked if the doctor had already examined her. The maid said no, and they still don't know the reason for the princess's condition. The queen thought it might be a fever or stomach problems, but fortunately the temperature was not high. She calmed down for a moment. The queen looked at the maids and said that she would take care of her, and they could rest for now. The maids were shocked and perplexed because they didn't expect something like this from the queen. The queen told them to be quiet so as not to wake the princess. She also said that everything was fine. They could calmly go and rest. The maids hastily bowed to the queen and said that they were leaving. In turn, they were glad that they could relax. The queen was shocked and couldn't believe that the young princess was sick, and they didn't even know what was wrong with her. The whole situation frightened her very much. The queen was very sad and worried about the condition of the young princess. After some time, the young princess was able to open her eyes. The queen was shocked, and she was also glad that the princess woke up. The young princess greeted the queen and asked what she was doing here, since it was her birthday today. The princess blew herself up and asked the queen for forgiveness, since she was supposed to come to her today and try on the dress. The princess said she would get ready immediately. The queen looked at her, puzzled, and told her not to get up, since that was not what she had come to her for. The young princess was a little puzzled and said that in that case she would still lie down. She did not want to bring unnecessary inconvenience to the queen. The queen said that her servants told her that the young princess was ill, so she came to see her. The queen also told her not to worry about anything and to quickly go to bed and rest. The princess looked at the queen and said that she was no longer sick and that everything was fine with her, and there was nothing to worry about. The queen was at a loss and did not know how she could teach the princess to be a girl and not take on all the pain. She felt very sorry for the little girl who urgently needed to grow up because of her status. The queen looked at the young princess and asked her permission to lie down next to her. The queen knew that the young princess was vomiting, and she decided to stroke her belly a little. Because I knew that mother's hands heal. But even if she is a stepmother, the effect should still be the same. She knew that the pain would soon go away, and she would help the young princess. The princess was at a loss. The queen said that a long time ago, when she was still little, she had a terrible stomach ache. Her mother lay down next to her and stroked her belly, while humming a funny song. The queen said that the pain did not go away completely, but she was very pleased that her mother was nearby, and sometimes she even pretended to be sick. The young princess was shocked because she did not believe that the queen could be faking. The queen smiled and said that everything had been like that since she was little. The queen said that an adult Princess Blanche would be very sweet, but when you are sick, you need to act like a child. The queen said that she doesn't need to be serious all the time, and not all adults are serious. The queen looked at her and asked if the princess would like to be with her as a child. The princess, puzzled, said that everything was not like that at all. The princess lowered her eyes and said that she was very much afraid that the queen would hate her again. She was very afraid that this would happen again. The queen looked at her and asked why she should not love the young princess. She was very sorry for the princess, and also hurt what the previous Abigail did to the young princess. A moment later, what appeared to be a child's face popped into her head after the king sent her a gift. He was worried and kept looking at her. She wondered if this was how he felt then. The princess looked tearfully at the queen and said that she did not want the queen to hate her. She wanted everything to be fine between them. The princess said that she hated her father and even refused to accept his gifts, and if she also hated the princess, then she would soon return to her home in her hometown. Blanche was afraid that the queen might leave her. The princess cried and frantically begged the queen not to go anywhere, since she really wanted the queen to stay with her, and so that there is peace and love between them. The princess said that she would obey her father in everything and would not complain and would take care of the queen. Abigail was shocked and asked the princess to calm down. The queen said that she did not hate her at all, and that was not the case at all. She said that she really liked the princess. After all, they were family. The queen said that she liked the princess very much, so she won't go anywhere, and the princess doesn't have to worry about it. The princess looked at her with her big eyes and asked if this was really true. The queen said that she swears to her, and now her home is here and she has a wonderful family. The princess collapsed on the pillow and said that in that case, everything was fine. The queen was perplexed and asked if everything was okay with her. The princess smiled and thanked the queen for coming to her. She was glad to hear such words from the queen, and she wanted nothing more. The queen looked at the princess and, smiling, asked if she wanted something, since she was ready to give her anything. The young princess thought about it. The young princess thought and did not know what to answer the queen. She looked at Abigail timidly. The queen said she thought she had something on her mind. The queen said that she had already told the princess that she could act like a little girl there, so she can tell her anything. The young princess looked at the queen confusedly and asked if she could call her mother. The queen was taken aback as she did not expect the young princess to say something like that. She was frightened by her words, because she had never been married, and she had never had children, and then suddenly she became a mother. She didn't understand how this was even possible. She loved Blanche like an aunt. But she didn't know how to be a mother, and she didn't even know what a mother's love was, and she didn't know if she deserved it. The princess said in a trembling voice that she had never called her that only once. The queen was confused and amazed at the young princess's words. She was frightened by the words of the young princess, and she did not know how to behave in such a situation. She was not ready for this, and she did not have the determination. She did not have the necessary knowledge and confidence to take responsibility, even for her own life. She thought it was probably just a little affection, but still, the queen knew that even if things were like this, she could not help but desire her. The queen looked at the young princess and said that she was her beautiful daughter. The queen gazed at her sweet little girl. She sincerely loved Princess Blanche and wished her happiness. Blanche threw herself into her arms and frantically called Abigail Mom. She was glad that they had a good relationship, and moreover, she was glad that she was able to find a mother who took care of her. Abigail looked at the princess and said that everything would be fine as long as her mother was with her. She said that she would not go anywhere and would always be there. Abigail wanted to protect the young princess from all harm. The young princess burst into tears after her mother's words. They lay there hugging for a while until she calmed down, and Abigail tried to hold back her tears. They became a real family. After the princess calmed down, they lay in an embrace for some time. The queen looked at the young princess and said that she would now bring her some water. The princess agreed. The queen looked around the room for water. The queen looked closely at the room, but unfortunately she could not find anything. She thought that she probably needed to go out and look somewhere else. She saw that the door was open and was surprised, because she knew that the maids had to close it. Going out into the corridor, she saw the king standing and reading a book. The queen was surprised because she did not understand why he was standing at the door. The king looked at her puzzled and said that he had heard that the princess was ill and hurried to her. But when he arrived, they were talking, so he decided to wait a little. The queen was surprised, and at the same time very glad that he decided to come and visit his daughter. She was pleased that he began to change and began to treat his daughter warmer. The queen looked at him and said that he could come to the princess because she thought that the princess would be very happy when she saw him. The princess saw her father. She was surprised, but at the same time she was very glad that he came to her. The king looked at his daughter and asked how she was feeling. The princess wanted to say that she was fine, but she remembered how the queen said that it was normal to be a child. The princess looked at her father and said that she was a little nauseous and dizzy. The king looked at her puzzled and said that he understood everything, and no more words came from him. Abigail was shocked by such a dry answer from the king. She pushed him away so he could say a few more words. She wanted him to show more concern for his daughter. The king looked at his princess and said that if she was tired, she could lie down and he would give her water to drink. The young princess obediently went to bed. She was surprised, and at the same time very glad that her father showed concern for her. The king looked intently at his daughter. He didn't know how to start a proper dialogue with her. The king asked the princess if she needed anything else. He said that she could tell if she wanted to eat or read a book. The queen was shocked because the king himself took the initiative. She thought that he seemed to have matured. The queen thought that the princess urgently needed to use the opportunity and ask her father for something. The queen hesitated, looking at the princess. The princess was taken aback. She wanted to say something, but was a little shy. It was difficult for her to ask her father for something. A moment later, looking at her parents, she asked if they could sit with her until she fell asleep. The king looked at her and said with a smile that they would sit with her. The young princess was very happy and thanked her father. The queen knew that Blanche was very happy. As she fell asleep with a smile on her face, the strong smell of herbs slowly faded, and her breathing became more and more regular. The king watched his little sleeping daughter closely for a very long time. He was glad for this moment. Looking at the sleeping princess, they quietly went out into the corridor. The queen looked at the king and said that she thought the princess was fast asleep. The king agreed with her words. She was glad that the princess fell asleep with a smile on her face. The queen asked her husband why he was looking at the princess so intently. The king said that, firstly, he saw her sleeping for the first time, and she's just amazing and she's also so small and anyone can hurt her, and so he thought about it. The queen thought, looking at her husband, that most likely he was gradually becoming a father. The king sighed heavily. He looked at his wife and said that he almost forgot. Because I wanted to tell her something. He asked her if she wanted to go for a walk. The king told his wife about the epidemic. The queen said that she had heard of an epidemic whose causes were unknown. She thought that most likely Blanche was sick too. The queen was puzzled. Since no one knew what happened to the young princess, She hoped that everything would be fine with her and that she would not die. Abigail was very worried about the little lady. The king looked at his wife and said that he would do everything in his power so that she would recover as quickly as possible. So the queen need not worry, and so far there have been no deaths. Everyone said that after a little rest, people heal themselves. The king looked at his wife and asked her how about rescheduling the banquet in honor of her birthday. The queen said that she completely agreed with him. Since the princess was sick and there were big problems in the country, the fact that the symptoms of this epidemic were not critical reassured her. The king said that the banquet in honor of her birthday would be much grander when they properly prepared for it. But the queen, in turn, wanted it to be simpler, not grander. The king said that although the symptoms were not dangerous, the cause of the disease was still unknown. So he asked the queen to be careful. The queen said that everything was fine and she was healthy. Sometime later, the queen also fell ill. The king looked at the servant puzzled and asked about the health of the princess and queen. The man said that the princess was almost recovered. So, everything is fine with her, but the queen's condition was deteriorating. The king was furious and asked if the officials and wizards were researching the disease. He didn't understand how they could investigate and find nothing. The servant came closer to the king and said that a letter had arrived from the south, and he should read it himself. The king read the letter with puzzlement. The servant asked what was in the letter. The king saw the information in the letter and bowed down, as the epidemic began to claim lives and the cause had not yet been established. When the queen died, the king was shocked by this news and then felt grief. His second wife, whom he did not love, did not hate. She was the seat of power, and she died very sadly. He still thought that he could someday love her. He wanted to forget all the grudges they had against each other and meet in the next life. That's what he thought when he laid flowers at her coffin. He definitely did it, but for some reason when he thought about it, anger flared up in him every time. The king looked at his subordinate and told him to call all the nobles to him. The young man was puzzled, because it was almost midnight. The king looked at him with a fierce look and told him to call everyone immediately. He looked at him with his cold eyes and asked if he really wanted to disobey him. The young man looked at the king and asked him to calm down. He said that there would be a meeting early tomorrow morning, so it makes no difference whether to speak now or in the morning. The young man said that it seemed to him that the king needed to approach the issue with a cool head. The king was puzzled and upset. He said that the young man could go and there was no need to call anyone. He knew he almost did something stupid. After all, emotions got the better of him. He knew that even despicable people can make mistakes based on emotions. The young man looked at the king and asked him to rest a little. The young man said that everything would be fine with the queen, and he also asked if the princess was feeling better yet. The upset king stood and looked at the young man. He said that everything was fine with the princess, and he also said that he would go see the queen for a while. The man looked at the king. He was very excited. The king asked what was wrong with the queen. The man looked at the king and said that the queen was resting now, and she was much better than she was in the morning. The king looked at the man and said that he would very much like to see her. He also said that he would not wake her up, and the man need not worry. She would rest well. The king was shocked by the whole situation. He was very worried about the queen and the young princess. Entering the queen's chambers, he gazed at her. She was suffering from fever. The king looked intently at his wife and called out to her in a trembling voice. The king sat down next to his wife and took her hand. He looked at her for several minutes and then asked her forgiveness. He said that a man who calls himself a king cannot even help his wife. His own helplessness drove him crazy. The king looked at his wife and said that it would be better if he were in her place. The queen woke up and looked at her husband. Abigail asked in a trembling voice what he was doing in her chambers. He was glad that he woke up. The king said that he came to see her and asked how she was feeling. He came because he really missed her and was worried about her. He really wanted to see her, which even disturbed her sleep. The queen thanked him for coming to her. She was pleased that he took care of her. The queen looked at him and said with a smile that he had come just in time, since she also missed him. She smiled and said that it was probably all because of the illness. The king looked at his wife embarrassedly and, smiling, said that he missed her too. He felt pathetic because he was afraid of losing her forever. This bothered him, and he began to miss her even more. The king looked at his wife and said that he would definitely find a way to cure her, and no matter what the cost. The queen asked if he was sleeping well, because I saw his tired appearance. The queen looked at him and said with a smile that he must have been tired. She also said that it was already late and he needed to go to bed. The king said that the least he could do for her was to spend some time with her, because he had to tell her something. The queen was puzzled and asked what he wanted to tell her. The king looked at her and said with a smile that today was her birthday, and he wanted to be the first to congratulate her. The queen was taken aback, but still she was very pleased. She smiled and thanked him. Smiling, she asked if it was possible to cancel the celebration. She also said that she would be indebted to Blanche, since she was looking forward to her birthday. The king told the queen not to worry, as the princess really hoped that she would recover. The queen smiled and said that Princess Blanche was a lovely child. Abigail smiled and told the king that the princess called her mother. The king was pleasantly surprised, as he did not expect this from his daughter. The queen said that, to be honest, she was very surprised. She also said that she really liked the princess, but she never thought that the princess would call her mother. The king was shocked by the words of his wife. The queen said that she was very worried whether a woman who was not even able to understand whether her child was sick could be a good mother. She didn't know if she could handle this. The king said that one day she asked him if he hated the princess. He said he never hated her, but to be honest, he felt a little weird around her. The king said he was separated from his parents at an early age and spent his entire childhood elsewhere, and he only communicated with those whom he met at government events, so much so that I didn't even remember the point of them and thought that it was all normal. He said that he learned to be a king but not to be a father, but still, little by little he learned from her. However, at times it was very difficult. After all, he has no experience in this. The king said that he often remembered her words. The queen was surprised and asked what words he remembered. The king looked at her and said with a smile that she once said that they could become a family. He said that the husband or father does not know what he has more or less, but he believed in her. He asked her with a smile on his face not to be afraid of anything, since she and the princess were family. The queen smiled and said that he was also family with them. She was pleased that he supported her with kindness and warmth. The king said that she should have gotten better, so he wished her a happy birthday again. He asked her if they could celebrate as a family. The queen said that was exactly what she wanted. The maid looked at the queen and asked if she was absolutely fine. Clara said that she needed to rest a little more. The queen said that she was fine and there was nothing serious, and after resting she felt much better. Clara was puzzled and said that they still don't know what happened to her. They were all very worried about the queen and princess. As far as she knew, the king did everything possible to find out what happened to her. But no one in the state, not even the elves, could find the cause of the disease. The others refused to cooperate, and the fact that she felt better was purely an accident. The queen knew that she had never felt dizzy before, but she was very bored lying in bed all day, and she knew that she needed to walk at least a little. The maid looked at the queen and called her. She said that the duke had come to meet her in person. The maid asked the queen what she should answer to the duke. The queen was puzzled, as she did not expect to meet him, but still asked the maid to let the duke in. The queen was a little worried and said that she would rather go to him herself. She asked the maid to show the duke to the guest room. The duke looked at the queen and asked if she was all right. The queen said she was fine, thanks to everyone's support. She thanked him for his concern and asked him to sit down. The duke said that he had heard that she had not yet fully recovered. The queen said that it was so, but she said she didn't overwork herself, so everything was fine. The duke said that we need to quickly find the cause of the disease and find out how to treat it correctly. The queen said everyone is working hard on it, so they will definitely find out everything. The young man looked at the queen and said that it seemed to him that she trusted the king very much. The queen said that it was so, but she in turn was puzzled, because I didn't understand why such a strange question was coming from him. The duke said that after her words he felt relieved. He looked at her and said that he had brought something for her, a little gift, so to speak. The queen was surprised and said that last time his gift was very useful. The duke said it was her birthday. He looked at her and said with a smile that this time he was giving her a gift in honor of her recovery. He sincerely hoped that she would accept him. The queen was a little puzzled and did not know what to do, since she only accepted gifts. She thought that she should prepare something for him next time. The queen looked at him and said that in that case she would gladly accept his gift. She looked at the box and asked if she could open it. He said that of course she could open it. Having opened the box, the queen saw a bird. She really liked the gift. In the blink of an eye, the bird flew out of the box. The bird flew freely and easily around the room. The queen was surprised, as she had never seen a golden glass bird before. She also noticed that most likely it was not glass, but the color was the same, and she also felt magic. The queen looked at the bird and asked the duke if it was a magical object. The duke said that this is how it is, and even if she gets bored, the bird will sing to her, since she is pleased with the famous singer. The queen gazed at the bird that was flying in the room. The cute bird suddenly played music. The queen was surprised and noticed that the bird was making the exact sounds of a flute. For some time, the queen and the duke listened attentively to the musical composition. Thanks to the pure and beautiful song of the bird in the room, it was as if spring had come for a moment. The duke looked at the queen in amazement. He was very glad that the queen liked his gift. They let her go with the flow. He said that after the song, the bird could fly away. The queen was very surprised and at the same time happy. She looked at the duke and said that the bird had a beautiful voice. She looked at the little bird and asked her if it was true that she was a famous singer. The queen noticed that the duke was smiling like a child. The duke looked at the queen and said that this was actually his favorite song, and he was very glad that she liked the composition. The queen looked at the young man and was surprised at his reaction. She also knew that he was older than the king. She knew that he was somewhere around 20, but his smile still made him look very young. The queen looked at the duke and thanked him for the beautiful song, and for the song that will forever remain in her memory. The queen smiled and asked him to take the bird back. The queen accepted the gift the first time, but it was difficult for her to do so again. She was not sure that she would be able to give him something of equal value in the future. She was very uncomfortable, but she knew that this was what had to be done. The queen said that she thought the gift was too serious given that she had only been ill for a few days. The young man looked at the queen intently and in surprise. He didn't expect her to say something like that. The duke said that if she thinks so, then he will certainly do everything. He also looked at her and asked how about she return it when she fully recovers. He said they might think he brought her the bird as a form of entertainment. The queen was puzzled and did not know what to do. She knew that this was not very convenient. She thought that she could still buy a bird from him. She didn't know what or how to do. Their conversation was disturbed by the doctor. He came to the queen and asked for her forgiveness, and he also said that it was time for her to take medicine. The duke looked at them and said that in that case he would go. The duke bowed to her and said that he very much hoped that she would soon make a full recovery. The queen thanked him and wished him a safe journey. The queen was very glad that the doctor came on time, because she could get even more problems into her basket. She didn't understand how he could choose such original and good gifts for her. She realized that she had to carefully handle the refusal. The doctor gave her medicine. The queen thanked him, puzzled. The medicine was very nasty and bitter. The doctor looked at her and said that she did great, and there was nothing to worry about now. He asked for forgiveness and said that was where he left off. The queen looked at her maid and said that it was time for them to go too. Norma looked at the queen and asked if the bird was coming with them. The queen was a little surprised and said that she had completely forgotten about her. Abigail was at a loss. She didn't understand at all why she felt so tired, even though she hadn't done anything. Verite asked her if she's okay. He said she should get better soon. The young man said that the disease was quite strange, since he reviewed all his notes, but there were no precedents, and there were no similarities between the patients, and the disease was not contagious. The queen was puzzled. She did not understand why the illness suddenly began in the fall. She knew there had to be at least some reason. She knew there had to be something that changed the year. The bird flew up to the mirror and began to peck at it. Abigail was shocked and shouted at the bird to get away from him. He didn't understand what was happening to the bird. Looking at the queen, he asked if this was another magical item. The queen grabbed the little bird and shouted furiously that it should not peck. The queen said that this is exactly what they received from the duke, as if he is forcing them to buy this or that product. The queen looked intently at the bird and realized that the colors were truly magical. She thought it was gold. Looking closely at the bird, she realized that it was arsenic ore, a paint that resembled gold and consisted of arsenic sulfide. The queen was a little taken aback as she remembered the arsenic ore. She was shocked by her guess. Verite was excited and asked the queen what had happened. He didn't like the puzzled look on her face. Abigail told Verite that she seemed to understand everything. She said that she understood the true cause of the epidemic. Arsenic ore, the mineral that gives its name to the color it is called, royal yellow. Arsenic has received much attention because of its similarity to gold. However, in the end, it was just a cheap replacement for him. It was used to paint murals in ancient Egypt, used by alchemists trying to synthesize gold. Royal yellow is like a duke who will never become a prince. Even though he is a king's son, this pitiful ore quickly lost color and had toxic constituents. Abigail realized the terrible situation and decided to immediately rush to the king. She burst into the office screaming. She wanted to quickly tell him her guess. Abigail hoped he would believe her. Everyone looked at her, puzzled. They were surprised by her appearance. The king looked at his wife in surprise. He did not expect that she would unexpectedly rush towards him. The queen shouted that the color green was to blame. The king was taken aback. He did not understand what she wanted to tell them. The dye used to dye the clothes of the dead was made from arsenic, chele green. The man was furious that the queen had disturbed them. He shouted at her with indignation and rage that they were discussing state affairs. The king waved his hand to silence the man. He looked at his wife and asked her to explain what she meant by the color green. The queen said that she was sure that the cause of the arsenic poisoning epidemic was the green pigment, which was popular and contained large amounts of arsenic. The young man looked closely at the queen and asked if arsenic did not kill rats and insects. In the past, shale greens were in fashion. Since it hit the market, since such material was cheap to produce, this was its advantage. Producing a bright green color, it was used in clothing, carpets, paints, pencils, and even food coloring. But the fact that it is toxic became known after a huge number of people died from it. The queen knew that since she was in this world. She won't let something like this happen. The queen said that it is necessary to ban the use of this dye now and tell everyone about it. She asked to collect all dangerous things and destroy them. The man looked closely at the queen and asked if she had proof. The queen was puzzled and did not understand why she was in such a hurry to tell everyone. She understood that it was necessary to take the necessary evidence. She didn't know what to do now. She understood that the symptoms were the same and therefore came to this conclusion, but she was confused and did not know what to do after she learned that the pigment had nothing to do with the epidemic. The man looked closely at the queen and said that her mind was clouded and due to her illness. He said they were discussing important matters, so he asked her politely not to disturb them and to go get some rest. The queen said that she heard that the first person to die during the epidemic was a manufacturer of artificial flowers. The king said that if it was really the paint, then it made sense. The king looked closely at his servant and asked him to send people to shops that use green pigment. He also asked to check the ingredients. If there really was arsenic, then those responsible had to be brought to him personally. Milad looked at him and said that he understood everything and would do everything. The queen was surprised and embarrassed, and also very glad that the king listened to her request. She did not expect that he would agree to check everything so quickly, since she did not have any evidence in her defense. The man was furious, and said that this was all nonsense, and he was wasting his time on such statements. The king said that even if the most talented people in the state cannot find the cause of the disease, they will decide everything themselves. The king looked at him and asked if he didn't think it was better to check all the proposals and act according to the situation than just sit and watch. The man was taken aback because he did not know what to answer the king. He was confused and furious. The king looked at the duke and told him to make sure that all things with green dye were removed from the palace until they thoroughly test the dye. He asked the duke to monitor everything that was happening. The duke bowed obediently and said that he would do everything. The queen understood that Duke Stoke had given up for now, but if the reason was not the pigments, then she and the king would have big problems. The queen looked at the king, puzzled, and said that she might be wrong about the arsenic in the pigments. She didn't know what to do in this case. The king said that everything is fine since they don't have evidence yet, but there is logic to her theory. The fact that the artisan died first and that the disease spread as the color became popular could not be ignored. The king said that in any case, even if it is not the dye, then everything is fine. Knowing about the presence of the disease does not necessarily tell what caused it. The king looked closely at his wife and said that his queen was still very absent-minded. Abigail was embarrassed and said that she was just in a hurry. The king asked her to sit down for a while. Sitting on the chair, the queen was trembling. She was confused and did not know what the king wanted to do. The king touched her leg. The queen was embarrassed and hesitated, and was also surprised. She didn't know what he was doing. The king looked at his wife and said that his queen would not walk around with dirty feet. The queen looked at her husband in confusion. Abigail said they weren't that dirty. The king wiped her feet and hurried to get up. The king looked at his wife puzzled and said that he would really like to talk to her longer, but unfortunately he has a lot of work. He said that he would immediately show her to the room. The queen agreed. The king lifted the queen into his arms with a slight movement. Abigail was very surprised because she did not expect this. She became embarrassed and looked at him. Abigail was shocked by her husband's behavior. She said that he shouldn't have done such a thing since everything is fine and she can walk. The king was surprised and asked her if she really wanted to return to the room barefoot. The queen hesitated and turned pale. She said that she still did not go, but would ask the maids to bring her shoes. The king smiled and said that it would be faster this way. The queen was in shock and did not understand what had happened. They carried her like a little princess. She knew that she was not prone to such things. The king laid the queen on the bed with tenderness and care. Abigail knew that she did not have enough courage to leave the room at the moment. She saw the amazed faces of the maids passing by. She was very embarrassed for her husband's behavior. The king smiled at the queen and told her not to exaggerate. He said she didn't have to worry about that anymore, and he would take care of everything. The queen was very embarrassed by his action and only said that everything would be fine. Verite looked at his queen and said that the king had already left. He was surprised by her behavior. Verite looked at the queen, puzzled, and said that she had such a funny face. Abigail said that she was simply burning with shame. Smiling, she asked to be left alone. The young princess looked at the queen and asked her not to open her eyes. The queen smiled and said that she would not. The princess asked her to sit down, but to be careful. A moment later, the princess said that the queen could open her eyes. The young princess smiled and congratulated the queen on her birthday. The queen was surprised and embarrassed by this gift from her family. She was pleased and happy in her soul that her family was next to her on such a day. The king looked at his wife and congratulated her on her birthday. The queen thanked the young princess and asked why she still called her that. The princess was embarrassed, but could not answer. A moment later, the princess called Abigail Mom. The queen looked at the young princess and said that she was smart, and the queen also asked if they would like to sit down. They had a fun time enjoying each other's company. They spent their time carefree, enjoying every moment. The king looked at his wife and asked her if she was sure that she had fully recovered. The queen said she was absolutely sure, since the doctor was already convinced of this, and fortunately they found a cause and a cure. The princess smiled and said that Queen Abigail was just wonderful, and she also said that Dad said that the green disease was only found thanks to her. The queen looked intently at the little princess. She understood that it was definitely unusual for her to call her mom, but she still believed that the young princess would get used to it and would call her mom in the future. As Blanche said, this scourge became known as the green disease. A huge amount of arsenic was found in the green pigment. Of course, the dye was banned, and the manufacturers were severely punished. An active operation to find a cure began. The queen, in turn, simply said that she discovered how the mouse died when it ate a green biscuit. She didn't know what would have happened if the king didn't believe her, and just thinking about it sent shivers down her spine. The queen looked at the king and thanked him. She said that he took immediate action and took careful care of everything, so the deadly disease stopped spreading. The king smiled and said that everything was thanks to her and not to him, since without her the disease would have remained a mystery. The queen didn't know if she should be proud of herself, but she felt pleasant and warm at heart from her husband's words. She was glad that he listened to her on time and did not push her away, since at that time she had no evidence that she was right. The king said that considering that they were a family, he asked her if it didn't seem like it was enough for the party, since there was nothing special there. He asked her, looking at her in puzzlement, if she was satisfied with everything. The queen said that, on the contrary, she thought it was more luxurious than last year when the king gazed at his wife. The queen smiled and asked what more could she wish for when she had a king and a princess. The queen smiled and said that they should raise their glasses. Looking at the princess, she told her to drink apple juice. The princess smiled. She was very glad that she could spend time with her parents so carefree. They talked happily and had a relaxed and fun time. Abigail knew that such a pastime was much better than all the noisy parties with a bunch of people. She thought that if her friend had also been at their feast, she would have been able to introduce him to everyone. The young princess looked at the queen and said that she had prepared a gift for her and also for her father. The queen was delighted because she noticed the charming gift. The princess said that it was probably too late, but she still wanted to give her father something special for his birthday, so I tried to embroider several pictures on scarves. The king looked closely at his daughter and said that his birthday had already passed a long time ago. He didn't understand why she gave him such a gift. The princess said that she just wanted to give him a gift. She smiled and said that she had one too. The princess said that the queen and the king gave her such nice gifts, and no one else gave her such nice gifts. The king was very surprised, but in turn also happy about such a nice gift. He was very pleased. He smiled and thanked his daughter. The queen noticed that now he is most like his father. The queen said that thanks to the princess they had all gathered here together. Abigail said she was very happy and would be careful with the gift. Abigail knew that today was a new significant date. She was very glad that she had an unforgettable birthday. The queen looked at them and asked with a smile if they would like to try the cake together. She knew that even though it wasn't her real birthday, she still felt very pleased. They ate and discussed the delicious cake. The queen said that if the princess really liked strawberries, then she could eat more. The king looked at his wife in surprise and said that if she really loved strawberries, then next year for her birthday he would give her a strawberry garden. The queen smiled and said that this was a bit overkill. The queen knew that next year they would also get together. And every time she thought about it, she was very happy, and she could not help but smile, because the day was truly beautiful. Some time later, winter came. She was very sad, since no one was chirping in her ear anymore. Clara burst into the queen's room. She said with a smile that she returned to her. The queen was surprised because she did not expect that she would burst into her so unexpectedly. But still, she was very glad to see her. The queen looked at the young maid and said that she was very glad that she had returned, and she also asked if her grandfather was okay. Clara said everything is fine, because he said he had green disease but had no symptoms. Clara said she thought it was just an excuse for her to come home. Clara said that as soon as she left for the palace, her grandfather began to talk about her marriage, but she didn't want to get married at all. Abigail thought it was a little early to get married at 18, but she also knew that it was the norm in this world. A person considered mature when he turned 16, so it was normal to get married at that age, but still she couldn't get used to it. The queen looked at the young maid and said that she thought she was dreaming of a wedding. The queen asked why Clara did not want to get married. Clara became embarrassed and said that she did not want to marry for convenience. Even if she falls in love with someone, she will marry him, without any conditions. Clara looked at Norma and asked if her parents didn't want to marry her off. Norma was surprised and didn't know what to answer. Norma said that sometimes her parents bring it up, but she didn't want to rush into it, but she still thought that one day she would enter into an arranged marriage. Clara said that even if so, she must have some kind of ideal man. Norma said he wasn't really there. The queen understood that one day they would have to get married and leave the palace. The queen wondered if the princess would also have to tie the knot and leave. Abigail decided to put such thoughts aside, since the princess was just a little girl. She knew that the princes of the respective country would have to stay here if they wanted to marry her beloved girl. Abigail squandered all the events naked, and she understood that she was not going to give a poisoned apple, as in the original fairy tale, so she knew things would be different. She thought that if this were the case, then it was unlikely that the prince could appear out of nowhere, and if the plot changed because of her, and Blanche would no longer meet, but then everything would be very bad. She was very worried that Blanche might remain alone forever. She did not know what she would do after upsetting her marriage. The queen knew that, in fact, even if the princess met the prince as in the original fairy tale, it would be much easier for her. She knew that her daughter was so beautiful that even the prince would not be able to resist her charm and would fall in love with her at first sight. But as soon as she remembered that the prince had to kiss her, she became furious. She wanted the princess to spend the rest of her days with her until death do them part, and she wished that the young princess would never marry. A maid approached the queen and said that Sir Moise was asking for a meeting. The queen was puzzled as he wanted to meet her again. She knew that he was waiting, couldn't wait to ruin the calm day, and with her complaints, she ordered the maid to let him go. Sir Moise looked at the queen and said that he was very glad that she was getting well. He also asked if what they say was true. Thanks to her, they managed to find out the cause of the green disease. The man said that her fame in the royal palace precedes her. He was very happy and proud of the queen. The queen was surprised, since Sir Moise came to praise her, not to condemn her. She smiled and said that he flattered her. The man said that he was telling the honest truth. Sir Moise looked at the queen intently, and he said that her influence is increasing, and therefore he thinks that she now has a say in political matters. The queen was puzzled, and said that most likely it was so. Sir Moise told the queen that she could help him persuade the king just once for the good of the country. At the meeting, all those present discussed various issues, namely that due to some incidents, the eastern region was suffering heavy losses, because the sailors and fishermen along the eastern shore went crazy because of the sirens. The young man looked at everyone present and asked whether an attack on the sirens would be tantamount to a declaration of war. Duke Stoke looked at the king and said that they could not wait any longer, and if a merchant ship entered their territory and then drowned like last time, the question of losses would arise again. This will tarnish Nurgen's reputation and become a big problem for trade with their country in the future. Duke Stoke looked at the king and asked how much longer they must put up with the arrogance of the monsters. The king said that if the eastern region borders on the Sirens' territory, then they must take into account the fact that those living there are putting themselves at great risk. But it was very strange that the Sirens had never attacked the merchants until now. The king said that they did not attack ships, with the exception of ships entering Siren territory without permission. The king looked closely at the men and said that the rest of the shipwrecks occurred in places where ships should not have been. He looked at the duke and asked how he could explain this. The king said that those merchant ships were the property of a trading organization that belonged to the Duke of Stoke. The king asked if he could tell us more about the ships. The duke hesitated, as he could not really say anything. The duke looked puzzled and said that the navigator apparently chose the wrong route. The king said that even a simple fisherman knows where the territory of the Sirens begins. He did not understand how a first-class navigator, specially hired by the duke, could make such a stupid mistake. The king looked at everyone and said that this case had no precedence until now. Moreover, at the moment there is no call for an increase in the number of troops in the east, so there is no need for an offensive. The king said that they would only add people to the military to strengthen the defense, after which the king said that they could end the meeting there. The man, puzzled, called the king and asked what about the New Year's ceremony. The king gave everyone a cold look and said that they would leave this matter for another day, since he had a meeting that was urgent, and he needed to leave them. The Duke of Stoke was shocked by the whole situation. He wanted to resolve all issues. The duke followed the king with a cold gaze. He did not understand where the king was rushing. The king left the meeting room. He was puzzled by everything that was happening, as there were so many issues that needed to be resolved urgently. The king heard a casual and cheerful conversation between the queen and the princess. The young princess was surprised when her father came in. The queen smiled and greeted her husband. She was surprised that he came to them, but at the same time glad. The king smiled in response. He was very happy, since I felt very good since I returned home. The queen walked leisurely in her room. She was excited. Verite was puzzled. He said he enjoyed the silence after she returned the bird, but now she began to pester him. The queen said that she had a very complex and adult question. Verite looked at her and asked if she was worried about the princess's marriage, or because of a favor that Sir Moise had asked for. The queen said that she still had not decided anything, since the question is quite complex, and now she is very serious. Verite asked the queen if it was wrong for the princess to marry her nephew. He said that thanks to the special ties between the countries, not only would her influence over the royal family increase, but the country would also benefit. The queen said that everything is true, but she does not like a marriage of convenience. Moreover, if her memory serves her, then her nephew is not only much older than the princess, but also doesn't know how to do anything. The young man said that the likelihood that the princess would have an arranged marriage is very high, because she's a princess. He asked her what the queen's criteria would be for her future husband. The queen began to list all the criteria. She said that he should be healthy, handsome, kind, honest, smart, and her age. The young man looked at the queen, puzzled. He asked her if her daughter would live in her husband's house. The queen pounced on him and told him to wait a little, since she had not finished yet. The companion must still be faithful, and never love anyone but her. She knew that no one could resist the princess once they saw her. The young man looked at the queen and said that these were just her thoughts, and from the king's point of view, he would sacrifice his daughter for the good of the country and force her into an arranged marriage. The queen said that she was very worried about this, because she could never have thought that the marriage of a young princess would worry her so much. The young man asked the queen why the king married her. The queen was a little upset and asked why he turned the conversation to her. She didn't understand why he suddenly changed the topic. The young woman said that what he meant was that it made sense, but such a powerful country had complete jurisdiction over interethnic marriages. And in any case, the empire would not gain much benefit from marrying such a small country as hers. The young man said that he was still wondering why the king, who said that he hated all women in the world, decided to marry her. The queen was surprised, as she had never thought about it. After her friend's words, she became interested in why the king did this. She looked at her friend and said that she thought this was the king's game. She said that she thought she should first discuss the issue with the princess and the king. The queen quietly looked out the door. She didn't expect to see the king, because she was immersed in her anxious thoughts. The king looked at her and smiled. He asked if she would like to drink wine with him, since he had recently been given good wine. They drank a bottle of wine in silence. The queen was at a loss, since the wine was very sweet. She didn't understand why he brought such sweet wine if he didn't like it. She thought a little, since they looked like a normal husband and wife at the moment. The queen hesitated and asked if there were any special political affairs today. The king said that there was nothing special except for a small problem in the east, and about Blanche, Sir Moise came to him and talked about the betrothal of Prince Kronberg and Princess Blanche. The queen looked at her husband and asked if there were any other marriage proposals from other countries. The king said that, of course, there is an ambassador from Summer visited him about his marriage. The queen knew that compared to her homeland, Leto was a great nation, so that it will be better for them to cooperate with them. The queen looked at her husband and asked him to grant her request. The king smiled and said that he was listening to her carefully. The queen asked him if he could refuse all marriage proposals, including those from Kronberg, until the coming-of-age ceremony for Princess Blanche. Honestly, Abigail knew that her words did not correspond to the time in which she was. She was the queen of 2 empires and 2 countries, and as they wrote in the fairy tales of her real world, they lived happily ever after, or something similar, which is not so easy to achieve. Everything could change at any moment, and all she could do for the princess was to ask for a delay. The queen looked at her husband and asked again if he could delay the marriage proposal until the princess grew up, because she didn't want to use it as a political tool. The king was shocked by this statement. He looked intently at his wife and could not utter a word. He did not expect such words from her. He looked at her and said with a smile that she shouldn't ask him for such a thing, and he also added that he had never even thought about such a thing. The king said that he was most worried that she would want to betroth her to her nephew. The queen was furious and shocked and said that she had never even thought about such a thing. The thought of an arranged marriage scared her. The king was amused by her reaction. The queen felt relieved after his words. The queen looked at him and asked if he had thought about taking up residence with them. The king said that he had not even thought about it. Abigail was a little perplexed. The king looked closely at his wife and said that it seemed to him that his answer was unexpected for her. The queen lowered her eyes and said that since he married her, she thought that there was some kind of agreement between the 2 kingdoms, especially when an unwanted marriage of political convenience occurs. The queen said that since he sacrificed so much for the good of the country, it seemed to her that he would want the princess to marry for political reasons. The king was puzzled. He looked closely at his wife and asked if she had heard anything regarding their marriage from her father. The queen hesitated. She said that while she was a princess, he only said that she, as the eldest, needed to get married successfully and did not tell her anything that seemed to be state affairs and only insisted that she needed to get married. The king said that their marriage was an agreement of previous kings. In the past, during a war, his father's life was saved with the help of the Kronberg kingdom, when Nurgen offered to show them a favor as a reward. He was asked for a marriage alliance. The king said that Kronberg wanted a marriage between their prince and Blanche. The queen was at a loss. The king said that he believed that the marriage should have been performed by one of her brothers and the princess. The queen was shocked. She couldn't understand how this was possible, because she knew that her brothers were much older than the young princess. She knew it was just crazy. The queen looked at the king and asked him if he had married her instead of the princess. She was shocked by the whole situation and did not understand how people could be so easily sacrificed for political purposes. The king said that he had already been in an unwilling marriage once, so he did not want a similar experience for the princess. The queen looked at the king in shock and upset. She realized that he protected her as best he could. She was glad about this, but at the same time it hurt her that he sacrificed himself. The king looked at the queen in bewilderment. She didn't say anything, and she just looked at him. A man who did not receive any love from others and did not know how to remove it so that others would not suffer and there would be no other victims, he sacrificed himself to protect his own child. With a dull sword in his hands, he continues to protect the princess, transferring all the hardships onto himself. The queen looked at her husband and thanked him for protecting her daughter. The king said that he was a little dumbfounded, since this was not something for which he needed to be thanked. The queen said that of course there was something to thank him for, because if the princess married one of her brothers, then a disaster would happen. The king said that this might not be the marriage he dreamed of, but it was easier for him that she became his companion. He smiled and said that he was very grateful to her for becoming his family. The queen was shocked and at once did not understand how the late king could dislike such a son so much. The queen looked intently at her husband and their conversation drove her crazy. She did not understand why the king was caused so much pain in his life. The queen smiled and shyly said that she was also glad that she became his family. She sincerely wanted to make sure that the king did not suffer anymore and lived his life happily. She wanted him to always feel warm and cared for, and for such moments to be shared forever. The queen smiled and said that it seemed like it was already midnight. She knew that the magic of the moment seemed to be very beautiful, since their time was already up. The king sat for a little longer, but said nothing more. The queen thought that it would be nice if he stayed a little longer, but she also thought that he would be unpleasant if she kept him. The queen said, "I think it's a little late." The king, in turn, interrupted her and said that he would like to ask her for a favor. The queen looked at him embarrassedly and with a smile asked what favor he wanted to ask her for. The king, in a trembling voice, asked his wife what she thought about sharing a bedroom with him once again. The queen was shocked, as she did not expect such a question. She didn't know what to answer him. The king said that he, of course, knew that she did not like her as a man, and sharing a bed with him would be uncomfortable for her, but he still wanted to ask her. The queen was surprised for a moment, but would not be upset. She didn't know if it would be right, and her thoughts were only about it. However, she decided to put aside all questions and, smiling, said that she agreed. She didn't know how she could refuse such a loving look. The king was very happy and embarrassed. He didn't expect her to agree to something like this so quickly. The queen said it was a bit problematic when nobles gossiped behind their backs, and she was sure they would calm down once they shared a bedroom. She knew it was just a lame excuse. She knew that the king was not her real husband, and even she was not his real wife. Abigail didn't understand how she could agree to this, but she agreed anyway. The king smiled and embarrassedly thanked his wife, as he thought that she would refuse. He was glad things turned out this way. The king said that in this case we can start today. The queen was shocked and said that the best time to start would be tomorrow, because it's already very late today. The king was shocked. He was also a little upset, but still understood her feelings. He said he thought she was right after all. The queen knew she needed to prepare a little for this. The king said that in this case the servants should be ordered to prepare the room. He said that it was too late before he left, and he would go to his chambers. He said goodnight to the queen. The king said that he was looking forward to tomorrow. The queen was slightly shocked and embarrassed. She said goodbye to him. She looked at him, because he understood that tomorrow they would sleep together. She was shocked and confused since she had never had a serious relationship before. The servants asked questions to the queen. They said that if there was something needed, they could change the furniture in the room, or the curtains, or all the accessories. They said that if there was anything that was needed, she could ask them for anything. The queen was puzzled by the close attention from the servants. She looked at them and said that nothing needed to be changed at all. Clara was very happy and asked the queen if she would like to see the bedroom in order to change something there. The queen was puzzled. She did not want to change anything and wanted to be left alone. Clara knew that the day was truly beautiful. She was happy for the queen and wished her happiness and long love. The queen was shocked. He thought that they would sleep in the same room. She thought that she could still refuse. She was very worried. When she came to the new world, there were several strange moments while staying in the same bed, but now everything felt surprisingly different. Still, she knew that she probably shouldn't come up with anything since they would just sleep together. The young princess saw the queen and greeted her with a smile on her face. The queen was surprised at the arrival of the princess and asked what she was doing here. The princess said that she kept taking some flowers to decorate the room, since they would now sleep with the king. She showed a bouquet of flowers and asked if the queen liked it. The queen smiled because she was surprised. She thanked the princess and said that now her room would shine. At that time, the queen realized that she could not rejoice, since now there was no turning back, and they will sleep together. The queen looked at the princess and asked, "How about we sit in her room in the evening and drink some hot chocolate and chat for a while?" The princess was surprised and asked if it was really possible. The queen said that of course it is possible. The queen knew that this was called real cunning. The princess lowered her eyes a little and said that she was very sorry that she had disturbed her. The queen was puzzled and did not understand what the problem was. The princess said that she was fine and could sleep alone. The queen was shocked. The queen came closer and asked how about this. She quietly whispered something in the princess's ear. The young princess, hearing what the queen was offering, was shocked and bewildered. The young princess beamed and enjoyed the music. The queen asked if it was true that she liked that she would sleep with the king in the same room. The princess said that this meant that the people she loved very much were getting together, so she's just delighted. A little later, she said that her father no longer loved her. The queen was shocked and said that this was not true, because the king loved the princess very much. She didn't understand at all where the girl got such thoughts. The young princess silently averted her eyes. The queen really wanted to tell the young princess how much the king protected her and what he sacrificed for her. She was very surprised that a person sacrificed so much, despite the fact that he himself was doomed to suffer from loneliness. The queen looked at the princess and asked what she thought about the marriage. She asked if the princess would like to get married. The young princess was shocked by this question. The queen said that she meant that one day the princess would need to find an excellent candidate for a husband. The queen said that many people were just talking about it, and she just asked her. The queen knew that if we followed the original story, the princess would meet a prince from a neighboring kingdom, and after going through all the difficulties in our country, she would live a happy life. The princess thought for a moment and said that she, to tell the truth, did not know. The princess said that, however, she did not much like the idea of leaving them and spending the rest of her days in another country. The queen said that, to tell the truth, she herself would like the princess to stay with her as long as possible. It would be wonderful to see the princess when she becomes a grandmother. The queen knew that this was all correct, and she did not care about the original story. She knew that the most important thing was the princess's happiness, and happiness could be different. Abigail was very happy because she realized that she had worried about everything in vain. She decided to eat before everything got cold. The king came to them. He said that he was late and apologized for it. The princess greeted her father. The queen said that he was not late since the food had just been served. The queen was puzzled because I knew that today they should not eat together. The king said that he decided to join since he had already visited them. He looked at the queen and asked if this made her feel uncomfortable. The queen said that it was not so. The queen said she was just a little surprised. The king said that today is a special day, plus they have something to talk about. The queen was shocked and asked him to wait, because I knew that he might say something strange in front of the child. The king said that Queen Dowager will be in the main palace for some time. Abigail was at a loss. The king said that the queen's condition had worsened after the green disease, and therefore it was decided that she would remain in the palace. She is still being treated, but as soon as she recovers, she will return to herself. So, there's nothing to worry about." Abigail breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't know if everything was as good as the king said. She knew that there were many people in the palace, and it would look strange if she stood aside and remained silent. But the king smiled as if he knew what she wanted to ask. The young princess looked at her father and asked who Queen Dowager was. The king said that he did not remember her since she left the palace when he was 3 years old. The king looked at the princess for a while, and later said that the queen had given her a name. The young princess was shocked and said that in that case they should meet her. The king looked at his daughter and told her not to raise her expectations too high since the queen would be leaving soon, so the princess would not have to hold the queen too much. The whole dining room fell silent when the king began to speak so unfriendly. It was one of those moments when everyone could understand how negative the king was. Probably Abigail was the only person in this palace and in this world who understood how he suffered from his parents. Her heart began to pound with sadness. The king was puzzled and looking forward to the night. He knew that from that day on he would fall asleep and wake up in the same bed with the queen. He knew that he would be able to see her sleeping, but he also knew that this was not the first time they had slept together. But he was very worried. A moment later he realized that he shouldn't have choked like that. He heard a noise and asked the queen if she was there. The queen looked at her husband and said that she was here. The young princess looked behind the queen and said that she had also come. The king was shocked as a feeling of betrayal washed over him. The queen said that since they had a new bed, she thought it would be a good idea if they slept together. The king knew this was an unexpected development. The young princess looked at the queen and said that she thought it would be better for her to sleep alone, and who Clara's husband said that she should not be here. The king looked at the embarrassed queen and said that everything was fine and the three of them could sleep. He knew that this was a relief for him, since he was very worried and did not know what to do. The queen smiled and told the king to come to them quickly. They were silent on the bed. The princess was very happy because she was lying in bed with Mom and Dad. She felt great. The queen was glad that she could enjoy such pleasant surroundings. The queen kissed the young princess tenderly. The queen looked into the beautiful eyes of her daughter and tenderly wished her good night. The young princess smiled shyly at the queen. The queen looked at the king and asked where his goodnight kiss was. The king smiled and asked his wife or daughter. The queen was embarrassed and said that, of course, her daughter. The king looked at the young ladies in confusion. He kissed the princess with tenderness and care. In a trembling voice, he wished good night to his daughter. The young princess said shyly that she would indeed sleep well today. The young princess tugged at the queen's shirt and asked if she would kiss her daddy good night. The queen hesitated. Abigail was shocked. She didn't expect such a question. The young princess looked at the queen and said that she needed to kiss the king good night. The queen looked at the princess in shock. She did not think that the king would be able to endure this. The queen looked at the king in confusion. The queen said that His Majesty is already big, so he doesn't need a goodnight kiss. She looked at the king and asked if she was speaking correctly. The king said that he never received a goodnight kiss, so he couldn't say. The queen was shocked and did not understand why he was saying such sad things. She was shocked that no one kissed him goodnight to wish him sweet dreams. The queen asked him embarrassedly, looking at him, if he knew what a kiss was. The king was surprised and asked her if he looked like a fool. The queen said she meant that her lips would touch his skin. She asked if he was sure everything would be okay. The king said that everything was already fine when they held hands. He looked at her and asked if he should kiss her. The queen was shocked. The king came closer to her and looked intently into her eyes. The queen was embarrassed because she did not expect this at all. He kissed her cheek tenderly. The king looked at his wife and wished her good night. The young princess was very pleased and looked intently at her parents. She wished them good night. After several hours of sleep, the king woke up. He saw the queen tenderly hugging his daughter. He looked at his young ladies with confusion. He noticed that they were very similar to each other. Winter, when he was 15 years old. On the day when everything was covered in snow due to continuous snowfall, a child was born. His child. He didn't feel anything, but I clearly remembered the expression on the secretary's face who announced the birth of the princess. As if he was apologizing, he didn't want this child. However, he didn't refuse him, but everyone had an expression on their faces as if they were committing crimes. At a time when the reputation of the imperial family was valued, this birth was a crime. Maria cried with disappointment, and his mother, the king's widow, named the child and left the room with an icy expression on her face. All those names of the legendary kings that she prepared were not useful, and the decorated nursery became a room without an owner because nothing suited the girl. It snowed on her birthday, so she was named Blanche, meaning white. Everything was done so casually that if it had rained then, she would have been called a name associated with rain. But if she had been born in the spring, she would certainly have had a name associated with a flower. His child did not receive anyone's approval, but still grew up as pure as her name and without a mother. When the young princess asked the king about the queen, who was her grandmother, the king hesitated and did not know what to answer. But he knew that this was the man who didn't even smile when she was born. This is the man who brought the woman into the room right before the funeral of her mother, who died giving her life. But the only thing he could say was that she had given her a name. The young princess laughed at the words he was able to blurt out after not swallowing them several times. The king looked intently at his sleeping daughter. He sincerely wanted to protect her from all adversity. He didn't know that she was the most gentle, kind, and defenseless in the whole world. He sat and looked intently at his daughter, not noticing anything around. The queen woke up and asked why he was not sleeping. The queen looked closely at her husband and asked what was wrong with his face, and also asked what was bothering him. The king said that nothing bothered him. He just looked at the princess because he was worried. The king said that the princess had so much love, he did not know how she would live in such a world. The king said that he tried to take care of her and make her stronger, but she still remains a fragile girl, and this makes him worry about her. The queen looked at her husband and said that loving does not mean being weak, and composure will not make him strong, since you can simply grow up as a traumatized person. The king was puzzled because he realized that he was doing everything wrong. After all, she had never offended anyone since birth. The king said that he understood everything. The king lowered his eyes, puzzled, and asked his wife whether loving and being weak are not the same thing. The queen said that she had every confidence that the princess would grow up to be both loving and strong. The king looked into the distance, puzzled. He did not understand how two qualities could be compatible with each other. He said, puzzled, what could it be? He remembered how his small and fragile daughter came to him and asked him to apologize to the queen. The king thought for a while and said that perhaps we need to think things over better. The queen smiled and said that everything would be so. The king looked intently at his wife. He knew that if she had changed so much, then Blanche would grow up to be a very good person. The young princess ran joyfully. She noticed a lot of rabbits, and they were very cute. She hurried to convey this news to the queen. She had fun with the cute bunnies. The queen knew that the young princess was much cuter than all the rabbits in the world. The princess smiled and called the queen to her. The queen slowly walked towards the princess and noticed that all the rabbits began to scatter in different directions. The queen was a little puzzled because she couldn't pet anyone. She was shocked that she couldn't touch the rabbits. The princess brought a small rabbit to the queen. She said that this baby is not afraid of others, and he is also very gentle. The princess gave the rabbit to the queen and told her to also feed him carrots. The queen was shocked and very happy. The young princess smiled and said that she thought the rabbit was very comfortable in the queen's arms. The queen looked intently at the young princess. She understood that the princess was just an angel. Norma approached the queen and said that the dowager queen would arrive soon and they should prepare. The queen said they would go now. The young princess was very happy that she would be able to meet the queen dowager. She looked at Abigail and asked what the dowager queen was really like. Abigail released the rabbit onto the ground. She said that she did not know her personally, and she was also interested in what she was like. The young princess asked if she could sleep with them tonight. The queen said that of course it was possible, and it seemed that the king also really liked that she came. The young princess was surprised and happy. The dowager queen saw the princess and Abigail. She greeted them and said that she was very glad to meet them. Abigail was a little confused, as the queen dowager didn't quite live up to her expectations. The queen dowager apologized to Abigail for not being able to greet her at their wedding. She said that everyone in the capital is talking about the fashion for a new style of clothing, and she also praised Abigail's dress. Abigail was puzzled and thanked the queen. She looked at Abigail and said that she could just call her mom. Abigail knew that she wouldn't call her mom since she only had one mom, which remained in a past life. Abigail smiled her radiant smile and said that in that case she would call her mom. The queen was shocked and confused. She said that if Abigail didn't want to, she didn't have to call her that. Abigail was perplexed and did not understand why the queen had suddenly changed so much. Abigail hesitated and said that wasn't what she meant. The queen looked at Abigail and said that it didn't matter and she could call her whatever she wanted. The queen said that her daughter-in-law and her wonderful granddaughter are already here, so they can eat. She said she invited the king to a family meeting. The queen looked at her son and said that long trips and everything are already exhausting. And she also asked him why he was so irresponsible that he did not visit her at least once. The king looked away and asked for forgiveness, as he was very busy. The queen looked at her son and said that he seemed to get along well with his wife. She also asked whether they would soon have heirs. The king said that he thought they would soon. The queen said they had been married for more than a year. She couldn't understand how he still couldn't conceive a child. The king told her not to say such things in front of his wife. Even if she is not able to bear a child, this is not a reason to insult her. The queen was shocked by her son's behavior. She looked closely at her son and said that he had changed. She said that they had not seen each other for a very long time, and she could not even think that he would become so weak and stupid. The queen said that everything had changed since he was younger. She thought marriage would help him mature. She said that he is always so self-absorbed. The queen asked if it was true that Abigail could not bear a child. She said with a grin that Abigail is a poor thing. The king was furious and said that this was not true at all. The queen was shocked and did not understand how he could keep a woman near him who could not bear a child. She didn't understand what was the point of being a wise and respected king if he didn't have an heir. The queen said that he was in her first place. She told him to take responsibility and have a child. The queen said that he would understand everything later, and also asked when he would call her to live back in the main palace. The king looked at her with a fierce look and asked if there were any inconveniences at the border. The queen smiled and said that it was best to live in the main palace. The queen said that she did not need much, but still, if she lived in the main palace, she would be useful. The queen said that the East was suffering greatly, and the mermaids were expanding their territory. The king looked contemptuously at his mother and told her to come closer to the point. The queen smiled and asked him if he would work with Morka, her country, if this would be a chance to get rid of them. It is closer to the east of Nergar, and the naval forces there are quite developed. The king looked closely at his mother and said that everything sounded simple. The queen looks at her son, puzzled. She told him that she knew he didn't like him, but she should take the chance. She asked him not to let his emotions influence his decision. The king said that they would talk about it when the army was of sufficient value. The king looked at his mother and said that she was probably tired, and he thought that she should rest, because he is busy and cannot talk to her anymore. The queen was shocked by her son's behavior. She looked at him intently and said that the king is also a man, but not like everyone else, and he should think like a king. The maids walked around the queen and did her hair and makeup. The queen looked at the maid and told her not to use that color as it was obvious. She said they made her sick, and now they want to make a corpse out of her. The maid asked the queen for forgiveness. Another maid approached the queen and asked if she liked Abigail. The queen was surprised. The maid said that was the queen's name. The queen mother said that she had not noticed that the relationship between the king and Abigail was stronger than she thought, and she was not surprised when people saw them hugging or when the king called her his wife. The queen said that if she had forced her son to marry earlier, he would have already had 2 or 3 children. She said that even the relatives of the late king are trying to preserve the family line. The queen said that, however, there was not much time left, and if she desperately begged, it would not be enough. Since her son tolerated her presence in the palace only while she was sick, she said she could benefit. The young princess greeted her grandmother. The princess looked at Her Majesty and asked how she was feeling. The queen was very happy about the arrival of the princess. She looked at the young princess and hurried to hug her. The princess was very happy and reciprocated with her grandmother. The queen looked at the princess and said that she could not believe that she was still as lovely. She said that she would be very sorry when she had to leave, but there was nothing she could do. The queen could not understand how one could be so beautiful. She said that it was a pity that her mother was not with them now. She said that if her mother had been with them, everything would have been different. The queen coughed a little. The young princess was shocked and asked if everything was okay. The queen said it was very difficult for her to recover, even though she is taking medication. The young princess was shocked, as she felt very sorry for her grandmother. The queen knew that she could play with her granddaughter's feelings. She knew that she was kind, but stupid. The queen looked at her granddaughter and said that she thought that she would soon be completely okay. So she asked the princess not to worry about her. The princess looked at her grandmother and said that she thought she would get better soon. The queen said she hoped so. But it seemed to her that the medicine was not working because of the recent news about the East. The queen was puzzled. The princess looked closely and worriedly at her grandmother and asked if she understood correctly what she was saying about mermaids. The queen said that because of the mermaids, many people suffer and also lose ships, and something had to be done. But she could not do anything in such conditions. The young princess hesitated and said that she would like to help those suffering. The queen said that the princesses are a beautiful soul. The queen said that she could help here. The princess was in shock and did not understand how she could help. The queen said that her homeland is an island called Morka and the main enemy of the mermaids, and if Morka and the princess's homeland unite, peace will reign in the East again. The queen said that she has a nephew, a prince who is as kind and beautiful as a princess. The queen looked at the young princess and said that she also meant their union. The princess was surprised. The queen asked if the princess would like to marry him. The young princess was shocked because she did not expect her grandmother to talk about marriage. The queen said that thanks to such a marriage, peace would reign in the East again. The queen asked the princess if she had ever wondered why she lived in a castle with comfort and luxury. The queen said that with all this comes duty. The princess was taken aback as she heard about the princess's duty. The queen said that everything is true, and she is very smart and an adult, and it's time for her to think about her country and people. The young princess remembered Abigail saying that it was okay to act like a child. She remembered Abigail saying that she was still very young inside, but all the words lost their meaning after the queen's words about the duty of a princess. The young princess said that she understood everything. The queen smiled and said that this was truly wonderful. She asked to keep everything that happened a secret between them. Abigail walked nervously around the room. Verite asked her to calm down, since the princess just went to see her grandmother. Abigail said she understood, but she was worried. The queen did not know why the young princess came to meet her and what she wanted from the young princess. Abigail was shocked, since Verite's magic did not work when they were far from the palace. Verite said that Princess Blanche had already returned to the main palace. Abigail was puzzled and said that the tea and snacks should be prepared first. The queen hurriedly ran to look for the maids. Abigail greeted the princess and asked how she enjoyed meeting her grandmother. The princess smiled and said that everything was fine and quite fun. Abigail looked at the princess and felt very strange, since the princess was acting as usual. But something was wrong. The queen looked at the princess and said that in that case we could drink tea since it was very cold. The princess agreed with her. The queen looked at the princess and said with a smile that today there was her favorite cocoa and asked if she could put 2 spoons and also put 2 marshmallows. The young princess looked at the queen and said that everything was fine and there was no need for cocoa. She said there would be tea without milk and sugar. The queen was taken aback, as she did not understand her daughter's behavior. The queen asked what happened to her, and she also asked if her grandmother told her that the princess should go on a diet. The princess was taken aback and said that everything was not like that. The princess looked away and said that she just had to act like an adult. Abigail looked closely at the princess. It seemed to her that she felt as if Blanche had shut herself off from her. She did not understand what happened in the palace. The queen looked at the princess and asked if she could find out what the princess and queen talked about when they met. The princess said that her grandmother told her the story of their family. The princess also said that she had something to tell Abigail. Abigail listened carefully to the princess. Blanche looked at the queen and said that from that day on she slept alone. The queen was at a loss, because she knew that the princess said that she doesn't have nightmares, and she likes to sleep with them. The princess said that she was no longer a child and everything was fine. The queen was shocked and did not understand why the princess suddenly drew a line between them. Her smile was elegant, like an adult's. Abigail didn't know what the young princess was thinking. The king told his subordinate that he allowed the princess to stay in their room, and the queen sang to her before going to bed. The young man looked at the king and said that thanks to him, the princess behaved like her age, and she seemed to be very happy. The king said that if Abigail likes to be with Blanche and sing to her before bed, then he approves of it. The king said that the princess behaves her age and behaves like a normal child. The young man said that everything was not entirely like that, but thanks to the queen, his relationship with the princess seemed to be improving, and he was very happy about it. Blanche is almost 12, the age at which they learn to be royalty, as well as manners. The king didn't know whether it was right for her to sleep with her parents at that age. He remembered the words of his mother, who said that he needed to think like a king. He could only agree with her words. But still he knew that he did not think, as a king, he did not know whether he should tell the young princess to sleep alone. Entering the room, he saw his wife. He was surprised because she was upset about something. The queen looked at her husband with eyes full of tears. The king approached his wife and asked what happened to her. The queen said that the princess said that from now on she would sleep alone. For a moment the king felt relieved, but still he was a little puzzled. He looked at her and asked if she was upset that she would now have to sleep with him. The queen said that she was just worried about the princess, as she said it was after meeting Her Majesty. The king looked at the queen and asked if this was wrong. The king said that she could not sing to her forever before going to sleep. The king also said that Abigail thinks the princess is too small. He said that Princess Blanche could take care of herself, so no need to worry. The queen said that he was, of course, right. She understood that singing to a 12-year-old girl before bed was a little too much, but compared to the current Blanche, he never allowed her to act like a child. The king was puzzled. He did not say anything to her. The queen said that for a long time she could only suffer in silence, and all this time the princess was offended because she was traumatized. The king was shocked. He looked intently at his wife and could not answer her. A moment later, the king stood up and said that he would be back soon and asked the queen to wait for him. Abigail was confused because she didn't know what the king wanted to do. She called after him because she wanted to know why he left so suddenly. The queen heard the sound of footsteps. The young princess came with her father to the queen. The king said that he brought the young princess because the three of them urgently needed to talk. They sat in silence for some time and looked at each other. The queen looked at the young princess and asked her if the princess had come to her to say that she would now sleep alone. The queen looked at the little girl and said that she thought the princess wanted to say something else. The young princess looked away and said that she wanted to marry Prince Morka. Dead silence reigned between them. The king was shocked, along with the queen. They did not expect this from the young princess. The queen was shocked and screamed. She wanted to know correctly. She asked the princess if she was crazy. The queen screamed in rage and asked her if she even understood what she was talking about, since she knew that the princess was still too young. The princess said that although she is small, she is still a princess, and cannot always act like a child, and it was all for the sake of the country and the people. They were shocked because they couldn't say anything. The queen looked intently and angrily at the princess and asked if Her Majesty had accidentally said this at their meeting. The young princess said that it was not like that at all, and she was just thinking about it. The queen was puzzled and asked why Prince Morko. She also said that it would be a marriage of convenience, and asked if the princess would mind. The princess looked at the queen, puzzled. A moment later, the princess said that she didn't mind if it helped her dad, since that was the princess's duty. The king looked at his daughter and asked her who said he needed her help. The king said that he made their country powerful and rich without selling children. The young princess said in a trembling voice that the East needed Morka's powers. The king shouted with rage that all this was not necessary. The young ladies were shocked by the king's behavior. The king remembered his wife's words about the young princess. She told him that the princess would definitely grow up strong if you don't put pressure on her, and that you can easily make a child injured. He looked at the young princess and realized that he was seeing the consequences that his wife was talking about. He hoped that she would be steadfast and unshakable, like a skillfully forged sword. He raised her, hoping that at least she would not become like him, but in the end she has already become the same as him. The queen looked at her husband and called him. Abigail said that sometimes they can't get across what we want to say without saying that he should have been more clear. She looked at her husband and asked if they understood correctly that he did not want the young princess to marry for convenience. The king said that everything was correct. The queen asked what the reasons were and said that it might help Nurgen. Abigail asked if it was because he didn't like Blanche. The king shouted with rage that this was all wrong and that was not the reason. He said there was simply no reason and he wanted the princess to live a full and happy life. The young princess was shocked and looked away in confusion. She looked at her father and asked if everything would really be fine, even if she did not marry according to convenience, and even if she did not fulfill her duty as a princess. The king looked at her and said that everything would be fine. He said that he would be able to protect the people even without her help. He remembered his mother, who told him to think like a king, and she also said that one could easily become confused when questions related to the king's personal life. The king looked closely at his daughter and told her that she needed to think about her happiness and well-being. The king said that he would do everything in his power. He looked at her and said with warmth in his voice that she could tell him anything. And also, if she needs anything, he will always help her. He said with a smile that sometimes it's okay to act like a child. She smiled and asked him to hug her just once. The king was surprised. He came closer to her and hugged her tenderly. The young princess was very happy. The king hugs his daughter and says that all this time he behaved incorrectly. He said that he wished he could appreciate her more and give her more love, but he realized his shortcomings too late. The young princess was moved and cried at her father's words. The king looked at her and asked if he could ask her forgiveness. The young princess said in a trembling voice that she felt bad, but now she forgives him for everything, and now everything is really fine. The king hugged his daughter with warmth and tenderness and thanked her for her forgiveness. A moment later, young Blanche looked at the queen and told her mother to come and hug them. The young princess was glad that it all ended like that. She was the happiest. The queen looked at her maid and said that it looked like the king had called his daughter to talk. It seemed to her that the young princess had listened to her after all. The queen did not know what to do. She thought that maybe she should pretend that she was still sick. The young maid looked at the queen and asked if she should bring her a dress and a chemise. The queen looked at the maid, puzzled, and asked if she was talking about a dress that looked like pajamas. She didn't understand why she had to please her daughter-in-law. The queen said she would do it this way. She also said that she feels like everything works as it should, no matter what she wears. The young princess looked at her grandmother and said that she did not want to marry the prince, and also asked her for forgiveness. The queen was shocked and perplexed. The queen looked at her granddaughter and asked what she was talking about. The queen did not understand such changes in her granddaughter. She herself said that she would like to help her kingdom. She didn't understand why the young princess suddenly changed her mind. The king said that everything was true, and if the young princess married the prince, she would, of course, bring benefits. However, the king thought a little differently. The king said that he was not going to use his own daughter for political purposes. The queen was shocked by her son's behavior. She said it was simply unimaginable. She screamed at him in rage. She didn't understand why he was still remembering the past. The king came closer to his daughter and asked to be left alone as they needed to talk seriously. The queen looked at her son and said that since there were no children here, they should talk directly. She looked at him and asked if he was doing all this because of what happened 10 years ago. She looked at him and said that women would still be a little braver than men. She asked him if that was why he hated his own mother. He looked at her and said that it was the other way around and he didn't hate her at all. He said he respects her. The king said that she must tend to the ailing prince, the young and only heir, and at the same time strengthen her position after the illegitimate child appeared. He said it was a really good decision. The queen looked at her son, puzzled. The king said that, however, he would be the only one she took advantage of. He said he would never allow her to take advantage of his daughter. The queen screamed at him in rage. She said that no matter how much he liked it, he was still her only family. She didn't understand how he could talk like that to his own mother. The king looked at his mother and said that his family now is Abigail and Blanche. The king said that if she was planning something like that, then she needed to do everything more carefully. The king said that apparently she had threatened and blackmailed the royal physician. The man was taken aback and said in a trembling voice that he had no excuses. The king looked at her and said that he had good news, and that she completely recovered from the green disease, as the doctor said. He told her to make sure everything was ready to send back, because she is no longer sick. He said that if they were done, then she needed to leave. After all, protecting the family was his duty. The queen was shocked and did not understand how he could treat her like that. She screamed at him that he would regret his actions. The young princess ran and frolicked in the snow. Abigail looked at the king after he told her everything. She asked him if he believed his mother would give up, because she knew that she was slightly unhappy with his actions. The king said that everything would be fine since it is not easy to manage everything from afar. Abigail looked at her husband and said that she hoped so. The young princess took her parents' hands. She was very glad to have them next to her. The queen, puzzled, asked the princess where they were going. The young princess let them go and began to smile. The queen laughed, because she understood what the young princess had been doing all this time. The queen looked at her daughter and asked if she was cold. The young princess said that she felt warm in the scarf and gloves that she had knitted for her. The king looked at his daughter and asked her if it was a shame for snow to get dirty. The queen looked at her husband with puzzlement. The young princess smiled and said that everything was exactly like that, but the snow would still fall again. The king asked his daughter if she were not to become queen, what would she become? The princess smiled and said that she would still have become queen. The king said that this is a dark path, dirty and cruel. He asked her if she still wanted to become queen. The princess smiled and said that she wants to become a queen and wants to protect her kingdom, which mom and dad love. The young parents were confused. Looking at their daughter, they were shocked, because they did not expect her to say something like that. The young princess said that, however, she still did not want to get married. She looked at her father and asked if she understood correctly that he had once told her that sometimes it was okay to be selfish. The king smiled and said that everything was exactly like that. The young princess smiled and said that everything was fine, and also, she said that now she would sleep alone. The princess looked at her parents and said that Clara told her that if they slept together, very good things would happen. The king became embarrassed and looked away. The queen was shocked because she understood what Clara said. The king looked at Abigail and said that whatever they were thinking about, but their daughter is still extremely caring. Really white snow will only fall on bad memories and hide them. One day the snow will cover the dirt path and traces of happiness will appear on it. Abigail was sure they would remember this winter. The long winter is over, and finally spring began and the roses bloomed. In the winter there was a big celebration of Princess Blanche's birthday. It was far from being calm or serious. That day she appeared in her father's arms, and her face shone with happiness. Then everyone in the palace, regardless of title, ate cake and drank wine. Although it was unusual, people later sang about their gratitude to the queen for the big changes in the palace. The queen looked at the princess and said that she made this pink jam from the first roses. She asked if she liked it and put it in her tea. The young princess said it was very tasty. The queen looked at her daughter and said that she heard that the princess began to study more. She also said that if she finds it very difficult, she can only tell her. The young princess looked at the queen and said that she was already 12. So she must study hard and asked her mother not to worry. She said that the teachers are very wonderful. She also said that she heard that the music teacher had changed and that he was from the palace. The princess said that the teacher who taught Lady Karen would arrive soon. The queen said that in that case, she needed to meet him to make sure that he would treat her well. The queen of the marina looked at her daughter and was touched by the fact that she was acting like a mother. A young maid approached the princess and said that the music teacher from the palace would like to meet her. The princess was puzzled because he appeared unexpectedly. She smiled and asked the maid to let the teacher in. The queen was puzzled, since she was the first to hear about the teacher. The man came to them and greeted them. The queen was shocked because she remembered him. The young man said that his name was Gideon and he would be her music teacher. The queen was shocked because she knew that this was the man who hung around the princess at the holiday. She didn't understand why he suddenly became her teacher. The queen looked at him with a puzzled look. She said that she was very pleased to meet her, and she also said that this was the first time she had heard about him. The young man said that he belonged to a small family of viscounts, so he did not think that she had heard of him and his family. The queen said that if he was from a viscount family, then he must have had extraordinary talent to be able to teach members of the royal family. She asked who recommended him. The young man said that the Duke of Stoke helped him, and he was very grateful to him. The queen smiled at the young man. She knew that this was even more interesting. She did not understand where the Duke got such connections. The queen looked at the young man and asked if he could start classes today. The young man said that today he came to greet the princess, and they will start classes next week. He came closer to the princess and gave her flowers, and he also said that he was honored to meet her and would do everything in his power to help her. The young princess smiled and laughed. She said that she trusted him. The queen looked intently at the man. At first glance, he was an ordinary kind man with a kind smile, but something still worried her very much. She thought that he was here for some other reason, and not for fame. She didn't know whether he was exaggerating or not, but still wanted to find out. The young man asked for forgiveness and said that if he had known that she would also be present next to the princess, then he would have prepared flowers for her too. The queen smiled and said that everything was fine and he shouldn't worry. The queen knew that the duke was obsessed with his family, and she did not think that he would advise anyone who could harm the young princess. She thought that he was probably just looking for a moment to welcome the princess to the ceremony on the duke's orders. The queen looked intently at the young man and said that that was enough greetings. She walked up to the princess and hugged her, looking at him. She said it was nice to meet him, but it was unexpected, and she had other plans. The queen said that the princess also had a lesson, so he better leave. The young man said that he understood everything and asked for forgiveness as well. He said he hoped to see him soon. The queen looked at him, puzzled. The young princess looked at the queen and called her. The queen walked away from the princess, puzzled, and asked for forgiveness. She asked her when her lesson started. The young princess said that the lesson would start soon. The queen smiled and said that in that case she should have fun in class. The princess smiled and said goodbye to the queen. She said that she would return to her soon. After the young princess left, the queen sat down on a chair. She was very tired. The queen was puzzled. She did not know what to do, but she knew that this had never happened before. She was in shock and did not understand what to do with her anxiety. Clara approached the queen and asked if everything was okay with her and if she could clear the table. The queen said that there was no need for this and asked Clara to call Norma. For tea, Clara said that she would do everything now. Clara hurriedly ran to look for the maid. The queen looked after her, and she understood that Clara was behaving as she always did, and this calmed her down. The queen looked at the maid and asked if it was true that Jem was simply delightful this year. Norma said it smelled very nice. The queen did not know where to start the conversation. She looked at the maids and asked if they had heard of the MacLeod family. The maids looked at each other, puzzled. Norma said it was a family of viscounts, but there are thousands of people who have the title of viscount. Clara pronounced the viscount's surname several times and said that she had heard it somewhere. Clara looked at the queen and said that her friend was proposed to by a person from this family, but of course she refused. The queen was surprised. Clara said that it was because they were poor. They had no daughters and only 6 sons, and it would be sad to become the daughter-in-law of such a family. The queen was a little puzzled, as she did not know that the young man had so many brothers. Clara looked at the queen and said that was all she knew. But she didn't know if it would help the queen. The queen said that even the smallest detail is important. Clara said with a smile that this makes the task easier. The queen realized that the family really existed, and someone must know more. She wanted to find out who they were communicating with. Young Lady Karen walked hurriedly down the corridor. She entered the room and saw the queen and princess. Lady Karen looked at the queen and princess and said that she was very glad to meet them. The queen looked closely at the young lady and smiled at her. Lady Karen bowed politely to the queen and princess and asked how they were doing. The queen greeted Lady Karen and said that her new dress suited her. The lady looked at the queen, puzzled, and said that she did not wear the dress for her. It was just that it was in fashion now. The queen smiled and said that she was very glad that she liked it. The princess looked at the young lady and said that she had prepared fruit tartlets that she liked last time. The princess smiled and asked the lady to sit down quickly. Lady Karen said that if she continued to eat like this, she would gain weight, but still she could not resist and started eating. The young princess also kept up with Lady Karen. After that tea party, they got together from time to time. Lady Karen has changed a lot. Although it was still a little cold, they could hold tea out of 5 without arguing. Lady Karen noticed that the queen was wearing her earrings. The queen smiled and said that it was her gift after all, and they were very skillfully made. So she really liked them, and she wore them often, and they matched the light of her eyes and were very sophisticated. Lady Karen smiled and said that she seemed to have very good taste. The queen thanked the young lady for such a lovely gift. Lady Karen, to be honest, it was very difficult to choose a gift. Nobles tend to judge others for small mistakes. She knew that if she were the queen, she would have acted as her father simply ridiculed her for the low-grade rose quartz gift. The princess looked at Karen and asked if she would like to join her in the dressing room, because the princess would like to learn a lot from her. The princess said she was a little embarrassed, but she had only recently started choosing her own clothes, so she has a lot to learn. Lady Karen looked at the princess and said that if this was for her, then she would then give her a lot of good advice. Lady Karen looked at the young ladies and said that she heard that the princess had a new teacher. The princess said that she starts the lesson next week. Lady Karen looked at the princess intently and said that she thought the teacher was normal, but she also told the princess to be careful around him just in case. The queen looked at the lady and asked if the man also taught her music. She wanted to know what happened between them. The young lady said that nothing special happened, but she was still a little unhappy with him. The queen said he was recommended by the duke and he seems to be very talented. Lady Karen smiled and said with a grin that if you flatter this talent, then he is very talented. The queen said that she thought the boy was quite good. The young lady said he was rich. The queen was at a loss, because I heard that his family is not in the best financial situation. Lady Karen said that he was the 6th child from an ordinary family, with almost no inheritance. She was confused and didn't know where he got all the money from. She also said that he seemed to be trying very hard to bribe her father and get his attention. She said that there are a lot of people like this, but to be honest, she doesn't like that. Lady Karen said that she really did not like his look. The queen remembered that there was something in his gaze, and it seemed to her that he was condemning the young princess, and that's where her doubts came from. Lady Karen said that she felt as if he was forcing a smile to appear nice, and sometimes even seemed to despise her. It was as if he wanted to become a king and look down on everyone. Lady Karen said he was just a talented scoundrel. Looking at the princess, Lady Karen asked her not to get close to him because she knew that the princess was very naive, so she was very worried about her. The queen was puzzled by this news. She thanked Lady Karen for telling them everything. Save money to get a place in the palace and win the favor of the duke. Even if he has debts, everything is not so bad. Connections among the nobility are worth more than gold, and he did all this to become a palace musician. And his main goal, of course, is most likely this princess. Someone called the queen. She was scared because she did not expect that someone would call her. The king looked at her, puzzled, and said that he did not mean to frighten her at all and asked her forgiveness. The king said that he did not know what she was thinking about, but asked her why she didn't go back to bed, since it was very cold. He said that he was afraid that she would get sick. The queen was puzzled, looked at her husband and asked for forgiveness, and also said that he was telling the truth and that he should quickly return to bed. Since the young princess stopped sleeping with the queen and king, the queen had to share a bed with the king. She wasn't exactly worried, but she was still not sure that she could move in her sleep. She also noticed that the king was not very worried about this. The queen didn't know whether it was good or bad, but still it was a little hard for her to be around him. The king took his wife by the hand and said that she had worked hard. He wished her good night.